Say hi, Matt. Oh, say hi, Matt. Hi, Matt. Hi, Matt. Hi, Mommy. Good. Say hi. Hi, Rob. Hi, Rob. My head's big too. You smell good. Hi, Rob. Porky. Porky, God, you're so fat. Hi, hi, Boo. Hi, Boo. Hi, Porky. I'm fat. Look how fat I am. Look at how fat I am. Look at all that fatness. Am I going upstairs? Go upstairs? What's down here? Okay. Hi, guys. Hi. White house again. What else is out, Troll? Or is he buried? Are you under here? Yeah, you're under there.
Bobak, Legal AF. Terrible day for Donald Trump in trial. I'm going to update you right here on this hot take, or should I call him David Dennison? I learned today from lawyer Keith Davidson, the lawyer for both Stormy Daniels and Karen McDougal, the Playboy Playmate, both of which had sordid tales to tell about Donald Trump having sex outside his marriage, for which they were paid off. The lawyer that handled that said that he had a secret code word that he used with Michael Cohen to protect Donald Trump's identity in this transaction, and he called him David Dennison, an old hockey buddy of his. Everybody in the courtroom laughed. The jury is sitting at rapt attention. They can't take their eyes off of Keith Davidson, who is slowly killing Donald Trump in the courthouse. I thought that David Pecker, the National Enquirer editor, was terrible for Donald Trump until I met Keith Davidson. Keith Davidson, who's a lawyer representing two of the three targets of the catch and kill conspiracy, or what the prosecutors call the Trump Tower conspiracy, which is at the heart of the criminal case against Donald Trump, 34 counts of felonies. I never thought so early in a case, day 9 of a trial, you could have a witness tied together and corroborate so much of the evidence and of the theme of the case by the prosecutors until I met Keith Davidson. What has he done so far? And the jury's listening. A jury that Maggie Haberman from the New York Times has reported every time they leave and come back into the courtroom, don't even make eye contact with Donald Trump. With Donald Trump, it's easy enough to make eye contact. First of all, he's got some weird entourage in the courtroom today, according to reporting. Ken Paxton, the Texas Attorney General, is there. Lord knows why. The Club for Growth guy is there. I mean, again, just this motley crew, rogues gallery of MAGA right-wing people that want to get their picture taken with Donald Trump as he's being tried for criminal felonies. But forget them. Forget the fact the jury's not making eye contact with Donald Trump. It's always a bad sign. I'll tell you that from a trial lawyer's perspective. Keith Davidson corroborated every major point in the storyline of this prosecution. He was able uniquely to testify about the first deal with Karen McDougal, how it was made. Michael Cohen. Now, look, Michael Cohen didn't come off great with Keith Davidson. He hasn't come off great with some of the other witnesses either. Keith Davidson said he's a very unpleasant fellow to deal with, that he frequently yells and curses and screams, and that nobody really wanted to deal with Michael Cohen. But at the same time, Keith Davidson said the thing the prosecutors needed him to tell the jury, that at all times Keith Davidson believed that Donald Trump was the one that was orchestrating the payoffs and the deals in order to help his election. That was Keith Davidson's opinion. He knew that Donald Trump, in effect, was the beneficiary. We call it a third-party beneficiary of the agreement that was being negotiated by Michael Cohen, who was nothing more than a beard or a straw man here, negotiating on behalf of the real party in interest, Donald J. Trump, or should I call him David Dennison, the secret code word that was used. You know, you need secret code words when things are going fine and you're not committing a crime, right? Okay. Dennison tells a story about Karen McDougal, how the negotiations were so rough and so hard, and it came through ultimately a David Pecker payment. Then we have the bombshell of Access Hollywood as an event. The Access Hollywood hot take moment in October that came out in October of 2016, the October surprise, if you will, while he was campaigning Trump against Hillary Clinton. It rocked the world of the Trump organization and Trump's campaign. That is a theme for the prosecutors. And Keith Davidson supported that theme. He said if it wasn't for the Access Hollywood hot mic leak in which Donald Trump is heard on recording, saying that he can, without any repercussions, grab a woman by her genitalia and get away with it because he's a celebrity, that created renewed pressure and leverage for Stormy Daniels to be able to obtain a payment from Donald Trump in order for her not to tell her story on top of Karen McDougal's story. Keith Davidson testified today, the lawyer for both of them, that if it wasn't for the Access Hollywood, that Donald Trump and Michael Cohen would not have entered into a deal with his client. That is consistent, 100%, and lines up perfectly with the what the prosecutors told the jury in opening statement. A jury that is not looking at Donald Trump, but is just looking at Keith Davidson, the way they looked at Pecker. And I'll give him another credit. He must be a trial lawyer because he knew to always look at the jury when he gave his testimony. You know, that jury box, it's easy when you're testifying to look at the lawyer. Got to turn your head to look at the jury. But the reporting in the room is he is looking, he's turning and looking at the jury, making eye contact every time. David Pecker did it too. David Pecker, because he's a mediator. He knew he needed to make his point. Very effective. They also heard from Keith Davidson, that at all times he knew that Donald Trump was the real party in interest, the third party beneficiary of the contract, even if the contract between his clients were between Michael Cohen's company. He knew Michael Cohen was just a pawn. All right. And he testified that he was an unpleasant pawn. He didn't like dealing with him, but that he was a pawn nonetheless. Exactly what the prosecutors, again, have told the jury. So this is the prosecution cashing checks they wrote in front of the jury during opening statement. Let's keep going. Let's keep Davidson keeps going. So when he was done talking about Karen McDougal, tying together the Access Hollywood tape that rocked Trump world, leading to the negotiations with Michael Cohen, he also supported the prosecution's evidence that's going to be coming out through Michael Cohen and others, that Michael Cohen, really Donald Trump, tried to avoid paying Stormy Daniels, even though they negotiated to $130,000 payment amount, even though there was a deadline, many of them that were missed, because Donald Trump is cheap, and he was trying to save a buck, and he thought if he could just string Stormy Daniels along, which would be the equivalent of her not running her story, past the election, he wouldn't need her. He'd throw her on the trash heap, just like he treats most women, not pay her, and laugh his way all the way to the White House. And they tried to do that, except for Keith Davidson, the lawyer for Stormy Daniels, wouldn't let that happen. So instead of getting a payment on time, he got, in his view, his testimony, an expletive-laden email, many of them, frantic, from Michael Cohen. When it was clear that Stormy Daniels, who had a good lawyer here in Keith Davidson, was going to go public, they finally had to pay her before. But there's going to be testimony, including through Michael Cohen himself, that Donald Trump basically said, F Stormy Daniels, let's string this out all along as far as we can so I don't have to pay her, and I'll laugh all the way to the White House. So I paraphrase. Keith Davidson testified to support that. He said, it looked to me like Michael Cohen was trying to kick the can down the road beyond the election. That ties the case right back to election interference, which makes this case a felony. Again, another check cash to the prosecution based on their promises to the jury. So you have all of that. I mean, there's nobody who's better situated from the vantage point of Keith Davidson, representing both 2/3 of the catch and kill program targets in Karen McDougal and in Stormy Daniels, and corroborating everything that Pecker said about the intricacies and the details of how the payments were made and where they were made and how they were made for Karen McDougal and then later through Michael Cohen. Because remember, if National Enquirer makes the payments, we're on a different type of case. But Michael Cohen Trump Organization made the payments, always using the Trump Organization email for communication. Again, ringing the bell constantly in front of the jury. This is Trump. Trump's the puppet master. Trump is the organizer. I can't tell you how many times Josh Steinglass, who I'm going to put a giant poster in my room of trial lawyers Hall of Fame, because he's doing an amazing job for prosecutors. Josh Steinglass, who also did David Pecker in direct examination, how many times he's rung the bell in front of the jury that the boss is Donald Trump, that the man upstairs, the boss wants this, the boss wants that. Always Michael Cohen linking himself with Donald Trump. I can't make the deal with you right now. I can't negotiate that one term. I almost looked into my Michael Cohen impression. Because the boss is traveling among several states. I'll get back to you. Right? Because the real party in interest, the beneficiary of the agreement, is Donald Trump in order to interfere with the election as an improper campaign contribution. So that was Keith Davidson. One of my favorite moments reported about Keith Davidson is when the Access Hollywood tape dropped, which the jury is going to hear the transcript of, but not actually hear it, because that's a decision the judge made about the power of the audio. But the transcript they're getting, and they've gotten. But Davison says that when the Access Hollywood dropped in October and led to a frantic Trump organization, he reached out to the National Enquirer publisher, right, who sits in Australia, apparently, who this jury is not going to hear from directly, because apparently he's in Australia and he's got some sort of spinal condition and he can't travel. He said to him, the lawyer said to the publisher, wave the white flag, Trump campaign, you're doomed, you're done, stick a fork in it. And the Access Hollywood tape was that earth-shattering and potentially electoral shifting that the Trump organization panicked. And that's good for the jury to hear, because that's the theme for the prosecutors. Access Hollywood tape rocks Trump world. They push the button and start through Trump the conspiracy to do the catch and kill program, checkbook journalism, as David Pecker said, to buy the stories of any women reporting sexual misconduct or any kind of sexual misconduct from anybody in order for Donald Trump to try to win the election, the first election interference case. Even the judge today, Judge Merchan, by the way, just to show you what we are calling this trial, in his new decision and order finding Donald Trump in criminal contempt for violating the gag order, he said as follows, that the charges here arise from allegations that Trump attempted to conceal an illegal scheme to influence the 2016 presidential election, right? And that he directed an attorney who worked for his company, Cohen, the Trump organization, to pay $130,000 to an adult film actress, Stormy Daniels, shortly before the election, October, to prevent her from publicizing an alleged sexual encounter. That's the judge's own view of the case. It's not a finding. He's not the finder of fact. It's important as you listen to Mr. Davidson's testimony. I mean, he hits so many corroborating points even before Michael Cohen eventually takes the stand. He's going to be surfing and riding on the wave, on the crest of so many witnesses, who even the ones that don't like him, who say he's telling the truth. And again, you've got this false bravado going on in the courtroom, as, for instance, it's reported that Todd Blanche, the lawyer for Donald Trump, seems to have developed a bit of a chuckle fest. He's a chuckling character. When he heard about Michael Cohen's expletive-laden emails and his yelling and screaming and how unpleasant Michael Cohen is, Cohen, yeah, nudging Donald Trump, try to get him awake, nudge him awake. Why? Because he thinks it plays into his hand that Michael Cohen can be cross-examined to death? I doubt it, because the prosecutors aren't worried. Josh Steinglass doubled down on it. When somebody would say, well, that man was unpleasant. Well, who was that man? Michael Cohen was unpleasant. They don't care. They want it all out. They want the bell rung for the jury, well before Michael Cohen's appearance. I called him a sandwich witness for a reason. He's not going to be anywhere in the first 5, 6, 7 witnesses. We're way down the road. By that time, so much corroborating evidence and witness testimony and physical evidence has been presented to the jury that Michael Cohen will almost be an afterthought, except for his secret recordings of Donald Trump and him putting together the tacit agreement to pay off Stormy Daniels in cash. We'll continue to report. Yes, he'll get this lawyer who knows his way around a courtroom. Let me just tell you that, and is not to be trifled with. This Keith Davidson is going to be cross-examined starting tomorrow. They're starting this week. But in the meantime, I wanted you to know about the cross-examination and how powerful it is. And if you remember nothing else from my hot takes about trial practice, jury science tells us that juries make their decision, and the juries have already made their decision at the beginning of the case, not the end or the middle. And they made their decision based on the checks that were written by the prosecution in promises that they made. And after seeing the first witness, David Pecker, testify, they're ready to vote. They're ready to vote now. If you could have polled them then and compare it to their verdict at the end, it would be almost an identical match. And witnesses like Keith Davidson, lawyer for Stormy Daniels, lawyer for Karen McDougal, are only reinforcing the instincts of the jury now to convict Donald Trump. I'll continue to report on it the best way I know how as a practicing trial lawyer in the New York court system and co-founder, co-anchor of Legal AF on the Midas Touch Network on Wednesdays and Saturdays at 8 p.m. Eastern Time, and then on audio podcast platforms of your choice. You want to learn more about the law, even if you're not a lawyer, especially if you're not a lawyer. We sit at that intersection of law and politics, but we have a Patreon, patreon.com/legalaf. It's like a TED Talk in a law school class. Have a baby. We do it right there. You want to learn about state and federal practice, criminal and civil practice, civil rights, constitutional rights, class action cases, right? Damages, sentencing, everything. We do it there with exclusive content you won't find anywhere else on the internet. Patreon.com/legalaf. So until my next hot take, speaking of hot takes, you can tell I'm in New York. Until my next Legal AF, so my next Patreon exclusive content, Michael Popak reporting. Heary, heary, Legal AF Law Breakdown is now in session. Go beyond the headlines and get a deep dive into the important legal concepts you need to know and we discuss every day on Legal AF. Exclusive content you won't find anywhere else, all for the price of a couple of cups of coffee. Join us at patreon.com/legalaf. That's patreon.com/legalaf.
We've got a hugely topical episode today. I have the incredible honor, as always, of being joined by my co-host for our series Class with Jamie Raskin, where the congressman debunks right-wing constitutional fallacies and fever dreams. Today's episode could not come at a more opportune moment as the Supreme Court now considers the question of presidential immunity for Donald Trump. And while there is a lot of spin out there, no one to better counter that disinformation than Jamie Raskin. So I'll hand it over to the congressman who will take on the right-wing fallacy that as commander-in-chief, the president has both the power to do whatever he wants and absolute immunity from any legal consequences for criminal actions.
Brian, thank you so much. I'm delighted to be with everybody. Today we're taking on a fallacy that's so obvious, so glaring, so striking. But what's interesting is that sometimes it's the most obvious fallacies that are the trickiest ones to debunk and refute. I remember Sherlock Holmes once saying that there's nothing more deceptive than an obvious fact. And that's definitely true in the age of Donald Trump, because this is a case of first impression, like so many of the other issues that are raised by Donald Trump, because no other president has acted in such extreme and explosive and incendiary ways. So it's not like there's a bunch of precedents that map out how to respond to it. And so we have to search through the Constitution to explain why his actions are completely in derogation of the constitutional fabric itself. The case that is being considered by the Supreme Court, Donald Trump's claim that he's absolutely immune, is indeed a case of first impression, just like many of the other fallacies that he has floated during this period. So what we're going to look at is this one. As commander-in-chief of the nation, the president has both the power to do whatever he wants and absolute immunity from any legal consequences for his criminal actions. Now, there are actually multiple fallacies tucked in here. I snuck in like a law professor on a final exam. The first is as commander-in-chief of the nation, which the president is not. That is not his title. He's commander-in-chief of the Army and Navy during times of actual conflict from Article 2 of the Constitution, and of the militias when they're called up into actual service. So any president who walks around saying, I'm the commander-in-chief, like he's the dictator of the country, is just absolutely wrong. But the central fallacies here are that the president can do whatever he wants, something that we heard repeatedly from Donald Trump when he was in president. He said, and then there's Article 2, which allows me to do whatever I want. Of course, the central job of the president under Article 2 is to take care that the laws are faithfully executed. Not that the laws are violated or the laws are departed from, but the laws are faithfully executed. And if the president could do whatever he wants, then why do we have the power to impeach and convict the president for treason, bribery, and other high crimes and misdemeanors? And then why do we have the power to prosecute him? Or do we? Because that's what this case is really about. that has gone up to the Supreme Court, United States versus Trump, that was found against the president in district court by Judge Truxton, against the president by the D.C. Circuit panel, an excellent panel made up of Judges Pan, Henderson, and Childs, 2 Democratic nominees to the bench, 1 Republican nominee to the bench, but all unanimously rejecting Trump's claim. What does he say? He says a former president cannot be prosecuted criminally for anything that he did while he was in office, pursuant to his office. And again, no president has ever alleged that before, which is why it's so foreign and so strange to our experience. The judges in the D.C. Circuit do a great job of leading us through this, and I'll kind of follow their lead and embellish a little bit on several different points. But the first point I want to make is generally about the structure of the Constitution. Article 1 puts Congress in the first article for a reason, which is that we overthrew a king, we wanted to get away from monarchical government, and we wanted to vest power not in a monarch, lord, in a czar or an emperor, but in we the people. And the House of Representatives and the senators in the Senate are the representatives of the people. And we are the lawmaking branch. And if you look at the Constitution, as I hope you will, you will see that Article 1 goes on for a long time, setting forth all of the powers that Congress has to regulate commerce among the states, to regulate commerce between America and other nations, to coin money, to govern naturalization, to govern the district that's to become the seat of government, and on and on. And then in Article 1, Section 8, Clause 18, and all other powers that are necessary and proper to the execution of the foregoing powers. It's very expansive. Then you get to Article 2, Section 3, and look at that last phrase there. It's really important. You know, it's about naming ambassadors and so on, giving a state union dress. He shall take care that the laws be faithfully executed, and shall commission all the officers of the United States. That's it. And then you get right into Section 4, after stating that the president shall faithfully execute the laws, setting forth how the president can be impeached. The president, VP, and all civil officers shall be removed from office on impeachment for the conviction of treason, bribery, or other high crimes and misdemeanors. But I just want you to keep that design structurally, generally in mind as we get into this issue, because Congress is put first, and the president's job under Section 2 is to take care that the laws are faithfully executed, to implement the laws of the Congress. All right. Now, Trump attempted to bypass and overthrow the Constitution of the United States when he tried to stay in office in the weeks leading up to January 6th, and then on January 6th itself. That's what this case is about. This case comes from the criminal trial of Donald Trump on 4 charges that have been brought by special counsel Jack Smith. The first is a conspiracy to defraud the United States of America by collecting all of these fraudulent electoral college slates from different states and then asserting that these are the bona fide, honest electors determined by the states in their presidential elections, which they most assuredly were not. The second is the conspiracy to obstruct a federal proceeding. Here, the joint session of Congress called under the 12th Amendment to receive the Electoral College votes sent in by the governors through their certificates of ascertainment sent to the House and the Senate and to the Archivist of the United States. Third is actual interference with the federal proceeding. And then the fourth is violation of the voting rights of the people, a conspiracy to deprive persons of the United States of their right to vote. Okay, so those are the 4 criminal charges. Donald Trump asserts against all of them, that he's absolutely immune from criminal prosecution for official acts he undertook as president. Now, one of the amusing things about that is asserting that the attempt to overthrow the presidential election was an official act. Of course, his official responsibility there was to leave office after 4 years and to take care that the laws were faithfully executed, including all of the laws passed under the Electoral College provisions in the Constitution. That's what he's supposed to do. But he's saying, no, he undertook these official acts to try to get the state legislatures to set aside the Electoral College votes by trying to get state election officials, like Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger in Georgia, just to find him 11,780 votes. And then by trying to get the Department of Justice to falsely declare it a corrupt and fraudulent election. And then finally, by trying to get Vice President Pence to step outside of his official constitutional role, administering the counting of electoral college votes. The idea was to try to get Pence to force it into a contingent election, or just to go ahead and announce that Trump was president, and then Trump was prepared to ride over on the shoulders of the mob, like Mussolini, and come in and simply declare himself president again, and then invoke the Insurrection Act and call in the National Guard to come and put down the insurrectionary chaos that he had unleashed against us. Right? That was basically the plan. Well, he says, you can't charge me for any of these things. I'm absolutely immune from criminal prosecution as a former president. Now, on behalf of Trump's argument, let's stipulate this. There are some constitutions in other countries which make former presidents immune from criminal prosecution for things like coups and insurrections. One of them, for a while anyway, was Chile, which said that Pinochet could not be prosecuted. This is part of an arrangement they made with the new constitution. He would have immunity from criminal prosecution, very explicitly set forth in that constitution. There's a couple other examples. There's nothing like that in the U.S. Constitution, and of course, as we'll come to see, it cuts against everything we believe about our Constitution and its entire constitutional design. So, and in fact, that common sense intuition was articulated by the Republican judge of the D.C. Circuit, Judge Henderson, who said that it would be a striking paradox if the one person in the country charged with taking care that the laws be faithfully executed could defy and violate the laws and then be exempt for his violation of federal criminal laws in the process. All right, so how do we go about looking at this claim? Well, Trump says, first of all, he's so immune from prosecution, it's not even up to the courts to determine whether he's immune from prosecution or not. That, of course, is ridiculous under Marbury versus Madison, the famous Supreme Court decision rendered by Chief Justice John Marshall, proclaiming the doctrine of judicial review. The Supreme Court has the right, the power, and the duty to declare what the law is. It's emphatically the province and duty of the court to say what the law is and to sort out, precisely these kinds of conflicts. We've got Supreme Court decisions that stand for the proposition, in fact, that the Supreme Court can review presidential actions for their constitutionality. And here's a great one everybody can remember. It's called the Steele case. In this case, President Truman faced a series of strikes around the country and was nervous, along with Congress, that the shutdown of the steel industry would interfere with necessary production of weaponry during the Korean War. And Congress attempted to give President Truman the power to intervene to reopen the steel plants by seizing the steel plants, taking government possession of them, and then commanding production of steel. That failed in Congress. Congress rejected that effort. But then the president, Truman, just went ahead and did that anyway. He said, we're going to take possession of the steel plants, in order to keep the war effort going, and I'm going to invoke my war powers, my powers as commander-in-chief during the time of actual conflict in order to do this. And the Supreme Court said, well, wait a second here. The President of the United States has the job of enforcing the law. And Justice Jackson set it out nicely in his concurring opinion, where he said, think of it kind of like a stoplight. Either you got a green light where the Constitution specifically gives the president the power to do something, like to appoint the officers in the cabinet, subject to the advice and consent of the Senate, or to name ambassadors, subject to advice and consent. Those are clear delegations to the president to be able to do something. There you got a green light, and nobody can say, oh, I know the president, you nominated the wrong person. That's not the best qualified person. That is totally within presidential power to decide that, okay? A red light would be something where a power is vested by the Constitution in another branch of the government. Take, for example, the power to declare war. That power is given to Congress. So let's say the president said, this is such an important matter, such an important foreign policy conflict, I'm going to take away from Congress the power to declare war, and I am going to declare war right now for the country. That's a red light. That would clearly be unconstitutional, and under Marbury versus Madison, the Supreme Court would have the power to revoke that. But then there's the yellow light situation, and this is where a particular power is not specifically enumerated either under Article 2 for the executive branch or under Article 1 for the legislative branch, and Congress has not said anything about it. It's neither delegated that power explicitly to the president, nor has it attempted to delegate that power to the president, but been thwarted in the effort to do so. And there's a yellow light situation, and that's where the court says it's very fact-based, intensive analysis. So the court said in the Steel Teacher case, this is an easy one because there's nothing in the power of commander-in-chief that explicitly sets forth the power to seize steel mills or seize any instrument of the economy or commerce to keep things going. And Congress might have been able to delegate this to the president, to give him this power, but it did not do so. There was a bill put in to try to say the president has the power over steel mills and can open them up, but it chose not to do that. That becomes a red light. At that point, he essentially has been specifically foreclosed to undertake that action. All right, all of which is to say, the D.C. Circuit Court was very clear that this matter is indeed going to be up to the judiciary to decide. And in the course of finding that, the court cited this significant passage that has been absorbed into the bloodstream of America over the decades. It comes from a Supreme Court decision called U.S. versus Lee, in which the court wrote, no man in this country is so high that he is above the law. No officer of the law may set that law at defiance with impunity. All the officers of the government, from the highest to the lowest, are creatures of the law and are bound to obey it. It is the only supreme power in our system of government, and every man who by accepting office participates in its functions is only the more strongly bound to submit to that supremacy and to observe the limitations which it imposes upon the exercise of the authority which it gives. In other words, in this passage, which has been recycled over the centuries, the Supreme Court is saying not only is it wrong that you as president somehow are not bound by the law, if anything, you are more bound by the law than everybody else. So I like to say that those of us who aspire and attain to public office are nothing but the servants of the people. In the moment that we think we're somehow above the people and acting as kings and queens and lords and czars and emperors, that is the moment certainly to evict and eject and reject and impeach and convict and get rid of that person. And the Constitution gives us a lot of mechanisms to do so. All right, so now we're looking at the question. We know that the court is in the right place to be checking this out. Now we get into the heart of Donald Trump's claim, where he says, all right, you can hear my case, you're going to look at it, but I am categorically immune from any criminal prosecution. Why? And here's the argument. If you go to Article 1, Section 3, Clause 7, okay? And bear with me because it is an extremely tortured, pinched, and really comical reading of this judgment of impeachment clause. So what it says is that judgment of impeachment shall not extend further than to removal from office and disqualification to hold and enjoy any office of honor, trust, or profit under the United States. But the party convicted shall nevertheless, see word here, shall nevertheless be liable and subject to indictment, trial, judgment, and punishment according to law. Now, if you read that whole thing in context and give it a common sense read, it is certain to lead you to the conclusion that any president or former president can be subject to indictment, trial, judgment, and punishment. Now, if the president is also impeached first and removed from office by the Senate, and if the Senate decides to disqualify that person from holding office again, still that convicted president can nevertheless be liable and subject to indictment and trial and judgment and punishment. And you could add in parentheses, because this is what the Constitution is really saying, just like all the other presidents, even though they haven't been impeached or convicted, but they committed a crime, they can. But now, Trump's lawyers, somewhat cleverly, I must concede, flip the entire thing upside down. And what they read it to mean is that only presidents who have been impeached and convicted can be subject to indictment, trial, judgment, and punishment. Now look at that for a second. They read it to say that basically, the only thing you can happen to you if you're impeached and convicted is removed from office and disqualification. But you also could be subject to indictment, trial, judgment, and punishment, but no other president could. Well, that's of course not what it says. It violates any common sense grammatical construction of the terms of it, and it is completely at odds with all other kinds of text within the Constitution, the structure of the Constitution, and the history of it. So let's start with this. It has always been assumed in our history that a former president could be criminally prosecuted for offenses undertaken in office that come to light later. Take the case of Richard Nixon, who we'll never know because he was pardoned, but who at least allegedly ordered a number of criminal acts, including the break-in at the Watergate, other kinds of criminal espionage, the taking of bribes, tax money, all kinds of stuff. And when he resigned from office, rather than face what would have been an almost certain impeachment and conviction, when he resigned, his vice president, Gerald Ford, became president, and the new president Ford pardoned, gave him a pardon because he did not want to see Richard Nixon being criminally prosecuted and having the country dragged through that. He said, but everybody assumed, from Gerald Ford to Richard Nixon to Congress to the country, that he could be prosecuted. The same thing happened with Bill Clinton, who actually entered into a plea bargain with the independent counsel in his case. Robert Ray was his name, who agreed not to bring charges against Clinton if Clinton would voluntarily resign from the bar for a 5-year period. And in order to avoid criminal prosecution, Bill Clinton entered into that agreement. Okay? So it's always been assumed that a former president could be criminally prosecuted. The D.C. Circuit says that it would create an extremely dangerous precedent to say that a former president cannot be prosecuted for crimes undertaken while in office, because that would be an invitation to do things like this. This was asked there's oral argument being purpose. Could the president order assassination of his political rivals and opponents, pursuant to his power as commander-in-chief, or some other power that he invoked? And the answer was yes. The president could order a political assassination, but there was this check. He could be impeached and convicted. But if he were not impeached and convicted, Trump lawyer said, then he could not be prosecuted. Now think about the implications of that for a second. It means the president can order his political party rival assassinated, and the vice president of the rival party assassinated, and their friends. And then if he's about to face impeachment, he could just go ahead and order the assassination of enough members of the opposite party, for example, to prevent him from being impeached or to prevent him from being convicted in the Senate. So as long as he can defeat impeachment and trial, and he can get away with his assassination, I mean, come on. I mean, we are in la-la land at this point. And I think that's when Trump has lost even the Republicans got from the impeachment system and really lost the interest of the country in this argument. So everybody can see what a dangerous proposition this is. It's especially dangerous in a case exactly like this, because Donald Trump's crimes were all directed at destroying the constitutional provisions governing succession in office. Look at the 20th Amendment. The Constitution is very clear about this. Your term of office as president and vice president ends at noon on the 20th day of January. It's over at that point. And the procedures for elections of president are set forth in the 12th Amendment, which the president has a constitutional obligation to execute and to defend and not to overthrow. And so everything Donald Trump did was a recipe for insurrection and rebellion. And I think as we looked at in our last class about the Second Amendment and insurrectionism, we have an anti-insurrection constitution. There are a half dozen provisions that are set up in the Constitution to block insurrection and political coups, and precisely the kind of thing that Donald Trump attempted to do on January 6, 2021. The D.C. Circuit called Donald Trump's efforts in those days an unprecedented assault on the structure of our government, and indeed it was. And if you think about it, rather than being protected by the separation of powers, which is what Donald Trump claims, his argument is a direct affront to the separation of powers. It would collapse the separation of powers. Why? Well, Congress sets forth in federal law what you can do. For example, you cannot violate the voting rights of the people, not interfere with the federal proceeding. Although now that statute has been challenged in court in the Fisher case, and I hope we'll get a chance to talk about that at another point. But you, as president, cannot attempt to defraud the government of the United States as he did. Okay, so if the president is exempt from prosecution for violating clear federal laws, that denies Congress the ability to legislate. It also denies the executive branch itself the ability to prosecute, which is an executive branch function. And the president should be taking care that the laws are faithfully executed and presiding over the prosecution of violations of law, not thwarting them, especially when it relates to him. As Madison put it, nobody can be a judge in his own case. That's a cardinal principle of Anglo-American law. And similarly with the courts, if the president is absolutely immune from criminal prosecution for acts undertaken in office, well, then the courts are not able to take up an actual case or controversy and adjudicate the merits of them to determine whether or not a law has actually been violated. So the DD Circuit, I think, did a beautiful job of walking through the different parts of Trump's argument, which is kind of Texan and all over the place, but exploits the fact that we don't have cases directly on point because, again, no president in our history has committed so many crimes in office and then gone on to claim absolute immunity from being prosecuted for them. And all of it comes back to the idea that we have a constitution that's put in place in order to hold people who have state power accountable to the rest of us. And that's really what the rule of law is all about. People without power, people without wealth, have always been subject to the law. But what's different about the Constitution for a democratic society is the Constitution binds even people who have a lot of wealth and power. And that's really what the rule of law is all about. So we reject the fallacy that the commander-in-chief of the nation, who is not that, but that the president of the United States can do whatever he wants. We know that's not true. The job is to be bound by the laws, to take care of the laws, to take the executed, not to trample the laws and violate them. And if the president does violate the laws, is subject not only to the impeachment clauses of the Constitution, but also to the criminal law and the civil law, including criminal prosecution for everything that he or she did when in office.
All right, so that was excellent. I've got some questions, but first, it's important to note that we're making this series to support Democracy Summer. So briefly, Congressman, can you explain what Democracy Summer is and how people can help?
Well, we're gathering right now hundreds and hundreds of high school kids and college kids across the country to come and get involved in democratic politics. We do seminars in the morning with the greatest historians and lawyers and elected officials and campaign tacticians and strategists and pollsters and you name it over Zoom, and everybody will be participating together in seminars and discussion. And I should say the kinds of seminars that we've been doing, Brian, are definitely a lot longer than the ones our people do. They talk for 5 or 10 minutes, and this is for the real constitutional nerds out there who want to get this stuff in a deeper way. But the people go for 5, 10, 15, 20 minutes and then engage in dialogue with our Democracy Summer Fellows, with the young people. But then the key part is for the rest of the week, they're assigned to work with a Democratic campaign in their area. So they're going to be working for a member of Congress. It could be my friend Mike Levin out in California. It could be Maxwell Frost. It could be Mary Kay Scanlon in Pennsylvania. All over the place. So what we're trying to say here is that politics is all about education at its best. It's just about educating people about the Constitution, about the political system, and about the issues. How we are going to get together in order to make progress, for example, on restoring Roe versus Wade as a lawful right.
This way, it's okay. It's okay.
Federal law to give
Sorry.
everyone the choice of whether or not to have
Zero.
So we're going to explain how we're going to make progress once we elect concurrent Democratic majorities in the House and Senate.
This out, and where have you gone?
And this is basically building the future of the Democratic Party. So if you want to help, if you know somebody who might be interested, definitely sign up. I'll put the link right here on the screen and also in the post description of this video. Okay, Congressman. First question here: if the Supreme Court rules that Trump does have immunity to commit criminal acts with impunity, does that then mean that Joe Biden has immunity to do the same? Like, I've heard people say, why wouldn't Joe Biden just cancel the election then, since there's no punishment for constitutional violations anyway?
Yeah, and this claim is so outlandish and freakish that it cannot survive even in this Supreme Court. They should have done the right thing and just summarily affirmed the Supreme Court opinion, which is magisterial. Just denied cert, certainly denied in most cases that come up at the circuit level stop there, even when people try to appeal to the Supreme Court. So there would have been nothing strange about it. But in their wisdom, the Robert Court decided to grant cert, which has tremendously slowed down the prosecution of the United States of America versus Trump in Judge Newsom's courtroom. So who knows where it goes? I mean, and that just imitate what the DC Circuit Court has done. At worst, they wait to the very last day, they wait till June, and then they remand it for findings about whether there was anything official about what he was doing and create a different act, official versus unofficial act versus acts on the perimeter in the gray zone or what have you. I mean, they can slice the baloney 1,000 different ways here in order to make it complicated for the trial to continue. And I think that's usually the way they'll throw a monkey wrench into it. But the claims are so extreme that I don't think even this Trumpist court can go along with it.
To the point you had just brought up, can you stand on the complicity of the Supreme Court to not only take up this absurd question in the first place, but to do it with such a gratuitous delay that would then only serve to push back Donald Trump's DC trial?
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. The criminal courts in D.C. are on a time schedule that really shouldn't have anything to do with the elections, and they can take it into account.
Hey, come here.
Make sure they're not too close to the
Good
election.
girl.
It seems to be a pretty well established kind of common law, judicial principle. But basically, they're just following the normal law of having good conferences and the pre-trial motions in the trial. It's the Supreme Court which is throwing a monkey wrench into the whole thing by needlessly taking up completely obvious questions like this one, and then making everybody wait several months before it's argued and before it's decided. And so we are tracking increasingly closer to the election. Of course, we're in right now, police finding another one of Trump's trials, which is his trial in New York by prosecutor Bragg for hooking the courtroom, essentially in order to engage in a hush money scheme to protect facts from coming out before the election. So, like so many of Trump's cases, it's based on interference with the election and crimes committed along the way in order to withhold information, suppress information, try to get people to fraudulently count votes, create votes, or, in the case of Vice President Pence, trying to force people to go against the Constitution of the United States.
Just humor me on this one, because I think we all expect what the outcome of this case is going to be. But what would it mean if Trump is granted immunity if he were to win again in November? Like, what does the president, completely unconstrained by the threat of prosecution for criminal behavior in the White House, be practically speaking?
Well, and this goes to the very heart of the American experiment. Like, the whole idea was we would become the first self-governing democratic nation in history.
Emma, girl.
Because the founders rebelled against centuries of kings and queens and more church and state and
All right, we'll do what you want to do.
autocrats and emperors and so on. The whole idea is the president would have the job of enforcing laws, not writing laws on a whim or trampling laws on a whim. The president would work for the people. The people would be in charge with elect our representatives, and those representatives would write the laws, and the president would go and enforce the laws. And if there were confusion about who's supposed to be doing what or what the laws meant, the Supreme Court would have the power to enunciate what the law is. That's how the system works. But Trump wants to go back to a monarchical system. He wants to be a royal, where he can literally do anything. He can grab anybody by anybody's part that he wants. He can sexually assault people. He can steal other people's money. He can hire people and then not pay them their money. He can blatantly violate the Foreign Emolument Clause by taking millions of dollars in office from kings, princes, and foreign states. He's not bound by the law because he's the president, and there's no mechanism of accountability on his rendition by which you could hold him responsible for what he does do. So it basically is to vaporize the entire Constitution.
Trump has recently taken to claiming that a president wouldn't be able to get anything done if he didn't have immunity. What's your response to that?
Well, just look at our history. No other president has even thought to assert immunity or to operate on the basis that he's got
That must stop.
for criminal offenses conducted in office. That's ridiculous. And he said, yes, if we get rid of this, then every president will be deterred from doing whatever he or she wants, and all they will do is spend their poor retirement of hundreds of thousands of dollars a year when they want to be playing golf, unprosecuted and uninvestigated for crimes undertaken. But look, no president has ever been in this situation before. I guess Richard Nixon came closest before pardoned him, but no other president has dealt with this. And he says, well, if you don't allow me a get out of jail free card, then it will always be former presidents getting prosecuted by the next administration. It never happened.
Right. I think the best one is him trying to kind of negotiate with Democrats by saying, if you take immunity away from me, then Joe Biden shouldn't get immunity either. And all of us are like, that's fine. He doesn't need immunity. That's the whole.
Good boy.
He shouldn't enjoy immunity from criminal prosecution.
I mean, after spending a year and a half on the Oversight Committee as the ranking member and having seen all of the Republican evidence up close, I know that Joe Biden has nothing to worry about. They can't even identify a crime that they committed.
Right, much less prove it to any degree. Congressman, can you speak on the difference between civil immunity and criminal immunity as it relates to a presidency? Because I think Trump is purposefully conflating the two in an effort to manipulate his base.
Generally, members of Congress and judges and the president, when they leave office, are civilly immune for official acts that they undertook while they were in office. Somebody doesn't like a law that the president signed into being or that members of Congress voted for. You can't sue them for having done that.
No.
Of course, there are some kinds of actions undertaken while you're in office that are not of an official nature. If you sexually harass somebody or sexually assault somebody, and it's still within the statute of limitations, then you can be civilly sued for that. And this, I hope, will be the case which establishes that's the exact same thing for criminal prosecution as well. You are not going to be able to escape investigation and prosecution simply because you were president at the time.
All right, well, we'll leave it there. Congressman, what should we expect for the next episode of class?
Well, look, we've been talking about the emolument clause, so I thought now is the time to get into the emolument clause and the specific related claim that foreign governments and kings and princes can actually give you money, and you as the president can accept that money if you waive your federal salary or if you're willing to give what you deem to be the profits of such payments back to the U.S. government. We're going to look at those claims made by Donald Trump and his family, and we're going to unearth the history of the emolument clauses and look at why they're in the Constitution.
And of course, to watch that episode, please make sure to subscribe to this channel. The link to subscribe and the link to support Democracy Summer are right here on the screen, and they're also in the post description of this video. I'm Brian Teller Cohen.
I'm Congressman Jamie Raskin from Maryland's beautiful congressional district.
This is Class with Jamie Raskin.
Okay. Grandma?
The idea was we have a new technology available. We're going to generate electricity from garbage.
It was an innovative project designed to solve two environmental issues at once. But now, residents are afraid a county experiment is making them sick.
All right.
So when it comes to trash, Michigan is number one. A recent study revealed there is more trash per resident in Michigan landfills than in any other state.
And to make room for more and more trash, St. Clair County did something innovative. But now residents say they are the unwilling participants in their county's out-of-control experiment.
It's a mom and pop place. This is the best dive bar in St. Clair County.
After she inherited the pink elephant, Jill Hunt put money into outdoor improvements like new horseshoe pits.
Probably got about $4,000 in the fence.
But now Hunt says her customers don't want to go outside, and sometimes they avoid her business altogether.
I can't take it. I'm going home. I can't stand the smell anymore.
The Pink Elephant Bar in St. Clair County is less than a mile from the Smiths Creek landfill.
And in the last couple of years, it's been very pungent. People would say they were getting nauseated from it. Their eyes were burning. Their nostrils were stinging. And we asked what is being released in the air here?
Landfill gas is normal. It is released once that garbage rots. If you lean up really close right now, you can actually hear the sound of the gas being emitted. But this experimental project is so much different than a regular landfill. More gas is emitted here compared to other landfills, and residents say it's getting upset. In just the last 6 months, Local 4 investigators discovered 80 complaints to the county, about 50 complaints to the state, and 5 state-issued environmental violations for high methane concentrations, failure to collect landfill gas, intense landfill gas, sulfur, odor, among other violations. And state inspectors found elevated levels of hydrogen sulfide, a potentially dangerous gas described by the EPA as toxic.
So essentially a research project. This is how it's characterized.
Matt Williams manages the Smiths Creek landfill.
I'm an advocate, 100%. We've been operating our landfill as a bioreactor since about 2009.
About 20 years ago, St. Clair County spent about $2 million for this system that takes septic tank waste and sprays it into layers of garbage, so the garbage rots much faster than it normally would. The rotten garbage shrinks down and clears up space for more garbage. As it rots, the trash creates a lot of gas. The gas is sucked up by underground pipes and sold to a company that turns it into electricity.
We've earned pretty consistent $750,000 to $800,000 a year revenue from our partner for the gas that we're providing to them.
But we did some digging and discovered it costs the county more money to maintain its bioreactor than what it gets for the gas from it. In just the first 9 months of last year, St. Clair County paid more than $950,000 to CTI and Associates, the Michigan company that designed and maintains the bioreactor landfill.
I knew that it was a new project coming to create electricity from garbage. What a great idea. Nobody designs something to pollute the community, so therefore there has to have been a problem.
Bob Felix lives about a mile from Smiths Creek landfill.
It literally has woken me up, and at that point your eyes are burning a little bit.
The gas at Smiths Creek landfill is under control now. That's according to Matt Williams. But residents here say they're worried about the effects of their county's landfill experiment. All right, so for now, the Smiths Creek landfill has stopped accepting septic tank waste and spraying it into that landfill trash. But I want you to take a look. We've got some violations that we have shared. Details in the state's reports. And if you want to check it out, just go to clickondetroit.com. Then on Local 4 Plus, tonight at 10 o'clock, we are actually going to follow the trash trail, show you where the trash in Michigan's landfills comes from. So that coverage continues tonight at 10.
It arcs, explodes, and
and blisters steel. It's used to make 50% of all products, and it puts the power to build a skyscraper in a man's hands. By friction or robot, even underwater. These are the tools that the world can't live without. Now, welding on Modern Marvels. Las Vegas, Nevada. Perhaps nowhere else in the world does the old come down as spectacularly. And the new rise up as quickly.
Right now you're in the East Wing, the new Palazzo Hotel. We're on the 38th floor. There we go, laying down.
The Palazzo Hotel will be the central hub of the world's largest resort, hotel, and casino complex. And without the power of welding, it couldn't be built. Armed with high-power welding guns, and with nothing more than a safety harness between them and the ground below. These iron workers will weld a quantity of steel nearly equal to the amount in the Brooklyn Bridge, Statue of Liberty, and Empire State Building combined.
There's just shy of 70,000 tons of construction.
Adrenaline runs high for welders working at such heights. And with so much electricity in use, the dangers are real.
This particular machine runs on 480 three-phase. It's fed with 200 amps. At 480, if you make a mistake, you're not here tomorrow. It's almost instantaneous death.
By definition, welding joins two separate pieces of material through high energy. No other joining method forms a more direct and powerful bond.
All the other methods, whether it's rivets, whether it's bolts, even if it's glues and adhesives, you wind up putting in extra material in order to make the connection. In the case of welding connections, bring the two pieces together, put a weld in between. It's a very efficient way of joining material.
But efficiency is only half the story, because welding creates a bond along a seam or joint that is nearly always stronger than the base metals used to form it.
The tensile strength of the welded material itself is actually greater than the material you're welding. A good weld, the material itself will tear before the weld will tear.
The source of this strength is more than just surface deep, and goes right down to the steel's very atoms. Every atom within a beam possesses electrons that encircle it in what is called an electron cloud. When a welder applies intense heat, the atoms are slammed together so forcefully that they begin to share a single united electron cloud. Now locked as one, these new molecules are more powerful together than separate. For many centuries, the only way to make these welded bonds was with furnace and hammer, a process now known as forge welding.
For forge welding, two pieces of material are put lapped over each other, heated, not to the point of melting, but until they're hot, and then hammered together. Then hammering together the two metals will achieve the same metallic bonds that today we form with an electric arc.
Today, electricity has replaced the brute force of the forger's hammer to construct our world. From the car you drive, to the plane you fly, and everywhere in between. The most common method is known as electric arc welding, which is based on principles first discovered at the turn of the 19th century. Those principles reveal that electric current will jump the gap between two nearby metal conductors to form a completed electrical circuit. This jump, known as an electric arc, generates a spark-like discharge that is both extremely bright and intensely hot.
The arc is estimated to be between 6,000 and 8,000 degrees Fahrenheit. That's the same temperature as the sun. Steel melts in and around 3,000 degrees, so this 6,000 to 8,000 degree arc is more than ample heat to melt the steel that we're joining.
By the 1890s, engineers had harnessed this intense newfound energy to create the first electric arc welds. A work lead or ground was attached to one corner of the metal to be welded. Electric current then flowed from a generator through a long conductive metal stick, known as an electrode. As the stick neared the grounded metal, an electric arc was formed, causing heat to melt the metal. The apparatus was crude, but the basics were sound, and are now reflected in the simplest arc welding form in use today, stick welding.
The basics of the process are you have an electrode holder, you have a cable that runs back to the machine to pick up the welding current, and you place the bare end of the electrode in the holder, and it picks up electrical contact there, conducts current down to the end of the electrode, which is bare. The technique is touching the electrode against the work and then moving it far enough away to establish an arc, but not so far it goes out. And if you leave it too close, it'll stick. If you pull away too far, it'll go out. So the trick is to get your bounce where it's just about right.
When the arc is struck and positioned near the metal pieces, the intense heat causes both the electrode and the metal along the seam to melt together into what is called the puddle. Until it hardens, this molten puddle must be protected, even from the very air that we breathe.
The air we breathe is about 80% nitrogen and about 19% oxygen. It's really good for breathing, but it's not good for liquid metal. And just like we dissolve sugar in hot coffee, these gases dissolve in liquid metal. When the metal solidifies, the gas percolates out, and that makes holes in the weld.
The dangerous result could be a weak, even brittle weld. So to shield the puddle, a chemical coating is applied to the electrode. As it melts under the heat of the arc, this chemical coating dissolves into shielding gases that envelop and protect the weld, keeping it free of air. This is known as shielded metal arc welding. And as the technology evolved, the coating took on even greater significance.
The chemical coating has three functions. Some of the coating forms shielding gases at the heat of the arc to protect the weld from the atmosphere. Some of the chemicals at the heat of that arc form a liquid, slag, which protects the weld as the shielding gases move along. And some of the elements are alloyed into the deposit to make it a high-strength deposit. So three things happen while you're moving this arc along the work.
When the weld is complete and is cooled, the slag is chipped away to reveal the trail of welded metal, known as the bead. Getting the proper length, depth, and form of the puddle along the bead takes years of practice.
There's so many variables when you weld. There's very few times that two things you weld together are the same. Either the metal changes, the thickness of metal, the environment you're in, the conditions the metal is used for. There's just so many things change that you have to know a lot of different things about welding.
Complicating matters are the safety requirements, beginning with the welder's mask. Just as staring into the sun can damage your eyes, so too can an electric arc. Therefore, protection is crucial.
When you first flip it down, it's dark. You can't see anything, but you quickly get comfortable with it. Once you strike the arc, it's like a big flashlight. You can see what you're doing.
Although electric arc welding was first discovered in the 1800s, its acceptance was slow in coming.
Anything new, they fight. It wasn't thoroughly accepted, so it took time to make the transition into the welding process.
No company was more influential in changing the tide than Lincoln Electric Company of Cleveland, Ohio. Today, Lincoln Electric is the largest manufacturer of welding equipment and consumables in the world. That success is rooted in Lincoln's commitment to proving the viability of welding, even in the face of constant doubters. And no industry was initially more skeptical than the biggest one of all, building construction, where rivets were king, well into the 1940s.
Rivets were intuitive. If you think about it, putting in something with a head on either side, that makes sense. Welding had some mystery about it.
But riveting was also extremely difficult work. It required fabricators to hole punch the steel beams. Then a team of workers aligned those holes to their exact counterpart. Rivets were heated in a central oven, then hurled to the proper joint.
He would heat the rivets. And once they got heated, he would throw them to the person who was actually standing at the point waiting for the first rivet. So you had a pitcher, a catcher, with a set of tongs who would slide it into the hole. And then you had a guy bucket, and then you had a riveter, and the riveter would round the hole on the opposite side.
Significantly, rivets limited the design options for architects and building engineers.
A lot of very famous and beautiful work is done with rivets. But basically, you're building a box with the design to the inside of the box. You can only carry so much shear on that connection.
In 1928, Lincoln Electric joined with a local architectural firm to erect the first commercial building wholly constructed from arc-welded steel. In the Upper Carnegie Building, the typical dense network of riveted steel was replaced by a series of continuously welded beams that ran the entire length and height of the building. Not only did welding free up space, but these continuous beams carried even greater loads and stresses than their riveted counterparts.
Connections are always the weak point in a structure. Connecting things together is always a challenge. But welding changed all that. Literally, if you could get the material in the configuration you wanted, there was a way to weld it together.
Today, skyscrapers come in many shapes and sizes, in large part because continuous beams can be fabricated and welded into curves and unique angles. To construct these beams, welders will make 30 to 40 passes on the crucial joints, using Lincoln Electric's latest flux core welding technology. Here, the traditional stick electrode has been replaced by wire on a roll that feeds directly into the welder's gun. The chemical flux that protects the weld from the air is now contained within the wire itself and melts just as before.
There's approximately 90 tons of weld wire will be used and consumed in this project alone. That's somewhere around 180 million inches or 2,800 miles of weld wire. You could stretch a single wire from LA to New York and have leftover.
On the largest beams, which can weigh as much as 900 pounds per linear foot, a team of welders can work on a single weld for hours.
The columns that we're looking at right now are basically supporting the entire east wing of the tower. Originally, these pieces were so long, the capacity of the cranes would not pick them up and set them. So we had to cut them down, make them lighter, so the crane could set them. And the engineers wouldn't allow us to make that a voltage splice. It had to become a welded splice. It's about a 30-hour weld. I believe we had 2 guys working on that simultaneously for 30 hours of welding.
Welding really enabled the architect, the engineer, to dream bigger dreams, make bigger bridges, make taller skyscrapers, and to do so in a reliable and dependable way.
But at the end of the day, those big dreams are only as solid as the iron workers who weld them together.
We're not presidents. We don't get monuments built to us. But when you look across the skyline, iron workers have changed the way that looks.
But electric arcs aren't the only way to make a weld. In fact, others are a real blast. Pennsylvania's Allegheny Mountains, birthplace of American steel. Here in the hillsides that surround historic mill towns, the most powerful welding process of all occurs, more than half a mile underground.
Fire in the hole!
It's called explosion welding. And with a force measured in millions of pounds per square inch, explosion welding does what no other welding method can. Join nearly every kind of metal together, no matter the type or composition.
Explosion welding allows highly dissimilar metals such as aluminum, carbon steel, alloy steel, stainless steels, alloys of copper, all can be welded to one another.
The result? A single welded piece known as clad that combines the best characteristics of each metal involved. Wherever there is high heat, intense pressure, or corrosive liquids and gases, clad is probably there.
Could be a column, it could be a heat exchanger, it could be a horizontal tank. But when you see a chemical complex or an oil refinery, there'll be a lot of clad metal in there.
To create an explosion well, two large pieces of metal are stacked atop one another, then covered with a high-powered explosive. When detonated, the downward force of the explosion welds the two pieces together through a combination of intense force and remarkable physics.
What you can see here, and it's very clear, you have two different materials. Stainless steel is a darker gray, a lighter gray for the carbon steel material. The detonation was initiated at this point, and you can see the deformation from our initiator. That starts the explosion, and the explosion rolls across the entire top surface of the plate, zipping the two together.
No one would have ever thought such a violent process could be controlled and mastered had it not been for the devastation and havoc of World War I, and later, World War II.
The origin of explosion welding was first observed during the First World War, when shrapnel may have stuck to armament. It wasn't just stuck, but it was actually welded.
There was only one possible explanation: the explosive force these metal pieces had endured.
It was an observed phenomenon that was later duplicated in the laboratories and in practice commercially.
Today, Dynamics Materials Corporation is a world leader in explosion welding technology. Here, the decades-old discoveries from the battlefield have been refined into an exacting science. The explosion welding process begins as soon as the two metal plates arrive at DMC's main plant, outside of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. To maximize the welding force of the explosion, the surfaces of each plate are ground as uniformly flat as possible, a process that also removes any rust, oxides, and other surface flaws. They're then ready to be assembled into the pack, which locks the plates into position for the explosion. To build a pack, the stronger and thicker of the two plates is laid face up. From now on, this plate will be identified as the backer. Small metal spacers of equal height are then tacked onto the surface of the backer in a uniform grid. These spacers will maintain a set gap between the backer and the second plate, which is placed on top. This second plate is thinner than the backer and is called the cladder. The standoff gap between the backer and cladder is less than an inch in height. Yet without it, the explosion weld would be impossible. In the final stage of assembling the pack, a folding wooden frame is constructed along the edges of the cladder. When this frame is later unfolded inside the underground explosion chamber, it serves as the bed for the explosive powder that is poured on top.
The three essential variables of an explosion weld are, first, the standoff gap, the spacing between the two metals needs to be very tightly controlled to ensure the highest quality weld. The second two parameters deal with the explosive. One is the velocity of the explosive, the speed at which it burns, and the height of the bed or the quantity of explosive, which is evenly spread on the top plate.
The explosive powder is a proprietary blend of common and unique explosive chemicals. The amount and exact formulation is always matched to the types of metal involved. Once the pack is set, everyone evacuates the chamber except the blaster in charge, who remains to wire the detonator. He will be the last to leave the chamber. After all personnel are accounted for, the blaster connects his initiator switch to the detonator wires and fires the explosion.
Final!
The explosion is detonated from one edge of the cladder and moves across the upper level of the pack at a uniform speed. This explosive front progressively drives the cladder plate downward toward the backer at the slight collision angle caused by the standoff gap. Forward of the collision point, air is forced out of the gap at high velocity. All oxides and impurities are expelled, rendering the plate surfaces metallurgically pure and ideal for a weld. As the backer and cladder collide, the weld is created nearly instantaneously across the entire surface of the plate. Because of the intense dust created by the explosion, workers can't retrieve the newly formed clad from the explosion chamber for more than 18 hours. Not surprisingly, the power of the explosion can cause significant deformation to the newly formed clad. Therefore, upon its return to DMC's central processing facility, the clad undergoes a final series of corrections. These include heating the clad in an oven that causes the metals to soften slightly. This relieves stress from the blunt force of the explosion's impact. Any bowing or misshapen curves are flattened out by either a 3 million pound press, or for thinner clad, by a series of rollers, known as levelers. Finally, before the material is shipped, stringent testing is conducted to ensure a solid weld between the two plates.
There's a lot of testing because generally these metals will go into a very high pressure vessel. The stakes are extremely high if there's a failure. So the owners of big plants and chemical manufacturing and oil refineries are extremely concerned that their materials are what they ordered and specified. There's really no room for error.
Once the material has been proven to meet exacting specs, it's ready to be shipped to the customer. But explosion welding isn't the only adventurous business, and they look downright tame compared to welding 325 feet below the ocean's surface. It's a rule that defines common sense. Don't mix water with electricity. It can kill you. But there is a rare breed of experts who dare to swim against convention and perform a job that most consider downright crazy. Underwater diver welders thrive on the dangers of the deep, where visibility can be zero and deadly hazards the norm. Why? To perform the perfect weld.
You're underwater and playing with electricity. It doesn't seem like a good combination, but it works quite well.
Over the last 30 years, the ocean depths have become vast job sites for the energy and communication industries.
This encompasses everything from pipelines to platforms to subsea wells to inspection, repair, and maintenance. We're working in water depths up to 10,000 feet.
Global Industries is a leader in offshore construction, engineering, and support for the oil and gas industries around the world. And to meet this constant demand, Global Industries requires their welding teams to undergo years of specialized training for all types of offshore environments.
We're here at our Research and Development Training Center here in New Iberia, Louisiana. We're dressing out our diver now, getting ready to get into the tank and do some training, do some welding.
There are two basic forms of underwater welding: wet welding and dry welding. Wet welds are the most common and can be shielded metal arc or stick welds made by a fully submerged diver welder in a wetsuit. The electrode is waterproof and inserted into an electrically charged rubber-encased stinger. Once struck, the electric arc burns just as if it were on dry land, since water is equally conductive. Likewise, the electrode's unique waterproof coating shields the weld from water contamination. But in case you're wondering, his rubber gloves are the only things that stand between the diver welder and electric shock.
If you have a hole in that glove, then you grab a hold of that live stinger, and that will give you a real good one, and you'll taste your fillings in your mouth.
Fortunately, the odds of a fatal shock are slim, because the welding equipment operates on DC current, which is far less dangerous than the ordinary AC current found in a typical home.
Calm, shake.
To get the diver welder fully suited, Two other diver welders act as his tenders, checking and testing every piece of equipment, including the helmet. Not only does the helmet provide air for the diver welder to breathe, it also serves as a full welding mask, protecting his eyes from the intense arc light.
Right here we have the lens plate, the face lens that a diver will flip down when he's ready to start welding. He'll flip it up when he's finished welding and take a look and see what he's doing.
After the diver welder is suited up, he carefully enters the water and makes his way to the bottom of the tank. From the moment he puts on his helmet, the diver welder is in constant communication with the control room via audio links and a video feed.
Check 1, 2, 3. How you got me, John? All right, so that's the weld.
The trainee must not only learn to strike and maintain an arc, but he must also be able to connect and reset all of his equipment, including the electrode. Once in the water, the electrode is inserted into the stinger, which is termed cold, because the control room has not yet turned on the electricity. When the diver is ready to weld, he requests that the current be turned on.
Roger, making it hot.
Like every surface welder, the diver welder must be a master of concentration and stability.
You're going to have a lot of things that can interfere with what you're doing when you're welding. Just the surge of the ocean can push you around. Some divers like to actually put their hands up, hold the rod itself, because it gives you a lot of feel on it. If you just have the rod in your back, way back here from where you're working, you don't have the feel that you need.
Even fish can become distracting and potentially dangerous obstacles.
Barracuda like to watch. It's a giant fish. It looks like a torpedo. Nasty teeth that stick out everywhere. And they like just to kind of hover over your shoulder to see what you're doing all the time. And it's kind of like, but they're just doing their own thing.
But sometimes a job requires a diver welder to go to extreme depths and stay in that environment for days, even weeks. This is called saturation diving and requires serious courage. It may also require the highly sophisticated technologies of dry underwater welding.
The difference between wet and dry underwater welding, the dry underwater weld will require a habitat. A habitat is lowered down and put in place on the member or on the pipeline that's going to be repaired. Once it's installed, they seal it, and then they actually put the air down to it and pump all the water out of it. This allows that piece to be basically dry now. And so the divers can go down, and they'll actually climb up inside the habitat, remove their helmets, and actually be able to go to work and weld that particular item in the dry.
Dry underwater diver welders work in pairs and in 6 to 8 hour shifts. When done, they return to the surface in a diving bell, then enter a second habitat maintained aboard ship. Within these on-ship habitats, they will eat, sleep, and relax before returning to the ocean floor. Both the diving bell and on-ship habitat maintain the same pressure, as if the divers were still 1,000 feet underwater. This is the only efficient and practical way for their bodies to remain adjusted to such extreme pressures. Otherwise, the diver welders may experience the bends and other physical perils, even death. To prepare diver welders for these conditions, Global Industries has built an unparalleled underwater simulator.
This facility that you see behind me right here, it's really the only one of its kind in the United States. We call this the dry pod. We can carry out dry welding scenarios down to 1,000 feet.
A hyperbaric chamber simulates the high pressures the human body must endure when working at great ocean depths. Akin to being an astronaut, a trainee will spend more than a week living in this simulated environment, and conditions are tight.
It's very, very cramped inside there. There's a place for everything to go. and you have to be sure that you put everything in its place before you go and start doing things, because there are a lot of things that can bite you in there.
Unlike the wet welder, the dry welder can perform more than stick welds in his cramped habitat.
I'm standing right in front of the entrance to the dry pot hatch. Royce is doing gas tungsten arc welding. It's also known as TIG welding, which is an old word for tungsten inert gas.
Once his training is finished, the trainee enters this decompression chamber to slowly acclimate his body back to the normal atmosphere. But while even these adrenaline junkies need to rest once in a while, some welders never take a break. Of course, they're robots. Welding, the heart and soul of making a car. And for major automobile manufacturers like General Motors, no process is more vital or more automated.
When I first started with General Motors, there weren't any robots in the body shop I worked in. 2 years later, there were 40 of them. In the body shop we're standing in now, there's approximately 1,200 robots. Over a third of them, 480 some, are welding robots.
Here at GM's Lake Orion assembly plant, more than 16,000 cars roll off the lines every month. By the time each car is fully assembled, it will contain thousands of welds.
On this structure as it sits right here, it's approximately 3,800 welds. Once the outer structure goes down, there'll be approximately 1,200 more welds added to it for approximately 5,000 welds overall on the vehicle.
Nearly all those welds are completed by robotic welding systems, which load, position, and weld more than 240 component parts.
Most of the robots that are used for welding are actually used for spot welding. And probably 60% of the welding robots that are out there are actually spot welding robots.
Unlike arc welding, spot welding does not create a bead, nor is it designed for heavy steel items like beams. Instead, spot welds bond thin metal sheets, as in car doors or hoods. Energy is focused to a single spot, where two electrodes make direct contact with the metal sheets to be joined. The electrodes are made of copper because it has low electrical resistance and high thermal conductivity. This means it can deliver some serious juice.
This particular unit is a pneumatic operated spot welding system. It's got a 75 kVA transformer back here. The electrodes up here are all water cooled. This particular setup here probably runs about 10 to 12,000 amps through these electrodes right here. It's not uncommon to see 40, 50,000 amps run through the electrodes.
Given that most houses run on less than 200 amps, that's a lot of power. But it's not the only factor in a reliable spot weld. You need pressure. When the two electrodes come together, they pinch the two metal sheets at the spot and cause a small indentation in both. Electric current then begins to pass from one electrode to the other through this spot in the sheet metal. As it does so, the current that flowed so smoothly through the copper now encounters resistance in the less conductive metal pieces. This resistance results in heat, and the metal begins to melt, causing a molten nugget to form. When the molten nugget cools and coalesces, it locks the two metal sheets together. The electrodes then release the pinch point and move on. A robot can make a series of spot welds in a relatively short period of time. For a man, it's a heavier task.
A typical spot welding gun might weigh anywhere from 100 pounds to 200 pounds. That's a lot of physical labor to move a spot welding gun. And so a robot that's designed to handle that kind of weight is an ideal setup, because the robot can just handle the spot welding gun and consistently put it in the same place every time.
Factor in the sheer number of spot welds required to assemble a car, and robots make an incredibly practical solution for car manufacturers. And advances in recent technology allow robots to reach further, work closer together, and execute a greater variety of welds than ever before.
The robot can pretty much weld the same speed as a man. Where the payoff is the robot is always welding. A man has to weld and then lift his hood up and adjust the part and put the hood back down and re-weld again. Where the robot's just going to weld. It might have a 85% arc time compared to a manual of 20%.
It took a man about 3 hours to make this particular product. Now that the robot's welding it, it takes essentially about a half an hour to weld the entire part.
But today, robots aren't just spot welders. Here at RobotWorks, a leader in robot system integration, robots execute nearly every form of welding, and often in surprising ways.
This system has a capability of running at about 30 to 40 inches per minute of weld. This system is unique in that there's two technologies that are actually integrated into it. One called touch sensing, another called seam tracking. What touch sensing allows the robot to do is actually find the seam. It would come down, sense that it has touched the part in one specific spot, record that data, save that positional data. It would then come up, sense the next spot doing the same process. And at that point in time, the robot would know from the trigonometry where that seam starts. There's another technology called seam tracking. What that allows you to do is once the robot has found the seam, it actually allows the robot to stay within the seam throughout the course of the weldment.
But even as robots become more sophisticated and commonplace, they will still require HMI, human machine interface. After all, someone still needs to program them, and he or she better know welding.
For the programmer, we always suggest take a guy that's a good welder, because he's going to know, like if he hears an arc and it's not right, he'll know that it might be because of the shielding gas or the stick out the robot's using, because he knows welding. But a guy that doesn't know welding might think it's because of the robot controller or something to do with the robot. Somebody that understands the process is the best kind of a robot operator programmer.
Think robots are innovative? Well, you haven't seen, or should we say, you haven't heard anything yet. Say welding, and you immediately think iron, steel, metal on metal. But today you can weld just about anything, including plastic. Plastic toys, plastic packaging, and lots of household items are welded together by a process known as friction welding. Friction welding comes in many forms, yet all work essentially the same. They generate heat through mechanical action, like the high-speed rubbing of two sticks together. With plastics, the best friction welds are made through the power of sound. It's called ultrasonics. Ultrasonics utilizes the high-intensity acoustic energy that occurs in frequencies beyond human hearing. The sound waves cause the plastic pieces to literally vibrate against one another at high intensities. At that interface, heat is generated, and the two pieces fuse together. It happens so fast that the naked eye can't see it.
People don't realize the amount of power that is available in sound waves if the sound waves are focused properly. And these materials are vibrating, in many cases, 20,000 times per second, 40,000 times per second. That frictional heat is so intense that the plastic welds within a fraction of a second.
In 1964, Robert Soloff received the first ever patent for ultrasonic plastic welding. Today, his company, Sonics and Materials, builds the technology that welds everything from toothpaste tubes to coffee makers to simple toys. At their headquarters in Newtown, Connecticut, ultrasonic welding machines are manufactured to precise specifications, or else the welds wouldn't be perfect. There are four main parts in an ultrasonic welder: a power supply, and 3 components known as the ultrasonic stack.
This is the ultrasonic stack for the ultrasonic welding press, which is comprised of the ultrasonic converter, the booster, and the ultrasonic horn.
The power supply takes standard 60 hertz power and pumps it up to 20,000 hertz of acoustic energy. This acoustic energy causes coin-sized ceramic discs within the converter to physically expand and contract, creating 20,000 mechanical vibrations per second. These vibrations are then focused to the plastic parts, first through the booster, then through the horn, which delivers the vibrations directly onto the plastic parts to be welded. Although sparks don't fly during ultrasonic welding, it still gets the job done.
This happens to be a 2-piece whistle. So we take the 2 pieces of plastic, we put them in a lower fixture. The fixture is made to the application, to the piece of plastic. And then we have a very basic flat-faced ultrasonic horn because the part is flat. There's no contours to the part. So that quickly, we just welded the 2 pieces of plastic together in 0.24 seconds. What I'm going to do is take a screwdriver and break the plastic apart at the weld area. And in turn, this will show the molten white plastic where it bonded to the red plastic.
And thank Ultrasonics for the hermetic seal on clear plastic packaging. You know, the plastic you can never quite get open.
We have these PVC clamshells. They're tamper-proof clamshells so that the product can't be easily removed from it or put in a pocket. Ultrasonics is commonly used to seal these clamshells. And now we have ultrasonically welded the edge of the clamshell.
While ultrasonics occurs in the wink of an eye, another form of friction welding will keep your head spinning.
Spin welding is rotary friction under pressure, which generates heat in the joint area to melt the plastic and fuse the parts together.
A typical insulated coffee mug is spin welded from 2 parts. A suction device grabs hold of the inner shell and rotates as it descends into the outer shell. The collision of the stationary and rotating pieces generates heat, causing the plastics to soften. When a braking system stops the rotation, the softened plastic seams of the 2 shells fuse as they cool. The result? A perfect hermetic seal. So from ordinary household items to structures of extraordinary heights and depths, welding plays a crucial role in everyday life by simply joining the world together.
Around the year 1200 AD, the medieval Arab traveller and scholar Abd al-Latif al-Baghdadi departed from his hometown of Baghdad and set out on a journey of exploration. As a young man, al-Baghdadi had studied law, medicine, and philosophy, and was inspired by the works of classical philosophers, in particular Aristotle. At the turn of the 13th century, al-Baghdadi embarked on a series of journeys that would take him to many of the great cities in the region. He traveled to Mosul, to Jerusalem, Damascus, and Aleppo, and eventually, around the year 1204, his journey took him across the Sinai Desert to the banks of the Nile. On his travels, al-Baghdadi wrote a book that was part travel account and part philosophy, entitled The Book of Edification and Admonition. In it, he recalls the remarkable impression that Egypt made on him.
إن أنت مصر من البلاد العجيبة الآثار الغريبة الأخبار. يكتنفه جبلان.
Egypt is a land of wondrous monuments and strange stories. It consists of a valley enclosed by two ranges of hills, one to the east and one to the west. The Nile runs between them until it reaches Lower Egypt, where it divides into branches, all of which flow out into the sea. The Nile is unusual for its length. We know of no other river in the inhabited world that covers a greater distance.
وهذا النيل له خاصة الأولى بعد مرمى، فنحن لا نعلم في المعمورة نهرا أبعد مسافة منه.
As al-Baghdadi traveled around Egypt, he was struck by the incredible variety of ancient remains he saw, great temples of stone and tomb complexes crumbling beside the waters of the Nile. But none of these compared to the most fabled of all Egypt's monuments, which rose over the horizon not far from the city of Memphis, at a place called Giza.
أما ما يوجد بمصر من الآثار القديمة فشيء لم أر ولم أسمع بمثله.
The ancient monuments in Egypt are such as I have never seen nor heard tell of in other lands. First among them are the pyramids. They are very numerous. All are situated on the Giza side of the Nile and extend in the direction of Memphis, spread out along a distance of about 2 days' journey. Some are big, others small. Some are of clay and mud brick, but most are of stone. Some are stepped, but most of them taper smoothly.
And of all these pyramids, 3 stood out for their seemingly impossible immensity.
Turning to the pyramids that everyone talks about, points at, and characterizes in terms of their sheer size, there are 3, laid out in a straight line at Giza. 2 of them are particularly enormous, and it is with these 2 that the poets have been infatuated. The spectacle is so awe-inspiring that your sight will falter as you try to take it all in.
Al-Baghdadi wrote accounts of the local people who lived close to these vast remains. He described some who climbed to the tops of these structures, and others who quarried them for their fine-cut stone. Others still became obsessed with exploring the hidden tunnels and chambers that branched out beneath the pyramids.
In one of the great pyramids, there is an opening that allows people to gain entry. It leads them into narrow corridors, labyrinthine passageways, well shafts, pitfalls, and other such features as appear in the accounts of those who venture inside and explore the innermost parts. Many people, obsessed by the pyramid and filled with fanciful ideas about it, are inspired to penetrate its depths. But they always end up at some place beyond which they cannot go. They spoke of how the pyramid was full of bats, and how these bats grow to the size of pigeons. There are inscriptions on the stone, written in the ancient characters that no one understands. In the entire land of Egypt, I have never found a single person who so much as claimed to have heard of anyone who knew how to read them.
He even seems to have visited the Sphinx nearby, which was then buried up to its neck in the sand.
Also, by the 3 pyramids, at a distance from them, but rather more than a bow shot, the likeness of a most enormous head and neck protrudes from the ground. The people call it Old Father Dread, and assert that its body is buried in the ground. The face is handsomely, indeed admirably portrayed, with a touch of elegance and beauty about the features, as if a smile were playing across them.
Above all, al-Baghdadi was impressed by the mastery of engineering it must have required to build such constructions, and to have them survive for such a stretch of time.
The construction of the pyramids was carried out according to a methodology remarkable in respect both to design and to precision of execution. This is what has enabled pyramids to endure time's passing eras. Or rather, it is meant that time itself has had to endure the era of the pyramids. Noble intellects gave the pyramids their all. Pure minds exhausted their every effort for their sake. Enlightened souls outpoured their loftiest capabilities on their design to stand as exemplars that are the pinnacle of the possible. Because of this, they all but speak aloud of their builders, telling us what sort of folk they were, giving voice to their intellects, relating the stories of their lives and times.
When al-Baghdadi visited Giza around the year 1200, the Great Pyramid was the tallest man-made structure in the world and had been for more than 3,700 years. All that time, it had testified to the greatness of the civilization that had grown up on the banks of the Nile, a civilization that had passed through countless periods of flourishing and decay, and then finally disappeared beneath the sands of the desert. My name's Paul Cooper, and you're listening to the Fall of Civilizations podcast. Each episode, I look at a civilization of the past that rose to glory and then collapsed into the ashes of history. I want to ask, what did they have in common? What led to their fall? And what did it feel like to be a person alive at the time who witnessed the end of their world? In this episode, I want to tell the story of one of the most iconic puppies ever produced by humankind, the civilization of Egypt and the Nile Valley. I want to show how this series of related societies grew up in the floodplain of their great river and built some of the most enduring and recognizable structures in the world. I want to tell the story of how they rose, how they endured, and how they finally faded from history altogether.
Hey, puppies. Come on. Hi.
The story of Egypt is one of the greatest and longest epics in all of history. Many empires would consider themselves lucky to last through the reigns of 31 kings, but ancient Egypt would see the reign of 31 dynasties of kings, lasting for more than 3,000 years. In the time since, historians have long struggled with this panoply of rulers and eras, and have tried to wrestle the history of Egypt into neat categories. They typically split its history into three sets of dynasties, commonly known as the Old Kingdom, the Middle Kingdom, and the New Kingdom. Between these are a number of intermediate periods, when the central power of its kings failed and the land divided. Throughout this history, Egypt's empire would ebb and flow, just like the great river that gave it life. That river was the greatest watercourse of the entire Afro-Eurasian landmass, the River Nile. The Nile finds its source in Lake Victoria, the largest lake in Africa. It's a body of water about the size of Georgia, or nearly the size of Ireland. The gigantic Lake Victoria drains into the river known as the White Nile, which is joined by the so-called Blue Nile further downstream at Khartoum, the capital of Sudan. From there, it flows for a further 2,000 kilometers across the Nubian and Egyptian deserts to Cairo, where it branches out into a wide delta and empties into the Mediterranean Sea. Next to the Amazon River, the Nile is either the longest or second longest river on Earth. It runs for 6,800 kilometers, or around a sixth of the way around the Earth, and its drainage basin covers a tenth of the entire landmass of Africa. Egypt itself has an extremely arid climate, and its inland territories experience virtually no rainfall. If geography had been only a little different, and Lake Victoria had not begun to drain westward, we can only imagine how differently history might have gone. For at least the last 5,000 years, every blade of grass and every tree in the Nile Valley, every animal and every person ever lived, every priest and every king owes their existence solely to this river. Human presence in Egypt is among the oldest in the world. After evolving in the region of East Africa, modern humans migrated primarily along this corridor, and from there spread to the rest of the world. The Nile is, in a sense, a highway down which all of humanity has once passed. As one of our first stops along our great journey, Egypt is home to human remains of astonishing antiquity. Stone tools worked by archaic humans have been discovered in Nile deposits dating to as early as 600,000 years ago, and modern Homo sapiens followed in the last 100,000 years or so. These migrations likely happened during one of the many African humid periods that have occurred over the last millions of years. These are times when shifts in the planet's climate caused rains to fall on the Sahara Desert. During these periods, the desert bloomed into a verdant grassland, home to animals and people. And when the period ended, the grasses would die, the animals would leave, and the sands would return. It's thought that this cycle has occurred more than 200 times since the desert first formed 8 million years ago. The earliest peoples in this region lived by hunting and fishing, and left behind stone tools and a multitude of rock paintings. From about the year 13,000 BC, in one of the Sahara's driest periods of history, the civilian culture began gathering wild wheat and barley, and from there developed their own domesticated strains. From 9000 BC, people began to weave thread from wool, and another humid period began. One enigmatic stone circle at the desert site of Nabta Playa dates to around 7500 BC, when the Sahara was a range of rolling grassland once more. This stone monument may have been used to mark the movements of stars at different times of the year, so that people could keep track of cycles like the harvest and the migration of animals for hunting. Nabta Playa has been called Egypt's Stonehenge, but this doesn't quite do it justice, since it was built at least 5,000 years before the first stones of Stonehenge were ever laid. When the last ice age ended and the Sahara once more dried up, any peoples who had been living and herding in its grasslands would have been driven out of their ancestral homes. They would have wandered across the newly formed desert until they reached the only stretch of green in the midst of all that sand. That was the banks of the Nile, and here they would make their home. These peoples would build a collection of scattered settlements reaching up and down the river. But slowly, as more and more people were driven to the riverbank to survive, these began to coalesce into larger towns, cities, and finally, kingdoms. The ancient Egyptians referred to the whole region by the name the two lands, referring to the long Nile Valley in the south and the delta that spread out in the north, close to the sea. These were the two lands that today we call Upper and Lower Egypt. Surprisingly for a modern person who orients their maps facing north, the Egyptians thought of their world in the opposite direction. As a consequence, their word for east was the same as their word for left, and west the same as right. In the Egyptian mind, they were always facing upstream, waiting for the annual floods to arrive. If you find this confusing as we continue, just remember that southern Upper Egypt is the region upstream, and northern Lower Egypt is downstream. For many people at this time, the lands along the riverbank would have constituted their entire world. The Egyptians referred to the river's floodplain as Kemet, or the Black Land, due to the rich dark soil left behind by its life-giving floods. This land was the realm of the noble god Horus, who held the head of a falcon, the god of life, protection, and healing. If you walked just an hour in either direction, you would soon reach what they called Deshret, or the Red Land. This was the inhospitable desert, stretching out on all sides, roasting hot, largely devoid of water and shade, and inhospitable to most life. These deserts were presided over by the god Set, the god of chaos and violence. The Nile itself they knew simply by the name Iteru, or the river, since in their world there was no other. The Egyptian world began in Upper Egypt, far up the reaches of the Nile, at a place now known as Aswan. Here a belt of hard granite crosses the landscape and forces the river waters into shallow whitewater rapids, running over boulders and through rocky channels called cataracts. This word comes from the Greek word kataraktos, or rushing down. Today, the waters of these cataracts have been tamed by the construction of the Aswan Dam, but in ancient times they could be a rushing torrent. Each year, when the floodwaters passed through this rocky stretch of the river, they made such a thundering sound that the earth itself could shake. And this led the ancient Egyptians to believe that the waters were coming up from beneath the earth, bursting out of vast subterranean seas. At Aswan, they built a temple on an island in the middle of those rushing waters, and here worshipped that primeval force. The fast-flowing waters at Aswan made it a natural barrier to ships and prevented any further exploration upriver. For this reason, for much of its early history, this was where ancient Egyptian influence ended, the final extent of their power and border of their empire. Beyond Aswan was the southern land of Nubia, and for this reason, Egyptians would also refer to it as the narrow gateway to the south. The temple island in the Aswan Cataracts was known to the Egyptians as Abu, the Egyptian word for elephant, since it was a hub for the ivory trade with these southern lands. The Greeks would follow this example and named the place Elephantine. From here, trade caravans would pass overland south to the Darfur region of Sudan, bringing gold, ivory, and other goods. But north of Aswan, everything was considered to be Egypt, as Herodotus records.
All the land watered by the Nile in its course was Egypt, and all who lived lower down than the city Elephantine and drank the river's water were Egyptians. Such was the oracle given to them.
Luckily for the Egyptians, the Nile flows from the south to the north, while the prevailing winds blow in the other direction. meaning that you could use the winds to sail against the current as far as Aswan without too much effort. But the return journey would be even easier, allowing the river waters to simply carry you along. A ship heading downstream to the north from Aswan would see for some time only rocky desert, and the river bordered by cliffs of hard Nubian sandstone. This is not a land well suited to agriculture, but in ancient times these valleys were sources of natural resources, like gemstones, copper and gold. Further north, the red cliffs fall away, and the floodplain around the river gets wider. Here, the landscape would have blushed green, and a larger population would be supported. It was in this region that the desert city of Thebes would grow up, which the Egyptians called Wasset. This would one day become the most powerful city in Upper Egypt, the capital of the desert region. The living part of an Egyptian city, its houses and markets and workshops, tended to be built on the eastern bank of the river, where the sun rises, while the western bank, where the sun set, was used only for burials and tombs. Sailing further north, you would reach the area we call Middle Egypt, and the floodplain gets wider still. This region would have been full of wildlife and vegetation. Some ways the waters divert and fill a large oasis known as Fayoum, which sprouts like a broad leaf from the stem of the Nile.
All right, baby.
In ancient times, this lake was home to large populations of Nile crocodiles, so that the settlement on the shore would be known by the Greeks as Crocodilopolis, or Crocodile City. Here, Egyptians apparently even tamed crocodiles in their temples, as Herodotus recounts.
Now, for some of the Egyptians, the crocodiles are sacred animals. Those who dwelt about Thebes and about the lake of Moiris hold them to be most sacred, and each of these two peoples keep one crocodile collected, which has been trained to king. And they put hanging ornaments of stone and of gold into the ears of these, and anchors round the front feet. And they give them food appointed, and victims of sacrifices, and treat them as useful.
In other places, crocodiles were hunted for food, using ingenious but risky methods.
A man puts the back of a pig upon a hook, as they, and lets it go into the middle of the river, while he himself upon the bank of the river has a young live pig which he beats. And the crocodile, hearing its cries, makes for the direction of the sound. And when he is drawn out to land, first of all, the hunter plasters up his eyes with mud, and having done so, he very easily gets the mastery of him. But if he does not do so, he has much trouble.
Also living in the river were the animals that the Greeks would call river horses, or hippopotamus, our hippopotamus.
The river horse is sacred in districts of Makrem, but for the other Egyptians it is not sacred, and this is the appearance which he presents. He is four-footed, clothed from hoof like an ox, flat-nosed, with a mane like a horse, and showing teeth like tusks, with a tail and voice like a horse, in size as large as the largest ox, and his hide is so exceedingly thick that when it has been dried, shafts of javelins are made of it.
The most strategically important location was what the Egyptians called the balance of the two lands. This was the place where the river split into its delta. As the crossroads between Upper and Lower Egypt, this was always the natural place for the capital when the empire was united. This location would give rise to the city of Memphis, and in turn to modern Cairo. And it is here that the Egyptians would build their most famous and lasting monument. Each year, the monsoon rains falling in the highlands of Ethiopia and Central Africa would swell the river, and the annual flood would arrive. This happened with such regularity around the middle of August that the Egyptians timed it using the rising of the star Sirius. In the 5th century BC, Herodotus wrote the following description of these floods.
When the Nile is in flood, it overflows in places as far as 2 days' journey from either bank. The Nile comes with a rising flood for 100 days from the summer solstice, and when this tale of days is complete, it sinks again with a diminishing stream, so that the river is low for the whole winter, till the summer solstice again.
The Egyptian year was divided into 3 seasons: the flood season of Achet, the growing season of Peret, and the harvest season of Shemut. Once the floodwaters receded in early autumn, the land was refreshed and fertilized with rich Nile mud, and new crops could be grown. In this black mud, farmers grew emmer wheat, barley, beans, and lentils throughout the cooler winter season, and when summer came again, the grain was ready to be harvested. Egyptian life was held in this delicate balance. Each year, if the river flooded too little or too much, the results could be devastating, as one ancient Egyptian hymn to the Nile makes clear.
فرعون مني صار جرف فضر شريف كلمني شبه رمت كنت خسفك.
If he is greedy, the whole land suffers. Great and small fall mermaids. People are changed at his coming. When he rises, then the land is in joy. Then every belly is glad. Every jaw has held laughter.
Since their lives depended so greatly on these floods, the Egyptians developed ingenious systems for measuring them. At the cataracts of Aswan, they built a series of devices known as Nileometers. These often take the form of towers with deep wells inside that allow the river to flow in, with measurements inscribed on their walls in Egyptian cubits. Each year, ancient people would anxiously check these Nileometers to see how high the water was rising that year, and whether it would be a time of famine, a time of plenty, or a time when they would need to hastily build some flood defenses. During the period known as the pre-dynastic era, the 2 halves of Egypt were divided, and this division was cultural as well as political. The desert people of southern Upper Egypt worshipped their own god, Nepheg, who was commonly depicted as the griffin vulture, a powerful and majestic bird. These people were likely darker skinned and had more of a cultural and linguistic connection with the southern lands of Nubia and sub-Saharan Africa, their rulers sometimes even intermarrying with the royalty of southern kingdoms. Meanwhile, the people of northern Lower Egypt paid deference to the god Wajet, usually shown as an Egyptian cobra. They had more genetic influence from North Africa and the Mediterranean, and may have been somewhat lighter skinned. The kings of southern Upper Egypt ruled while wearing a white bulbous crown, while the kings of the north wore a red crown with a spiraling representation of a cobra emanating from it. The kingdoms that ruled over these regions were always fluid, but the geographical distinction between Upper and Lower Egypt always held sway. But around the year 3000 BC, or more than 5,000 years ago, all that began to change. That was because of a king of a kingdom called Thinis. His name was Narmer. figure of Narmer is wreathed in mystery, and what little we know about him has been pieced together from fragments of inscriptions and a few significant artifacts. Narmer was born under the personal name Mened, but chose Narmer as his Horus name, or king name, when he came to the throne of Thinet. And this name perhaps gives us some sense of his personality. That's because Narmer means something like fighting catfish. The Nile catfish that the king clearly admired is a remarkable species. It's a predatory fish. A nocturnal hunter can grow up to 1.2 meters long, or about the size of a dolphin, and uses a form of naturally generated electricity as a weapon. Using a unique organ in its body, it can generate an electric shock of up to 350 volts, which stuns its prey. In the largest catfish, this shock can be enough to stun an adult human, and the Egyptians were fascinated by this unique property. They depicted these shock and awe predators on painted wall murals, and even experimented with using the weak electric charges of young specimens as a treatment for arthritis. We might imagine that this king Narmer wanted to emulate some of the characteristics of these surprise hunters, but whether it was their patience lying in wait for their enemies, the tenacity of their surprise attacks, or the shock and awe with which they stunned their prey, we may never know. Virtually the only source we have for this period is a carving known as the Narmer palette, which contains only a handful of cryptic clues. One side of this carved artifact shows King Narmer standing over a defeated enemy, gripping him by the hair in one hand and raising a mace in the other. It's a clear sign of domination. Here, Narmer is shown wearing the white, bulbous crown of his native Upper Egypt, suggesting that he bludgeoned his rivals there into submission. On the other side, the carving shows the king leading an army, while ranks of his defeated enemies lie before him. Below this, an image of a bull is shown tearing down the walls of a fortress with its horns. On this side of the carving, Narmer is wearing the red crown of Lower Egypt. From this, we might assume that he set out on a campaign of conquest and successfully brought the two lands of Egypt together. Two mythical animals carved on one side of the Narmer palette stand with their long necks intertwined, perhaps representing the coming together of the two sides of Egypt, their lives and their fates now inextricably bound. This was a union that would see the newly united Egypt grow to become one of the most influential societies in early human history. At first, Egyptian culture was heavily influenced by the slightly older civilizations of Mesopotamia, like the Sumerian. Egyptian palaces were often built to a Sumerian design, and they used Sumerian motifs in their art too. But by at least the year 3000 BC, Egypt had matured its own indigenous artistic culture and its own system of writing. The Greeks would later refer to these by a word which means sacred carving, or hieroglyph. The Egyptian hieroglyphs are a mixed writing system that uses a variety of phonetic symbols, as well as a collection of symbols that represent whole words. For example, an image of a man holding up his hand to his mouth could be used to represent the common word eat, but other symbols that represented groups of consonants could be used to spell out other less common words, names, or places. Hieroglyphs emerged a little after the invention of cuneiform in Mesopotamia, and it's possible they were inspired by this older writing system. In Mesopotamia, we can see the gradual evolution of the cuneiform writing system from its earliest symbolic roots. But in Egypt, the earliest discovered example of hieroglyphs show the symbols springing into existence already fully formed in a complex system. And this suggests that they may have been developed all at once as a conscious effort, and were perhaps even devised by a single person. The Egyptian hieroglyph for ruler was the shepherd's crook, since the king was considered to be a kind of shepherd to his people. Egyptian kings would even symbolize their royalty by holding a gilded, curved crook, modeled after those used by shepherds. And these kings have come to be known as pharaohs. The word pharaoh derives from the Egyptian word per-aa, meaning great house, and it has stuck in the popular imagination as the name used for any Egyptian ruler, partly due to its use in the Bible. But there is actually no evidence that it was used to refer to Egypt's rulers until nearly 2,000 years after Narmer's lifetime. Up until that time, throughout the first 18 dynasties of Egypt's history, its rulers were simply referred to as king or Neswet, and by epithets such as His Majesty. Still, the term pharaoh has gained such currency in popular usage that it's still used to refer to all the rulers of Egypt across the ages. The pharaoh in ancient Egypt was considered the living embodiment of the falcon god Horus and the son of the sun god Ra. One later hymn praises the figure of the king.
Pharaoh is the Lord of wisdom, whose mother knows not his name. Pharaoh's glory is in the sky, his might is in the horizon. Pharaoh is the bull of the sky, who shatters all at will, who lives on the being of every god.
Perhaps most famously of all, the Egyptians were compelled by their religious beliefs to embalm the bodies of the dead, ritually cleansing them in preparation for the afterlife. The Greek Herodotus, who travelled widely in Egypt, wrote about the specialist embalmers who would prepare bodies in this way in exchange for a fee.
They, whenever a corpse is conveyed to them, show to those who brought it wooden models of corpses made like reality by painting, and demonstrate on these the best of the ways of embalming. The second, which they show, is less good and also less expensive, and the third is the least expensive of all. Having told them about this, they inquire in which way they desire the corpse of their friend to be prepared.
With the price negotiated, the embalmer could begin their work, the grisly process of which Herodotus also described.
First, with the crooked iron tool, they draw out the brain through the nostrils, extracting it partly thus and partly by pouring in drugs. And after this, with a sharp stone of Ethiopia, they make a cut along the side and take out the whole contents of the belly. And when they have cleared out the cavity and cleansed it with palm wine, they cleanse it again with spices pounded up. Then they fill the belly with pure myrrh and with cassia and other spices, and sew it together again. Having done so, they keep covered up in natron for 70 days. And then they wash the corpse and roll its whole body up in fine linen cut into bags, smearing those beneath with gum, which the Egyptians use generally instead of glue.
Mummification was expensive, and only those with wealth could afford it. Rich merchants, royal officials, and of course, the pharaoh himself. One inscription on the walls of a tomb for the pharaoh Unas gives a sense of the kinds of prayers and blessings that might have been spoken while these rituals took place. This one to the sun god Amun-Ra and the moon god Thoth.
Sun and Thoth, take Unas with you. that he may eat of what you eat of, that he may drink of what you drink of, that he may sit where you sit, that he may sail in what you sail in. The booth of Unas is plaited of reeds, the flood of Unas is in the marsh of offerings, his feast is among you gods. The water of Unas is wine, like the sun. Unas will circumnavigate the sky like the sun. Unas shall course the sky.
Upon coming to the throne of the newly united Egypt, King Narmer built a new capital, perfectly placed at the balance of the two lands, where the river met the delta. This city would become known as Inebu Head, or the City of White Walls, but today we know it as Memphis. The kings who followed Narmer would rule from this new capital, but they spent much of their time travelling between palaces, and when they died, their bodies were still taken back to Narmer's home region of Thinis in Upper Egypt to be mummified and buried in the city's ancestral burial ground at Abydos. That was until the reign of a king named pt4. He ruled from about 2900 BC and started what has been called the Second Dynasty of Egypt. And he took the decision to start a new burial ground near Memphis, so that Egypt's pharaohs could be buried close to their new capital. For the site of this new burial ground, he chose a place on the western bank of the river, the side where the sun sets, at a vast open place called Saqqara. Saqqara is situated on a raised plateau that the floodwaters of the Nile do not reach. Visually, it would have been striking to ancient people as the place where the green riverlands end and the dead sand of the desert abruptly begins. For this reason, it may have been considered a crossing place between death and life, the perfect place for a necropolis or a city of the dead. For kings who wanted their tombs to be remembered, it also had the benefit of being highly visible from the new capital of Memphis. Over the coming centuries, this site would become full of tombs of kings and queens, and countless royal attendants and nobles who followed them into the afterlife. At first, these tombs were built in a form known as a mastaba, large rectangular constructions built of mud brick and promising their inhabitants a rebirth into the next life. These could be very large, but they were still relatively unassuming. But soon, Egyptian pharaohs would get even more ambitious with their burial arrangements. This ambition truly began with the rule of a pharaoh named Netjeriket-Joseph. The reign of Joseph begins the period known as the Old Kingdom, which would last for the next 500 years. Joseph was the son of a king named Ka-Sakemwe, who had reunited Egypt after a period of turmoil, during which the northern delta rose in rebellion. With order now restored, Joseph clearly wanted to keep it that way. Rather than continuing to travel around the country as pharaohs before him had done, he moved to a permanent capital at Memphis, where he could keep a better eye on the restive northern riverlands. Over his nearly 3 decades of rule, he set about an ambitious program of construction, rebuilding temples and throwing up fortresses all along the river. But it was in the manner of his burial that he would truly leave his mark. When Joseph began the construction of this final resting place, it looked a lot like the mastaba tombs of the kings that had come before, but his royal architect soon began dreaming of a more ambitious structure. He was a visionary chancellor and engineer who held numerous official titles in the kingdom, including head of the royal shipyard, royal seal bearer, and overseer of all stone works. His name was Imhotep. Imhotep's name means the one who comes in peace, and he was born in the 27th century BC. But beyond that, much of what we know about him has been distorted by myth and legend. He was something of a polymath, a priest, a statesman, a scribe, physician, and architect, and even gained fame as a magician. He also has the distinction of being perhaps the first non-royal person to be recorded in any detail by history. As the king's most trusted architect, Imhotep was put in charge of the construction of Joseph's tomb, but it would not be a regular mud brick mastaba like his predecessor. In fact, Imhotep was determined to build this tomb out of stone. This stone would need to be quarried from the bedrock nearby, roughly cut into blocks. But as this stone mastaba rose out of the desert, Imhotep seemed to have had an idea. With this stronger building material, the structure could support more weight, and so there was no real reason to stop building. Once the first mastaba was built, he experimented with placing another smaller one on top of it, and then another on top of that, creating a stepped design like a wedding cake. Originally, Imhotep planned to build this construction 4 tiers high, but soon he became even more daring. By the time it was finished, Joseph's tomb stood 6 layers high. It was perhaps the world's first large-scale construction made from cut stone, and rising to a height of 62 meters, it was likely also the tallest building on Earth. Finally, the stepped pyramid of Joseph was complete, and when the king died, he was laid to rest in a granite chamber beneath the great edifice, surrounded by a maze of tunnels. Joseph's pyramid was a revolutionary step in Egyptian architecture, and it would stand as a challenge to all the kings who would follow him, a challenge that they would find irresistible. The difficulties that engineers like Imhotep faced in building these pyramids were enormous, but their achievement becomes even more impressive when you consider that these monuments also had to be built fast. Today, Egypt is littered with the remains of half-built pyramids. These were abandoned halfway through their construction, usually because the pharaoh who commissioned them had died early. Once a pharaoh was dead, it seemed no one saw any point in continuing to build his tomb. After all, there was a new pharaoh now, and construction on his pyramid would have to begin right away. For this reason, pyramids usually had to be completed, at the very least within 30 years. Only the kings with the longest and most stable reigns would ever live to see the final capstone placed. The next pharaoh after Joseph was a man named Sekhenket, who may have been Joseph's brother, and he would join the ranks of the unfinished. As soon as he came to the throne, he began the construction of another stepped pyramid of immense ambition, sure to dwarf his brother's achievement. But only the first layer of the pyramid was built when Sekhenket died, just 6 or 7 years into his reign, and the pyramid was abandoned. Another king, Kabar, also died after 6 years, before his stepped pyramid could be completed. To build each pyramid, the Egyptians would require enormous amounts of labourers, as many as 100,000 per pyramid, with about 10,000 labouring at any one time. There's a widespread misconception that these monuments were built by armies of slaves, but most historians now believe this not to be true. Slavery was an aspect of Egyptian society, as it was across the ancient world, and slaves were mostly taken from prisoners of war, and also from those who fell into debt or committed serious crimes. But slaves were mostly used as domestic servants, or, if they were unlucky, toiled in extraction industries like mining and quarrying. These were considered an underclass and would not have been trusted with construction of such important and sacred buildings. In fact, evidence shows that the pyramid builders were a mixture of professional artisans and labouring peasants who worked seasonally in exchange for rations. The life of an Egyptian farmer was dictated by the coming and going of the annual floods, and there were only a few times of year when they could be meaningfully employed in the fields. For the rest of the time, they would have leased out their services to construction projects, the digging of canals and other public work, and construction of pyramids. While they laboured for the king, these workers drank beer 3 times a day and ate meat regularly. They toiled in 3-month shifts and were divided into teams of 20 men. The discovery of their graffiti, hidden on the inward-facing sides of some stone blocks in the pyramids, shows that they gave themselves playful and boisterous team names, some of which have been recorded.
The friends of Khufu,
The vigorous gang,
the followers of the powerful white crown of Khufu,
Those who know the pharaoh.
the drunkards of Menkaure.
It seems their supervisors fostered a sense of team pride and healthy competition, perhaps giving honours and extra beer rations for those who shifted the most blocks. Doubtless the work was that great, but over the following millennium, millions of Egyptians would take this deal. Perhaps they also felt a sense of pride at the great constructions they were taking part in, which, if all went well, they would live to see completed. These labourers were sufficiently respected that any who died during the construction were buried in tombs within the royal complex, their bodies forever a part of the monolith they had given their lives to build, an honour that would never have been given to a slave. The vast administrative effort of building these tombs over the next centuries required a fundamental restructuring of Egyptian government. In the past, most of the high positions of state had been doled out to various families, but with such ambitious projects to be completed, skilled people would be needed. In the decades that followed, individual functions of government, such as the master of scribe and controller of the workshop, were separated out, and these roles were delegated to capable individuals who were promoted on merit. The Egyptologist Toby Wilkinson summarizes the transformation in the following terms.
As Egypt embarked on pyramid building, the pyramids were building Egypt.
This new caste of civil servants took pride in their work. One Egyptian text of the 5th dynasty records the advice that a vizier named Ptah gave to his son about how to be a successful administrator.
Let not your heart be puffed up because of your knowledge. Be not confident because you are a wise man. Take counsel with the ignorant as well as the wise. Good speech is more hidden than the emerald, but it may be found even among maidservants at the grindstone.
Still, the failures of the kings that followed Joseph must have left a mark on the empire's morale. Their crumbling, half-finished pyramids stood in the desert as an image of kingship that could also be fragile and fleeting. With his step pyramid, Joseph had laid down a provocation that would have to be answered. But it wasn't until the reign of a king named Sneferu that someone would rise to the challenge. Snefru's full name was Hor-Neb Ma'at Snefru I. Horus, Lord of Ma'at, has perfected me. Ma'at, in Egyptian religious belief, was the embodiment of justice and truth, sometimes portrayed as a goddess, wearing an ostrich feather on her head, who kept the stars and the seasons in their regular patterns, and maintained peace. Opposed to her in their theology was the concept of Isfet, chaos, darkness, and disorder. This was sometimes depicted as the great coiling serpent. For the most part, Snefru's name seems to have been appropriate. Under the protection of Ma'at, he reigned for as long as 48 years, a time of prosperity and stability. His accession to the throne is remembered in the later Egyptian source, the Prissa Papyrus.
The majesty of the king of Upper and Lower Egypt, Huni, came to the landing place of death, and the majesty of the king of Upper and Lower Egypt, Snefru, was raised up as a beneficent king in this entire land.
During his half-century on the throne, Snefru would secure his place as Egypt's most ardent and determined pyramid builder. With the failure of the last king to build a stepped pyramid to match Joseph's, Snefru began to wonder if he could build something even better, a pyramid that conformed to a perfect geometrical shape. He had a vision of a pyramid with polished, smooth sides, unlike anything the world had seen before. His first attempt to accomplish this would be at the pyramid of Meidum. There is some debate about whether the Meidum pyramid was built by Snefru or by his predecessor Huni, but we can assume they wouldn't compete for the honor, as it stands as one of the most impressive failed pyramids in history. The Meidum pyramid was built in several stages. First, it was a stepped pyramid of similar design to Joseph, and then this interior structure was encased in a steep shell of white limestone, creating a high and narrow point. The effect would have been beautiful, that is, until one day, as the pyramid neared completion, when the entire weight of the stone facing began to collapse in all directions. We can only imagine the noise and calamity that must have accompanied it. The workers leaping clear of the wreckage, the overseers watching aghast, as an avalanche of painstakingly cut stone poured off the side of the pyramid. The moment this happened, Snefru ordered the construction to be halted. Workmen inside the interior chambers simply put down their tools and left. Today, the burial chamber inside the pyramid is still unfinished, with raw, uncarved walls and wooden supports still in place, which were usually removed after construction. Snefru must have been devastated, but he wasn't discouraged. Soon he tried again, with a pyramid at the site of Dashur, just to the south of the royal necropolis of Saqqara. This pyramid was intended to be tall, and its sides were even steeper than the first. His workmen began to construct it with a sharp 53-degree slope to its side, and this time Snefru must have hoped that he would get the pyramid he dreamed of. But this would not turn out to be the case. This second pyramid was built on ground that was only soft sand and shale. As the pyramid took shape and its weight climbed into the millions of tons, they found that the stone was sinking into the earth and causing cracks to appear in the structure. We can only imagine how it felt to be the architect who had to bring this bad news to the king, the son of Ra, the living embodiment of the god Horus. The workmen tried everything they could, from adding new supporting blocks to the base to propping up subsiding sections with huge beams of cedar wood. But it was hopeless. It became clear that if they continued the pyramid as planned, it would likely collapse, just as the first one had. The pharaoh Snefru seems to have listened to reason. He consented to allow his workmen to hurriedly finish the pyramid with a reduced angle of only 43 degrees and a final height reduced by 25 meters. This means that today the pyramid has a peculiar snub-nosed appearance that has given it the name the Bent Pyramid. It's clear that Snefru still wasn't satisfied. He now ordered the construction of a final pyramid, 1 kilometer to the north, combining everything his craftsmen had learned from the first two. This one was now built with a 43-degree incline from the beginning, more evenly distributing the weight on the earth. And finally, Snefru got the pyramid he desired. This was the first structure that truly took the iconic shape of an Egyptian pyramid, and would be used as a model for those that would be built in years to come. It was 105 meters high, nearly twice the height of Joseph's pyramid, and the world's new tallest building. And its geometrical perfection was undeniable. When Snefru died, he was buried in this pyramid, according to his wishes, and his son took the throne. He would be the greatest pyramid builder of all. His name was Khufu. As a boy, Khufu must have seen his father, Snefru, obsessed with the construction of his 3 pyramids. We can imagine the young prince listening in on his father's conversations with his architects, the tension and anger as the first 2 pyramids failed, and then the final triumph of the Red Pyramid. And perhaps as a boy, he dreamed of one day building such a monument for himself. We know very little about Khufu or what his reign was like, but it's clear that he was inspired by one thing: size. And above all, the desire to build the largest pyramid that would ever stand. Learning from his father's mistakes on the Bent Pyramid, and likely inheriting some of his architects, Khufu elected to build his tomb some 15 kilometers to the northwest of Saqqara, on a shelf of strong limestone just outside Memphis, at a place called Giza. When construction began on the Great Pyramid, there must have been some uncertainty about whether it would even be possible. It was built using an estimated 2.3 million large stone blocks, weighing a total of 6 million tons. And when its first layer was completed, it was the size of more than 10 football pitches. Its builders used predominantly local limestone, quarried from nearby on the Giza Plateau, to build the pyramid's interior structure, and these were bound together with lime mortar, packed with straw and charcoal. Luckily, these organic remains in the pyramid mortar can be carbon dated, allowing archaeologists to date the pyramids with scientific certainty to this period. But while rough stone would do for the main body, the king's burial chamber at its heart was made of blocks of hard granite brought from Aswan, since it needed to resist the crushing weight of millions of tons of stone above it. The fine limestone blocks of its outer shell were quarried at a place called Kura, on the other side of the river. The stone from these quarries was of exceptional quality, a pale white in colour, almost like marble. For this reason, it was highly prized for use on the interior of the tomb, and the perfect casing for a pyramid. This limestone was cut out of underground tunnels in these quarries and dragged down to the banks of the Nile, where it was loaded onto barges to be carried downstream. In order to ease the transportation of these stones, the Egyptians dug a series of canals and artificial harbours that came right up to the base of the pyramids, one of which was known as Shea Khufu, or the Pool of Khufu. One papyrus has been uncovered, the oldest ever found, that is the work journal of an overseer named Merer. In it, he records the process of this perhaps less than exhilarating task.
Day 25. Inspector Moreau spends the day hauling stones in Tora Sound. Spends the night at Tora. Day 26. Inspector Moreau casts off from Tora loaded with stones. Spends the night at Pool of Khufu. Day 27. Sets sail loaded with stones. Spends the night at the pyramid. Day 28. Casts off from the pyramid in the morning. Sails upriver to Tora Sound. Day 29. Inspector Moreau spends the day hauling stones in Tora Sound. Spends the night at Tora. Day 30. Inspector Moreau spends the day hauling stones in Tora Sound. Spends the night at Tora.
Remarkably, the pyramid was oriented perfectly to true north, with one of its faces at each point of the compass, suggesting that the Egyptians must have used measurements of the stars in order to align it, the only method by which they could have achieved such accuracy. And like the kingdom's now exceptional organization, it's been estimated that it took only about 23 years to build, with the final stones being placed around 2560 BC. Upon its completion, the Great Pyramid of Giza would stand 147 meters high, or nearly 40 stories. It was the tallest man-made structure in the world, and would remain so for nearly 4,000 years. The building that eventually surpassed it, the wooden spire of Lincoln Cathedral in England, completed in 1311, would stand for little more than 2 centuries before it collapsed in a storm. Today, Khufu has cemented his name into history with the construction of these monuments. But other than his ambitious pyramid, little else is known about him. The only representation of him ever found is a single statuette carved from ivory, and ironically for a man so obsessed with grand scale, this statue is only 7 centimeters, or less than 3 inches tall. When Khufu died around 2525 BC, his son Jedefe would take the throne, but his reign was short, and when he died, another of Khufu's sons became pharaoh. His name was Khafre. The pharaoh Khafre would follow in his father's and grandfather's footsteps, and build a grand pyramid of his own. He would place it right beside his father's, but for some reason he declined to build it any higher. It could be that his builders, perhaps tiring of this mania for ever bigger and better pyramids, simply told him that it wouldn't be possible to build any bigger. It may be that Khafre worried that it would have appeared unseemly to one-up his dead father quite so ostentatiously. Perhaps for this reason, Khafre's pyramid would be a deferential 3.5 meters shorter than his father's, although he was sure to place it on a slightly higher shelf of limestone, meaning that from many angles it appears taller. Coupled with slightly steeper angled sides, this meant Khafre was also able to build his pyramid with perhaps 350,000 fewer stone blocks, a saving that his teams of labourers and stonemasons no doubt appreciated. Today, the pyramid of Khafre is the only pyramid at Giza to retain any of its original casing stones of smooth white Tora limestone, which still cling to the top third of the structure, perhaps since its steeper sides made it more difficult for stone thieves to extract the very top of its masonry. This allows us to picture how these monuments would have looked in their golden age. The smooth white sides must have gleamed blindingly in the desert sun, and at night shone in the light of the moon. These pyramids were also likely capped with a stone known as a pyramidion, usually carved of diorite or granite and carved with hieroglyphs. Some examples of these pyramidions have been found with distinctive grooves that suggest that they were encased in a decorative metal, either copper or shining electrum, an alloy of gold and silver. Since the pyramidions for the Giza pyramids have never been found, it's unknown whether their tops were encased in metal. But if they were, it would have made them an even more impressive sight, a gleaming pinnacle reaching up to the heavens. Within only 100 years or so of the construction of Djoser's first stepped pyramid, all of Egypt's largest pyramids had already been built, all by only 3 generations of the same family. But almost from the moment the final capstone was placed on Khafre's massive monument, enthusiasm for enormous pyramids began to wane. The pharaoh Menkaure, the son of Khafre and grandson of Khufu, also built his pyramid at Giza around 2510 BC, but his would be significantly smaller. It's not even a tenth the size of the Great Pyramid, and only 2/3 the size of even Djoser's stepped pyramid. One explanation for this was that Menkaure didn't expect to live long enough to build such a grand construction as his predecessors. Herodotus records one piece of tradition about the pharaoh Menkaure, which recounts how an oracle told him that his reign would be short. As a result, he determined to make the best of the time he had, and perhaps this left him little time for pyramid building.
The king deemed this unjust and sent back to the oracle a message of reproach, blaming the god. Why must he die so soon, whereas his father and his uncle had lived long? He caused many lamps to be made, and would light these at nightfall and drink and make merry. By day or night he never ceased from reveling, roaming to the marsh country and the groves, and whenever he heard of the likeliest places of pleasure.
Whether there's any truth to this or not, it's clear Menkaure had different priorities to Khufu and Khafre, and his more modest pyramid seems to have broken the spell of his family's one-upmanship. For the next 1,000 years, pharaohs would continue to build pyramid tombs, but they would be mostly at a much reduced scale, and they would cut bigger and bigger corners in their construction. Instead of a solid limestone structure, these later monuments would often be a simple limestone shell encasing a core of mud brick, or simply earth and sand. For this reason, little remains of these later pyramids other than melancholy heaps alone in the desert. Slowly, the practice would begin to die out altogether. The reason Egyptians stopped building pyramids was partly due to changes in religious attitudes towards burial, but it also seems to have stemmed from concern over tomb robbers. After all, a pyramid was essentially an enormous sign, announcing to the world that the richest man in Egypt was buried there. From the earliest days, people were drawn to the tombs of long-dead kings to attempt to steal their treasures. One tomb inscription of a royal architect named Eneni gives us a clue about these changing priorities. He writes that he constructed his king's tomb not in an ostentatious declaration of power, but in total secrecy.
I supervised the excavation of the cliff tomb of His Majesty alone. No one seeing, no one hearing.
Even with these secret tombs, grave robbers were still a constant concern. One pharaoh of the later New Kingdom would order an inspection of his predecessor's tomb, and his inspectors brought back troubling news.
The tomb of the king. It was found that the evildoers had damaged it by forcing an opening into the main chamber of his tomb, through the passage wall of the sanctuary of Neverland, superintendent of the grain stores of the king. In the funerary place, the body of the king had been removed, and the tomb of his royal spouse, the royal lady of Luchas, was empty. The robbers had laid violent hands on them.
It wasn't just the precious treasures inside that were stolen. As the overseer Merer had found, cutting the limestone blocks from the quarries of Tura was one of the most time-consuming parts of construction. For this reason, pharaohs who felt more pressed for time sometimes despoiled previous pyramids of their cut stone in order to speed along their own monuments. One Middle Kingdom text, known as the Instruction of Merikare, advises kings against this shameful practice.
Do not despoil the monument of another, but quarry stone in Tura. Do not build your tomb out of ruins, using what has been made for what is to be made.
In place of constructing their own pyramids at Saqqara or Giza, the later pharaohs would be buried at a place near Thebes that the Egyptians called the great and majestic necropolis of the millions of years of the pharaoh, or sometimes the Great Field, but today it is known as the Valley of the Kings. Here, a natural rock formation known as El Khorn, or the Horn, rises above a series of dramatic red cliffs. When viewed from the entrance to the tombs here, this pointed peak somewhat resembles a natural pyramid. It's possible that this convenient landform may have relieved some of the pressure on Egypt's pharaohs and allowed them an equally prestigious place to be buried, while freeing up an untold amount of energy and manpower in the kingdom. Egypt's manual laborers could perhaps breathe a sigh of relief. Slowly, the age of the pyramids came to an end. Still, that was a long time in the future, and throughout the 4th and 5th dynasties of Egypt, royal monument construction continued confidently. But in the 6th dynasty, around the 23rd century BC, construction began to decline. Part of the reason for this was an increasing decentralization of the empire and a gradual weakening of the power of the king. The final pharaoh of the Old Kingdom was named Pepi II. He came to the throne at the age of 6 and ruled for more than 60 years. Pepi was an excitable and enthusiastic child, as we can see from one tomb inscription by one of his officials named Harkuf. Harkuf had a long and illustrious career. He served as the mayor of one of Egypt's southern provinces in the region of the Nile Cataract of Aswan, the narrow gate to the south. The highlight of his life was the 4 journeys of exploration he undertook on behalf of his pharaoh, following the Nile down into the heart of Central Africa, into what the Egyptians called the Horizon Lands. He wrote a full account of one of these expeditions on the wall of his tomb.
I accomplished it in 7 months. I brought back from there all sorts of beautiful exotic produce and was praised for it very greatly. I came back with 300 donkeys laden with incense, ebony, precious oil, grain, leopard skins and elephant tusks.
The boy pharaoh Pepi was so delighted with Harkuf's trip that he wrote a letter directly to him. The letter was likely written on fragile papyrus and has not survived. But luckily, Harkuf was so proud of this sign of royal favour that he had the letter copied out word for word on the wall of his tomb. his proudest moment etched into stone for eternity. In it, we get a sense for the voice of this excitable young king.
You know how to do what your Lord loves and favours. You wake and you sleep, planning to do what your Lord loves, favours and commands. Unique friend Harkoot.
Pepi was especially excited by a small man that Harkoot had come across in East Africa and had brought back with him. Perhaps either a man with dwarfism or a member of the so-called pygmy tribes of Central Africa.
You have further said in this message that you have brought a dwarf of the god dancers from the land of the horizon dwellers. Come downstream to the residence at once. Hurry and bring with you this dwarf that you have brought, alive, prosperous and healthy, for the king. When he goes down with you into the boat, have excellent people around him on deck, lest he fall in the water. My majesty wishes to see this particular dwarf more than the produce of the land.
However, as a pharaoh, Pepi was relatively ineffectual. During his childhood, his mother and grand viziers seem to have done much of the ruling, and as an adult he continued a relatively hands-off approach to the kingdom. For much of its history, Egypt has been governed by regional administrators known as nomarchs, who were appointed by the pharaoh to rule over their regions on his behalf. Pepi's long reign saw an increasing amount of power passing to these regional governors. Gradually, their positions became hereditary rather than appointed, so that single families began to amass large amounts of power, and their tombs became larger and more elaborate with every passing year. These nomarchs were soon beginning to look a lot like feudal lords, or even petty kings, and even began fighting amongst themselves. Meanwhile, the once boy king Pepi was now entering his 70s, frail and increasingly detached from the business of ruling. This might not have been a death blow for the kingdom, but it was around this time that a record drought descended over Egypt and the entire eastern Mediterranean, starting around the year 2200 BC. This climate shift we have encountered before. It is known as the 4.2 kiloyear event and has been implicated in the collapse of the Akkadian Empire in Mesopotamia and perhaps even the Indus Valley civilization in India and Pakistan. In Egypt, the result of this event was a series of years in which the Nile floods were much reduced and agriculture came under immense pressure. The drought was so severe and long-lasting that the verdant lake at Fayoum, that once stood 65 meters deep, completely dried up over the next 50 years, and crop yields would have plummeted. The long reign of a pharaoh was usually good news for the kingdom. It tended to generate a period of stability and often prosperity. But when a king's rule went on too long, it had the tendency to create what we might call the old king problem. The long reign of the pharaoh Pepi, along with his multiple wives, meant that he had countless children, many of them now old men themselves, with children and grandchildren of their own. And they were all impatient to see this old king pass on, so that they would get their chance to rule. When Pepi finally died around 2175 BC, what followed was a succession crisis of immense proportions. The chaos serpent of Istrat now wound its way around all the lands of Egypt. In the 2 decades that followed, the kingdom would see no fewer than 17 pharaohs come and go, some perhaps dying of old age, and others no doubt killed by their rivals. The only one of these kings to survive more than a year on the throne was a man named Ibi, who even somewhat optimistically tried his hand at building a pyramid at the royal burial ground of Saqqara. But this monument was a testament to the now much reduced state of the empire. Standing at little more than 30 meters high, it was smaller than the pyramids of some of the earlier kings' wives. On top of that, it was lazily constructed around a core of mud and limestone chips. King Ibi, the man who was to be buried under this sad monument, ruled for only 2 years, 1 month and a day, and likely did not control all of Egypt. Now, local nomarch governors declared independence and ruled their provinces alone. Their tombs around this time stopped referring to the reign of a pharaoh and are full of boasts and elaborate titles that they seem to have invented for themselves. One tomb inscription for a powerful nomarch named Antifi demonstrates how the centralized power of the king was declining.
I am the vanguard of the men, the rear guard of the men, a leader of the land through active conduct, strong in speech, collected in thought, for I am without peer, who spoke out when people were silent, on the day of fear, when Upper Egypt was silent.
Antifi recalls the time of famine that swept over the land as crisis after crisis rocked the struggling old kingdom.
All of Upper Egypt was dying of hunger to such a degree that everyone had come to eating his children. But I managed that no one died of hunger in this province. The entire country had become like a starved grasshopper, with people going to the north and to the south in search of grain.
Egypt was now fracturing into something like the shape it had been before King Narmer had fused it into a stable, centralized state nearly 800 years before. Refugees were flooding the roads. Another later Egyptian writer called Epouer, who lived in the period following this chaos, describes people resorting to theft to survive and violence spreading.
The guardians of the house said, "Let us go and sleep." The snarers of birds have formed themselves into armed bands. The peasants of the Delta have provided themselves with shields. A man regards his son as his enemy. The wrongdoer is in every place. The inundation of the Nile comes, yet no one goes out to plow.
Epouer describes a widespread economic collapse, during which trade from foreign lands dried up.
The skilled masons who built pyramids now labor on farms, and those who tended the boat of the gods are yoked together in plowing. Men do not go on voyages today. What shall we do for cedarwood for our mummies, in coffins of which priests are buried, and with the oil of which men are embalmed? They come no longer. Everything is ruins. Laughter is dead. If I only knew where God was, I would make offerings to him.
Throughout this period of about 200 years, some at least must have dreamed of a better time awaiting them in the future. Another text written after this time, known as the Prophecy of Nefertiti, contains a prediction that a ruler would come who would end this time of strife.
A king will come. He will take the white crown. He will wear the red crown. He will unite the two mighty lands. Rejoice, ye people of his time. The Asiatics will fall in his sword, and the Libyans will fall in his flame. The rebels belong to his rock, and the treasures in heart belong to the awe of him.
The man who would fulfill this prophecy, or rather the man in whose reign the prophecy was more likely written, would reunite Egypt and usher in a new age of stability. His name was Nebetetre Mentuhotep II. Mentuhotep was a king in the city of Thebes in Upper Egypt. Sitting on the eastern bank of the Nile, about 800 kilometers from the Mediterranean, Thebes is one of the sunniest and driest cities in the world. It had been the capital of its own province throughout the Old Kingdom, but has always been something of a backwater and somewhat influenced by the African culture of Nubia. But during the more than a century of chaos that surrounded the collapse of the Old Kingdom, Thebes slowly grew to become the capital of the south, and its kings began referring to themselves as the great overlord of Upper Egypt. It was a city where tightly packed rows of houses, granaries, and workshops clustered around a central temple to the god Amun, and its people clearly sought a break from the suffocating influence of the kings in Memphis. But in the north, near the traditional center of Egyptian power, an ambitious and ruthless rival was also amassing its forces. This was centered around the city of Nesut in Lower Egypt, in the verdant region between the River Nile and the Great Lake at Fayoum, a region that the desert Thebans dismissively called the marshlands. This city would later be known as Heracleopolis, or the city of Hercules. For about 100 years during this time of dissolution, Thebes and Nesut had fought bitter wars over small border regions, ports and roads, but neither side could ever gain the upper hand. That was until the reign of the king of Thebes, Mentuhotep. He was named after the Theban god of war and came from a line of warlike kings. He clearly desired to bring this series of conflicts to a decisive conclusion and reunite the fractured kingdom of old. The final confrontation between North and South would be sparked by a rebellion in the city of Thinis, once home to King Narmer, and which was now one of the vassals of Thebes. Delighted by this development, the northern power of Nesut seized the opportunity and marched south into the desert to capture the town. War soon raged across all Egypt. At one point, the northerners pushed south and captured the ancient sacred city of Abydos, and there unleashed a wave of destruction against its temples and palaces. One later text, known as the Instruction to Merikare, purports to be written by a king of northern Nesut, who is racked with guilt for the destruction of this sacred city.
Lo, a shameful deed occurred in my time. The province of Thebes was ravaged. Though it happened through my doing, I learned that Arceus had done. There was retribution for what I had done, for it is evil to destroy. Beware of it. A blow is repaid by its like. To every action, there is a response.
This response would come in the form of a thundering reprisal by the king of Thebes, Mentuhotep. He would march into the north and defeat the armies of Nesut. Next, he rounded on the northern capital. When he captured it, all of the funerary monuments of its kings were defaced and destroyed, perhaps suggesting a sacking of the city. Whatever the northerners had done to the sacred center of Abydos, it was clearly visited upon them and their city tenfold. Mentuhotep now swept through northern Egypt, and the provincial governors saw the writing on the wall. and swore fealty to him. After nearly 2 centuries of dissolution, the two halves of Egypt were once again united. The period that followed, known as the Middle Kingdom of Egypt, would last for around 300 years, but it has not left an impressive archaeological record. Compared to the towering pyramids of the Old Kingdom and the architectural magnificence of the later New Kingdom, it stands out as something of a dull time for grand monument construction. But it did experience a flourishing in another area, that is, in the realm of Egyptian literature. One famous story written around this time is called The Tale of Sinuhe. It narrates the life of a man who travelled north into Palestine and beyond, but who eventually becomes homesick and decides to return to Egypt. Another collection of stories was written around this time, a kind of ancient Arabian Nights, known as the Tales of Wonderment. It relates a number of fantastical stories, imagining that they were told to the great pharaoh Khufu of the Old Kingdom by his 3 sons. Another story written during the Middle Kingdom is known as the Tale of the Shipwrecked Sailor, a kind of ancient Gulliver's Travels. It is remarkable for its innovative structure, a tale within a tale about a sailor shipwrecked in the Mediterranean who finds himself on an island ruled by a gigantic serpent.
Ibsen ermal tersen ja in neshni en sepret ja
With us on the open sea, and no chance for us to reach harbour, the wind grew sharp and made a constant moaning, and there were hungry 14-foot-high waves. A piece of wood of some sort hit me, and then the ship was dead. Of all those fine men, not a one survived. Then I was carried to a desert island by a swell of the great green sea.
Wow and watch where.
The man speaks with the great serpent, who tells him a sad story of his own, that his whole family was killed when a star fell to earth. The serpent tells the man not to fear, that a ship will eventually pass by the island and rescue him, and reassures him that he will soon have a great story to tell.
Now, you are going to spend 1 month, and then another, until you finish 4 months on this island. Then a ship will come from Egypt, with sailors in it whom you know, that you may go with them toward home, and die in your own city. What joy for one who lives, to tell the things he has been through, when the suffering is over.
Finally, the predicted ship arrives, as the man is rescued.
Reply, geschrieben, schei, mit dem to do. Me, mama, Mary,
At last the ship arrived, just as he had foretold. I climbed a lofty tree, and recognized the sailors in the ship, and went running to report it. Then I descended to the shore near where the ship was. I hailed the crew, and offered thanks beside the sea to the Lord of the Isle, and those on board did likewise.
Meh ek, kuni ek, em verdu ek, renti ek.
We have examples of myths and legends written before this time, and religious texts, but this is not the story of some bygone king or the actions of the gods. It's a story about an ordinary man in a fantastical situation, told seemingly just for the entertainment value of telling a story, and for that reason it is possibly the first true piece of literature. it was likely written around the year 1900 BC and is therefore nearly 4,000 years old. The lives of Egypt's pharaohs take up so much of the usual discussion of its history, partly because they are the ones who commissioned the inscriptions, the monuments and the statues. But as the Middle Kingdom's flourishing of literature continued, we get more and more of a sense of what life was like for ordinary people in the Nile Valley. One text of this period, known as the Papyrus Lansing, gives a fascinating insight into the lives of Egypt's common people. It is written as a piece of rhetoric by a master scribe to one of his pupils, attempting to convince him to become a scribe in turn. And from this, we get a wonderful impression of all the ways that people could make their living in the land of Egypt.
Young fellow, writing to him who knows it is more profitable than any profession. It is pleasanter than bread and beer, than clothing, than oil. Yes, it is more precious than an inheritance in Egypt, than a tomb in the West. Look for thyself with your own eye. Here all the professions are set before you.
The washerman spends the whole day going up and down. Every limb of his is a weary, whitening the clothes of his neighbors every day.
The potter is smeared with mud, like a man in mourning. His hands and feet are full of clay. He is like one who lives in the bog.
The cobbler mixes tanning motions. His odour is mild. His hands are red with dye, like one who is smeared with his blood.
The florist makes bouquets and makes the wine jar stand beautiful. He spends a night of toil sweating like one on whose body the sun is shining.
The merchants fare downstream and upstream and are as busy as can be, carrying wares from one town to another and supplying him that hath not.
If thou hast any sense, be a scribe.
Whether or not daily life was truly that bad for all these other workers, we can't tell, because of course none of them wrote down how they felt. Most of Egypt's people were peasant farmers, and even when they practiced these other professions, they likely engaged in some farming too. These peasants did not own the land they worked, and were required to give most of the food they produced to the crown or to their local temple. To supplement their diets, most houses kept private kitchen gardens too, which the women would tend while the men went out to the field. Egyptian women were also responsible for baking the bread they ate every day. Bread in Egypt was made primarily with emmer wheat. Dough was often pressed into clay molds and baked, and at times people got creative, baking bread in spirals like a cinnamon swirl, and using shaped molds to bake loaves in the form of animals. Those who could afford it also baked cakes and pastries out of the finest flour, sweetened with dates and honey. Alongside their bread, Egyptians ate a varied diet, including garlic and spring onions, lettuce, celery, cucumbers, gourds, and melons. They supplemented these with high-protein beans and pulses, like lentils and chickpeas, and a kind of edible tuber known as a tiger nut that grows at the base of wetland sedges. All of this was cooked in olive oil, at least from the time the pyramids were built. At times, they would also eat meat, primarily beef, lamb, pork, and goat, as well as quail, pigeon, duck, geese, and partridge. Mice were even eaten at times, and even hedgehogs. The Egyptians cooked these spiky creatures by wrapping them in wet clay and baking them in it. And when the clay was cracked open afterwards, it took the hedgehog's spines with it. The Egyptians also made cheese, and even foie gras made from force-feeding geese. One text written by a scribe to the Queen Nefertari urges people to share with others the food they have.
Do not eat bread while another stands by without extending your hand to him. As to food, it is here always. It is man who does not laugh. One man is rich, another is poor, but food remains for him who shares it.
Beer was exceptionally popular in Egypt, as people consumed it daily. As a result, breweries were important centers of industry. Beer was thought to have been given to Egypt by the goddess Hathor, the goddess of beauty, music, and dancing, and breweries were watched over by the goddess Kennenet. So, fittingly, many beer factories were run by women. Some of these were enormous and were capable of brewing more than 1 million litres a year. They used large pottery vats propped up on mud bricks over crackling fires, and inside these they heated barley and water, then left the mixture to ferment, before flavouring the brew with honey and syrups made of dates and other fruit. There was even one annual festival called the Tech Festival that would become known as the Festival of Drunkenness. During this fiesta, Egyptians would drink as much beer as they could, and then fall asleep together in a large hall. They would then be awoken all together by the loud beating of drums. It was said that in the moment just after waking, some of them would meet the goddess Hathor herself. Egypt was one of the most stable and prosperous agricultural societies in the ancient world, but it was a society built entirely on the collection and storage of grain. As a result, there was one ever-present danger. That was the presence of mice and rats. Grain was stored in large circular granaries within the towns, shaped like beehives, and freshly harvested wheat or barley was poured into a hole in the top to be preserved in the hot, dry air. When grain was needed for bread making or beer brewing, it was taken from a small door in the bottom of these granaries. But if mice got into this storage, or even ate the grain while it was still in the field, then thousands of hours of work could be wasted, and people might even starve. But thankfully, Egyptians were able to rely on one particular set of allies. That was the domestic cat. There were two major breeds of wild cat native to Egypt: the jungle cat, or Felis caus, and the African wild cat, Felis sylvestris libica. Of these, the African wild cat had something of a calmer temperament, and so was most commonly bred as a pet, with evidence of their domestication in Egypt from at least 5,000 years ago. These cats were kept around Egyptian settlements for their obvious utility, both in controlling mice and with their almost supernatural reflexes for their ability to kill venomous snakes. But it's clear that the Egyptians also enjoyed their company and even loved them. Some particularly beloved pets were buried with tiny offerings intended to serve them well in the cat afterlife. The Greek writer Diodorus of Sicily recalls seeing Egyptians performing burial ceremonies for their cats.
When one of these animals dies, they wrap it in fine linen, and then, wailing and beating their breast, carry it off to be embalmed.
and after it has been treated with seed oil, and such spices as have the quality of imparting a pleasant odour and of preserving the body for a long time, they lay it away in a consecrated tomb.
While the earliest domestication of the house cat took place elsewhere in the Fertile Crescent, it was in Egypt that it accelerated dramatically. As cats got used to their new survival niche, they in turn began to adapt. They largely lost their original camouflage coatings, became smaller, and even developed new ways of signaling their human patrons with soft, insistent cries, modulated to similar frequencies as a human baby. Fittingly, the Egyptian word for cat was mew. Over time, this adoration of their feline companions seems to have become a religious reverence too. With their ease and grace, cats in Egypt were associated with femininity, and paintings in tombs often show the household dog sitting below a man's chair, while a cat sits under the woman's chair. One goddess named Bastet would soon become revered, and she manifested as a woman with the head of a house cat. Bastet became a god of fertility, and women would appeal to her during times of childbirth and pregnancy. Diodorus later records seeing an Egyptian festival during which cats were ritually fed.
For the cats, they break up bread into milk, and calling them with a clucking sound set it before them, or else they cut up fish caught in the Nile and feed the flesh to them raw. All who meet these animals fall down before them and render them with honour.
The Egyptians were also fiercely protective of their feline companions, as Diodorus recounts.
Whoever kills a cat, whether intentionally or unintentionally, he is certainly put to death. For common people gather in crowds and deal with the perpetrator most cruelly, sometimes doing this without waiting for a trial.
The worship and veneration of cats would continue throughout all the thousands of years of ancient Egyptian history, and for the cats, it is perhaps something that they have never quite forgotten. The Middle Kingdom was not just a time of entertainment and pleasure. With the mania for pyramid building somewhat subsided, certain pharaohs engaged in large-scale construction projects to strengthen and develop the empire. One king spent much of his life on a vast irrigation project around the oasis at Fayoum, determined to turn it into a productive swathe of farmland. Another built a large series of defensive walls in the Nile Delta, hemming Egypt off from the people of the wider Middle East, whom the Egyptians called Asiatics. These people were often depicted in their paintings with lighter, more yellowish skin than the Egyptians, and were held in general contempt as uncivilized barbarians. The Egyptians soon began pushing their sphere of influence into this area, expanding their territory north along the Mediterranean coast and into Palestine. They crossed the Sinai Desert and subjugated the Phoenician city of Byblos. Then they turned their attention south to eastern Africa, what the Egyptians called the Horizon Land, the lands of the Nubians. Like the light-skinned Asiatics in the north, the Egyptians considered the southern Nubians different to them, and usually depicted them with darker skin than Egyptians, and more typically African features. At this time, these kingdoms were relatively underdeveloped, and were easy prey for an aggressive and expansionist Egypt. We've already seen that the first cataract of the Nile was at Aswan, where the granite bedrock forced the water into a series of rushing whitewater rapids. It If an ancient Egyptian traveled upriver beyond Aswan and into the horizon land, they would encounter 5 more major cataracts of the Nile. These are each places where the river becomes shallow and travel by boat becomes difficult. And so they were natural stops along any journey upriver. They were also the obvious place to draw borders. During the Middle Kingdom, Egypt marched into the horizon land multiple times and pushed its southern border as far as the Second Cataract. Around the 1860s BC, one Middle Kingdom king named Senusret III marched even further south into the Nubian kingdoms of Kush and Punt. He remembers this brutal campaign in one inscription.
The Nubians are wretches, craven-hearted. My majesty has seen it. It is not an untruth. I have captured their women. I have carried off their subjects, poisoned their wells, killed their cattle, cut down their grain, set fire to it.
In this remorseless fashion, Senusret marched beyond the Second Cataract and built a powerful set of fortresses. We get a sense for their purpose from the names the Egyptians gave to them. One of them, at Askut, was named Crushing the Nubians, while another at Shalfak was named Subduing the Foreign Land. In another imposing fortress at Semna, now more than 400 kilometers upstream from the former border of Aswan, Senusret left a stone monument with the following triumphant inscription.
Year 16, third month of winter. The king made his southern boundary. I have made my boundary further south than my father. I have added to what was bequeathed me. As for any son of mine who shall maintain this border which my majesty has made, he is my son. But he who abandons it, who fails to fight for it, he is not my son. He was not born to me.
These forts were manned by powerful units of Egyptian soldiers, tasked with keeping order among the newly colonized Nubians. To this end, they engaged in a paranoid surveillance regime of the local people. To the pharaoh Senusret, they sent back constant updates on papyrus scrolls about the movements of even the most minute groups of Nubians, some of which have survived.
The patrol who went forth to patrol the desert edge from the fortress Kesef Majal in year 3, month 3 of the growing season, have come to report to me saying, we have found the tracks of 32 men and 3 donkeys.
All these dispatches end in the same way, with the same comforting offer of reassurance to the king.
All the affairs of the king's domain are safe and sound. All the affairs of the master are safe and sound.
But we have reason to believe that King Senusret was not entirely reassured. He is famous for the numerous sculptures he had made of himself, statues carved from black diorite that depict him in strangely realistic fashion, unlike any depictions of a pharaoh that had come before. In these statues, his ears are extended to enormous proportions, like a bat, perhaps projecting the image of a king who heard every movement in his kingdom, relayed by his extensive system of spies. 3 of these statues in particular show the king first as a boy, then as a man, and finally in old age. In this final statue, we get a sense for the mental toll it took on a man to sit at the top of this paranoid system. The pharaoh's weary, sunken eyes, his haggard face contorted in an expression of eternal worry. Today, these 3 statues stand as a kind of metaphor for the state the Egyptian Middle Kingdom has sunk into during its final decades. Senusret's son, Amenemhat III, did just as his father's inscriptions had urged and held the southern border against the Nubians. But following his reign, Egypt was once more plunged into a succession crisis. The crisis was so severe that their next king was something that had until then been almost unthinkable: a woman. Her name was Sobek-Neferu, possibly the daughter, sister, or wife of the previous pharaoh. She was probably not the first woman to hold power in Egypt, but she was the first one to attain the full official title of a king. Sobek-Neferu used masculine titles in her inscriptions, and one statue of her even shows her wearing an unconventional mixture of male and female clothing. However, she did not succeed in slowing the dynasty's decline. She died after ruling for only 4 years and did not leave any heirs. After that, the serpent Isfet uncoiled once more, and Egypt slid into chaos. During the time that followed, known as the Second Intermediate Period, there were 150 years, during which at least 50 kings ruled. Egypt once again split in two, and local governments stopped mentioning the king in their tomb inscriptions. The pyramids of this period had already become small and meagre, mostly built from mud brick, but now their construction stopped altogether. Some kings were even buried in simple, sharp tombs, little better than commoners. Much of the Nile Delta of Lower Egypt had already broken away from the empire, and now in the south the people of Nubia were in open rebellion. One by one, the Egyptians were forced to let go of their southern forts, abandoning them to the Nubians. Once a symbol of the empire's confidence, these powerful fortresses now became unprecedented military assets for their enemies, and bases from which powerful raiding parties reigned ever farther into Egypt. The cruelty that the Egyptians had shown to their Nubian neighbors was now being paid back in full. With the northern and southern borders convulsed in conflict, Egypt's trade links with the rest of the world were severely disrupted. It was also during this time, or perhaps later, that the entire Mediterranean, in fact most of the world, witnessed one of the largest natural disasters in human history. That is, the eruption of the volcano Thera, now known as the Greek island of Santorini, only 700 kilometers from the Egyptian coast. It's likely that the Egyptians would have heard the deep boom of this explosion, which went off with the force of several hundred atomic bombs. When the Indonesian volcano Krakatoa erupted in 1883, the explosion was heard more than 3,000 kilometers away, and it's thought that the Thera explosion was at least 4 times more powerful. Today, the seawater-filled volcanic crater left by the eruption is more than 10 kilometers wide. This event may have ejected more than 40 cubic kilometers of rock into the atmosphere. The black plume would have been riven with volcanic lightning, and it would have triggered tsunamis 10 meters high that would have devastated coastal regions, as well as causing a volcanic winter. The eruption may have wiped out the Minoan civilization on Crete in one blow, perhaps inspiring part of the Atlantis myth, and chronicles as far away as China record a period when the sky turned a strange yellow color and crop yields fell. One Egyptian inscription, known as the Tempest Stele, may record some memory of this terrifying event.
The gods expressed their discontent. The gods made the sky come with a tempest. It caused darkness in the western region. The sky was unleashed, more powerful on the mountains than the turbulence of the cataract at Aswan. Each house, Each shelter that they reached were floating in the water like the box of papyrus outside the royal residence for days.
Volcanic ash, or tephra, would have begun to rain down on the whole region, and today can be detected at virtually every site in the eastern Mediterranean. Spurred by this natural disaster, and exacerbated by the collapse of the Egyptian administration, soon famine once more descended on the land. Among all of this, a powerful and mysterious force of outsiders must have been watching. They came from the eastern Mediterranean region, from across the Sinai Desert, and they intended to conquer Egypt and rule it for themselves. These people were known as the Hyksos. The word Hyksos comes from the Egyptian phrase Hekal Kesut, meaning rulers of foreign lands. Where exactly the Hyksos were from is unknown, but it's thought they may have originated in the region of Syria. And one thing seems to have been behind their great military success, and that was the chariot. At this point, some form of chariot had been used by various societies for many centuries. Vehicles like a kind of war cart with 4 solid wooden wheels pulled by donkeys are depicted on the Sumerian standard of Ur, which was created around the time that the pyramids of Giza were being built. But Egypt had never experimented with this kind of vehicle, and over the preceding millennium, the technology had taken huge leaps forward. The chariots that the Hyksos brought into Egypt for the first time had 2 wheels with spokes, light and fast, and they were each pulled by 2 powerful animals that had been recently introduced to the region, the horse. These chariots were strong and mobile battle platforms that could break enemy battle lines, while onboard archers with powerful bows could pelt enemies with missiles. Whether the Hyksos arrived in Egypt as a violent invasion or a more peaceful migration is somewhat up for debate. People from the north had been settling in the Nile Delta for centuries, and much of the population there was already what the Egyptians would consider foreign by the time the Hyksos rulers arrived. But the Hyksos were clearly not pacifists. They set up their own kingdom in the Nile Delta, with its capital at Avaris, and in a devastating blow to Egyptian morale, even swept south to capture the ancient capital of Memphis. One much later source, named Manetho, records the arrival of the Hyksos.
By main force, they easily seized the country without striking a blow, and having overpowered the rulers of the land, they then burned our cities ruthlessly, razed to the ground the temples of the gods. Finally, they appointed as king one of the number. He had his feet at Memphis, levying tribute from Upper and Lower Egypt, and always leaving garrisons behind in the most advantageous position.
The pyramids, that great symbol of Egyptian prestige, were now in foreign hands. Egyptian kings would now retreat back to their former capital in Upper Egypt, the city of Thebes. With the Nubians increasingly powerful in the south, and now the new threat of these Hyksos kings looming from the north, the weakened Egyptians increasingly felt like they were being crushed in a vice. For a time, it must have seemed like the age of an independent Egypt was over. One king named Kamoza, who came to the throne of Thebes around 1555 BC, would put this intolerable situation in the following terms.
I should like to know what serves this strength of mine when a chieftain is in Avaris and another in Kush, and I sit united with an Asiatic and a Nubian, each in possession of his slice of Egypt, and I cannot pass by him as far as Memphis. No man can settle down when he is spoiled by the taxes of the Asiatics. I will grapple with him, that I may rip open his belly. My wish is to save Egypt and to smite the Asiatics.
King Kamoza may have had a very personal reason to hate the Hyksos. The mummified remains of the previous pharaoh, his father, have been uncovered, and modern analysis shows that he suffered brutal wounds to the head from a heavy bladed weapon. These blows must have sliced his cheek and fractured his jaw and skull, leading many to conclude that he died on the battlefield. The king's body was then rushed back to Thebes, where it was hastily mummified. If Prince Kamoza saw his father's body in this state as it was carried back into the city, we can only imagine the kind of hatred that must have burned in his heart towards the Hyksos invaders in the north. But many in Kamoza's court were clearly afraid of what the war with the Hyksos would do to the fragile state of the country. One text, known as the Carnarvon Tablet, describes how they appealed to their king to maintain the peace.
We are tranquil in our part of Egypt. Aswan at the first cataract is strong, and the middle part of the land is with us. Men till for us the finest of their lands. They allow our cattle to pasture in the papyrus marshes. Corn is sent for our swine. Our cattle are not taken away. He holds the land of the Asiatics. We hold Egypt. Only when one comes against us could we act against him.
But Kamoza refused. He wanted to strike a blow at the Hyksos, but he knew that he would have to secure the southern border first and recapture the old fortress of Buhen just before the second cataract of the Nile. Buhen was one of the strong-walled bastions built by Senusret III, and it was one of the only forts the Egyptians built in stone rather than brick. But since the collapse of the Middle Kingdom, its garrison had served a Nubian lord from the kingdom of Kush. If the southern border was to hold while Kamoza expelled the Hyksos in the north, he would need to recapture the fort of Buhen. Kamoza marched south, preparing to assault the fort, but it seems that upon sighting the enormous Egyptian army on the horizon, the citizens of the fortress got the message and decided to swear allegiance to the pharaoh without fight. With this powerful fort now holding the south, Kamoza marched back to Thebes and prepared for the next campaign season, when he would seek to bring war to the Hyksos and unite Egypt once more. In the third year of his reign, Kamoza struck.
I sailed north in my mind to repel the Asiatics through the command of Amun, with my brave army before me like a flame of fire and the archers atop our fighting decks.
Kamoza's fleet descended swiftly on the Hyksos in what appears to have been something of a surprise attack. Caught off guard, the foreigners were defeated, and the vengeance of Kamoza was terrible.
When day dawned, I was upon him as if it were a hawk. When breakfast time came, I overthrew him, having destroyed his walls and slaughtered his people, and made his wife descend to the river bank. My army acted like lions with their spoil, chattels, cattle, fat, honey, dividing their things, their hearts joyful. As for a bargain on the two rivers, I laid it waste without inhabitants. I destroyed their towns and burned their homes to redden ruin forever. Because of the destruction they had wrought in the midst of Egypt, they who had allowed themselves to hearken to the call of the Asiatics had forsaken Egypt, their mistress.
The king of the Hyksos immediately appealed to his Nubian ally, the king of Kush, for help. At one point, the Egyptians intercepted a secret message traveling south along the desert roads, the contents of which they recorded.
Have you noticed what Egypt has done against me? The ruler who is there, Kamose, penetrates my territory even though I have not attacked him as he has you. He chooses these two lands in order to afflict them, my land and yours, and he has ravaged them. Come northward, do not flinch. Then we shall divide up the towns of Egypt.
When this messenger returned to the embattled Hyksos king, shamefaced and with the letter undelivered, he must have known that all was lost. The war came to a swift end, and Kamose recounts, with perhaps some exaggeration, his heroic return to Thebes.
What a happy trip for the ruler. Life, prosperity, happiness. With his army ahead of him, they had casualties, nor did anyone blame his felon, nor did their hearts beat. I mourned on Queen Solomon during the season of his relation. The riverbank was resplendent. Thebes was festive. Women and men had come to see him. Every woman hugged her neighbor. No one was fearful.
His son, Ahmose, would press this advantage, and in an even more devastating campaign, seized the ancient capital of Memphis. Ahmose would be the first pharaoh in at least 100 years to recapture the Great Pyramids of Giza, and we can imagine his feelings as he gazed up at the monuments of his ancestors, Khufu and Khafre, by now already more than 1,000 years old. It's clear that the site inspired him, as he would even build a pyramid of his own in Upper Egypt, at the site of Abydos. This was one of the first pyramids built for an Egyptian pharaoh since the fall of the Middle Kingdom, and it was clearly designed as a symbol of renewal of the empire's great legacy. But it would also be the last ever pyramid built by an Egyptian ruler. After securing the Nile Delta, Ahmose marched north and even crossed the Sinai, smashing through the traditional heartland of Hyksos people and seizing territory in Palestine, in the region of modern Gaza. After that, he returned to the southern people of Kush and pushed the empire's borders farther south than they had ever been, beyond the second cataract, the river island of Assad, now in northern Sudan. From its lowest ebb, Egypt had suddenly re-emerged as a major regional power. This was the age of the New Kingdom. During the 5 centuries of the New Kingdom, Egypt would reach its greatest territorial extent and construct some of its most impressive monuments and artifacts. Despite recapturing Memphis, its kings saw no reason to move the capital again, and so they now once again ruled from the city of Thebes, far up the river in Upper Egypt. By now, Egypt had also adopted the technology of the horse-drawn chariot from their Hyksos foes, and its armies were now made up of powerful contingents of these vehicles. During these centuries, Egypt saw the rule of its first great woman pharaoh, Hatshepsut, who was one of its most prolific builders. She constructed the towering temple complex in Karnak and the stately mortuary temple known as the Holy of Holies. She also undertook a voyage in 5 ships to the land of Punt, somewhere in Africa, and brought back incense trees and other goods to Egypt, which she celebrated in one inscription.
The ships returned with the marvels of the land of Punt, and with all the good woods of Kanika, with heaps of incense, with trees producing green fragrance, with ebony and pure ivory, with gold, and green agates found in the land of the army, with hides of the panthers of the south. Never since the beginning of the world have the like of these wonders been brought by any king.
The new kingdom would also see some of the most striking dramas emerge in the royal courts of Egypt. Of these, none have drawn so much attention as the story of one pharaoh. He has been described by some as a revolutionary, by others as a visionary, and by others still as simply insane. He was a ruler named Amenhotep IV. Amenhotep came to the throne around 1350 BC. He had inherited his name from his father, who had ruled as Amenhotep III. Like most Egyptian names, it included the name of a god, Amun, and it meant Amun is satisfied. Amun had long been the god of the city of Thebes, and was considered the god of fertility and of the wind. But when the Hyksos were expelled from Egypt, and Thebes became the capital once more, this god Amun was given something of a promotion. He was unified with the sun god Ra to create a compound deity now known as Amun-Ra, the perfect symbol of the power of a new united Egypt. Amun-Ra was depicted as a man bearing a golden staff and wearing a high crown, and later would be shown with blue skin. This new deity was placed at the head of all the various gods that the Egyptians worshipped, the king of the gods and creator of the universe. One hymn to Amun-Ra describes the primacy of his position.
Lord of truth, Father of the gods, Maker of men, Creator of all animals, Lord of things that are, Creator of the staff of life.
The pharaoh Amenhotep IV would keep his name for the first 4 years of his rule, but around his 5th year on the throne, he made the unprecedented decision to change his royal name. That's because he had a vision of a new system of belief that he wanted to spread over all of Egypt. He wanted to do away with the messiness of Egyptian religion and the system of different gods in different cities, different temples and cults and priests. He devised a new system of worship that focused not on any god, but on the sun itself, which he seems to have believed was his true father. This new god would be depicted as a bare, impersonal disk, showering the earth with beams of light. It would be called simply the Orb, or in Egyptian, the Aten. One surviving hymn to the Aten, perhaps even written by the pharaoh himself, shows the enormous power this new god is supposed to have.
O soul of God, like whom there is no other, thou didst create the world according to thy desire. You are in my heart. There is no other who knows you. Every land chatters at its rising every day.
Around year 5 of his reign, the pharaoh Amenhotep abandoned his old name that paid respect to the god Amun and changed it to a new name for his new god. This new name meant effective spirit for the Aten. He was now the pharaoh Akhenaten. Akhenaten is the first recorded person in history to have started a new religion by himself. He was also the first monotheist. In Akhenaten's kingdom, only the Aten could be worshipped. Temples to Amun were eventually shut down, and all worship of the former god was banned. The king even sent out workmen and soldiers to all corners of Egypt, where they burst into temples with hammers and chisels and chipped the name of Amun off the walls. His determination to rid his kingdom of Amun was so great that he even sent workmen climbing to the top of the Red Pyramid of Snefru to chip the name of Amun from the pyramid's topmost capstone. To the Egyptians, used as they were to placating a whole host of deities with prayers and offerings, this radical shift must have seemed like a frightening and risky gamble. Many must have feared to turn their backs on their old trusted gods and consort with this new and untested ideology. But the king's word was the king's word, and for the most part, they seemed to have fallen into line. At first, Akhenaten converted old temples in Thebes to the Aten, and even began constructing some new ones, but he soon went off the idea. Thebes' old temples were covered with carvings and hieroglyphs praising the other gods, and the depth of their history couldn't be erased overnight. Thebes was also home to a powerful priestly class that resisted his reforms. In answer to this problem, Akhenaten took the remarkable decision to build an entirely new capital. He would build it out in the middle of the desert, at a completely uninhabited location halfway between Memphis and Thebes. He would call this city the Horizon of the Aten, or in Egyptian, Akhetaten. Standing out on the bare and level plain where he hoped to build his new city, the pharaoh Akhenaten gave the following proclamation to his courtiers.
The Aten desires that there be made for him a monument with an eternal and everlasting name. It is Aten, my father, who gave me counsel concerning it. No official has ever given me counsel, not any of the people who are in the entire land. At Akhet Aten, I shall make the house of Aten.
This new city would be furnished with everything a royal capital needed. Palaces for Akhenaten and his chief wife Nefertiti, along with his 4 other wives, gardens, tombs, administrative buildings and workshops, and of course a vast temple complex to the new god Aten. Construction of this city would take at least 8 years, and when it was finished, in the 12th year of his reign, Akhenaten held a magnificent ceremony. The year was 1342 BC. At his new capital, Akhenaten received delegations from all over the region, from the Hittites, from Syria and islands in the Mediterranean like Cyprus and Crete, as well as from the Nubian lands of Punt and Kush in the south, all here to bear witness to the glory of his new city and his successful conversion of his empire. The priests may have grumbled, the common people may have fretted, but he had finally done it. The ceremony must have been grand, full of celebration and pomp, musicians and dancers, the burning of incense and feasts of fine foods. We can imagine the foreign guests listening to the singing of hymns like the following to the new god Aten.
Thou didst create the world according to thy desire, all men, cattle, and wild beasts, whatever is on earth going upon its feet, and what is on high, flying with its wings. The countries of Syria and Nubia, the land of Egypt, thou settest every man in his place. Thou suppliest their necessities. Their tongues are separate in speech, and their natures as well. Everyone has his food, and his time of life is reckoned.
But the consequences of this piece of royal pageantry were dire. A plague had been spreading around the Middle East for some time now, affecting lands in Syria and the Hittite Empire in what is now Turkey. One group of texts written around this time, known as the Hittite slave prayers, invoked the gods to deliver them from this disaster.
For 20 years now, people have been dying in Hattie. Will the plague never be removed from Hattie? I cannot control the worry in my heart. I can no longer control the anguish in my soul.
With foreign dignitaries coming from all over the region, with large entourages and doubtless groups of slaves in tow, a deadly dose of this disease arrived that year in the heart of Egypt, and from there was a spread all up and down the Nile. If Akhenaten had hoped that this ceremony would secure his people's confidence in his new god, then it couldn't have backfired more dramatically. In the pandemic that followed, no one was safe. Numerous deaths may even have occurred within Akhenaten's family, perhaps including his mother, his wife, and 3 of his daughters. And if the situation was so severe, even in the relatively protected royal court, we can assume that in the population at large, the effects were even more devastating. For the people of Egypt, this incomprehensible disaster must have seemed like the judgment of the old gods on the man who had so arrogantly turned his back on them. Akhenaten died only a few years later, around 1335 BC, after 17 years of rule. After his death, some members of his family attempted to maintain the cult of the Aten in the now plague-ravaged new capital of Akhetaten. They would take turns to rule for the next 4 years, but seemingly without much success. Now the whole empire seemed like it was teetering on the brink of collapse. But eventually, one of Akhenaten's sons, a boy of only 8 years old, came to the throne. His father had given him the hopeful name Tutankhaten, or living image of the Aten, but he would not rule under it for long. Turning his back on his father's new faith and to enormous celebration around the empire, in the 3rd year of his rule, he changed his name to the one we now remember him by. The living image not of Aten, but of the old god Amun, now triumphantly welcomed back by the people of Egypt. His name was Tutankhamun. As symbolized by his change of name, the boy king Tutankhamun rose back a great number of his father's attempted reforms. He ended all worship of the god Aten and reinstated Amun's supremacy in Thebes. Tutankhamun lifted the ban on cults of other gods and restored the traditional privileges of the priesthood. Many temples to the Aten in Thebes and elsewhere were torn down, and their painted bricks were used as filler in the walls of other temples. Everyone seems to be in agreement. The whole sorry business of Akhenaten was better off forgotten. Today, the boy king Tutankhamun is perhaps the most famous of all the Egyptian pharaohs, more famous than the great Khufu and Khafre of Giza, or the pharaohs Djoser and Snefru, who perfected the pyramid form. He is more famous than Kamosa or Akhmosa, who reunited the kingdom and expelled the Hyksos, more famous than his colourful father Akhenaten, or the great queen Hatshepsut. But there's nothing in his reign that really warrants that level of recognition. In fact, this boy king died while still a teenager, after only 9 years of rule. He does seem to have been a good king, and popular, and set Egypt back on course after his father's erratic reign. But the source of his fame was really one of absolute historical accident. When he died in 1323 BC, the boy king Tutankhamun was buried in a tomb in the Valley of the Kings. It was not a particularly resplendent royal tomb, and a far cry from the glorious pyramids of the old kingdom. But shortly after it was sealed, there was a chance flash flood in this portion of the necropolis, as the doorway to the tomb was buried in sand and rock. This left it completely concealed. For the next 3,300 years, tomb robbers would scour the Valley of the Kings, stealing from nearly every one of the great pharaoh's tombs, making away with their treasures, removing their mummies, and despoiling their decorations. But buried in the sand, Tutankhamun's tomb remained sealed. For this reason, it was completely untouched until the year 1922, when it was uncovered by the Egyptologist Howard Carter, and all its artifacts were recovered to international astronomy. Today, the most glorious of these, the golden burial mask of Tutankhamun, is one of the most famous objects from the ancient world, a resplendent image of royal wealth and power. At times, it can be hard to remember that this golden image is also a portrait of a boy who had power thrust upon him in a time of upheaval and strife, looking up at us from the dark depths of the ages. The new kingdom of Egypt would reach its highest point around 50 years after the reign of Tutankhamun. It would come during the rule of perhaps the greatest Egyptian pharaoh. He came to the throne under the name Ramses II, but he would go down in history as Ramses the Great. Ramses came to the throne at the age of 14 in 1279 BC. At the time, Egypt's Mediterranean coast was being ravaged by groups of pirates, and he spent much of his early rule dealing with this nuisance. But he is most famous for pushing the boundaries of Egypt far to the north into the region of Syria. Over the preceding centuries, a powerful rival had grown up in the mountains of what is today Turkey, and was steadily spreading its influence in all directions. This was the powerful Hittite Empire, centered on their hill fortress capital of Hattusha. The Hittites were a relatively new power in the region, but their territory was wealthy and extensive. They had mastered the use of chariots in warfare, turning them from light hit-and-run vehicles into heavy armored shock troops. And for the last 2 centuries, Egypt had been fighting increasingly bitter wars with them over who would control the region of Palestine. In the 4th year of his reign, Ramses II gathered an expeditionary force and marched across the Sinai Desert to Gaza, and from there marched north. One epic poem written about this expedition exults in the enormous force that Ramses brought.
His Majesty journeyed northward, his infantry and chariotry with him. He began to march from the good way. Every foreign country was trembling before him. Their chiefs were bringing their tribute, and all the rebels were coming, bowing down through dread of the personality of His Majesty.
Ramses' aim was to capture the strong fortress city of Kadesh, situated along the sandy banks on a fork of the Orontes River. For years now, Kadesh had been playing the Hittites and Egypt off against one another, allying first with one, then the other. Now, Ramses was determined to finally seize Kadesh for Egypt. He marched north with 4 of his divisions, named after the gods Amun, Ra, Set, and Ptah. With him, he brought thousands of chariots, and 1 unit of elite chariot riders he sent by sea, telling them to land on the coast and ride inland to meet him on the day he arrived at Kadesh. At first, everything seemed to be going well. On his way, the pharaoh's scouts captured a pair of tribesmen from the Shasu people, who told him that the Hittite king was cowering further to the north. He was afraid of the might of Egypt, they said. He had left Kadesh defenseless. Excited by this news, Ramses blew all caution to the wind and hastened northward to seize the city with only one of his 4 divisions, his prided Amun troops. But this would prove to be a fatal mistake. Ramses didn't know it yet, but these Shasu tribesmen were actually agents of the Hittite king, sent to lure him into a trap. When he arrived at Kadesh, Ramses set up his camp beside a stony brook, and his scouts set out into the surrounding landscape to detect any threats. Some of these scouts ran into a pair of Hittite soldiers who had been lying low in the undergrowth, watching them. They skirmished, and the Egyptians managed to capture the Hittites. After perhaps a stern beating, these men revealed what lay waiting for the Egyptians nearby: the full might of the Hittite armies amassed in an ambush, hidden behind the looming fortress of Kadesh. The Kadesh poem records this imposing force.
Now the richest foe of Hatti had come, having gathered all foreign countries to the very ends of the sea, the land of Hatti in its entirety. They covered the mountains and the valleys like the grasshoppers with their multitudes. He left neither silver nor gold in his land, but despoiled it of all its possessions and gave them to all foreign countries to bring them with him to combat.
Ramses flew into a rage with his generals for allowing this to happen. He had hurried ahead with his Amun division, and now he was critically overstretched, with his reinforcements in the Ra division still on the road. The Hittites would not allow the Egyptians to regroup. Before the Ra division could arrive, a terrifying force of 2,500 Hittite chariots burst out of hiding and swept across the river plain. Hittite chariots were the tanks of their day, heavy and armored, their riders covered in chainmail down to their toes. These chariots rolled in and smashed into the Ra regiment, who frantically tried to form a shield wall. The Hittites scattered this division completely and then rounded on the Egyptians' camp. Ramses was surrounded, cut off from his reinforcements and now outnumbered. But in this dire situation, he recounts how he rallied his men and led them in a desperate charge against the enemy.
I found the 2,500 Spanish chariots, in whose midst I was, becoming heaps of corpses before my order. Not one of them found his hand to fight, for their hearts quailed in their bodies from terror of me. And all their arms were powerless, so they could not shoot nor find their courage to seize their javelins.
Whether or not this self-aggrandizing account is an accurate depiction of that day, it's clear that the tide did begin to turn. The Egyptian soldiers were elite fighters, and many of the Hittite forces may have been mercenaries or conscripts. After destroying the Ra division and sweeping into the Egyptians' camp, the chariots became bogged down, and many of the Hittite soldiers, believing the battle to be already over, began looting rather than press their advantage. More Egyptian reinforcements were soon arriving from the south, and as the bloody afternoon wore on, that contingent of elite charioteers that had been sailing up the coast also arrived on the scene. The arrival of this cavalry on the horizon was enough to steel the resolve of the Egyptian troops and break the will of the Hittites. Ramses gives a florid rendition of what happened next.
I made them plunge into the water as crocodiles plunge, for they were falling upon their faces, one on another, as I slew among them whom I desired. Neither could one look behind him, nor could another turn about, and whoever of them fell, he could not raise himself.
The Hittite army withdrew, with many of their soldiers pushed into the Orontes River. When the next day dawned, the two sides clashed again, but both had been fatally weakened by the previous day's fighting. After a few hours of bloody slaughter, Ramses withdrew, and the Hittite king sent him a peace offer. The pharaoh's hands were tied. The Egyptians lacked any siege equipment to breach the strong walls of Kadesh, and the only option to take the city would have been a lengthy siege, during which Ramses would have found his forces exposed to attack, poorly supplied and prone to encirclement. Instead, he decided to declare victory and march back to Egypt. The Hittites in turn also declared victory, and the city of Kadesh would slip out of Ramses' grasp. Despite the overflowing praise of Ramses and his glorious victory in the Kadesh poem, the war actually ended with a stalemate, and the question of the city remained unresolved. But it's clear that Ramses thought back to his role during the battle with no small amount of pride, and he would decorate the walls of his temple at Abu Simbel with a vast low-relief carving of every one of the battle's twists and turns. The war with the Hittites would drag on for a further 15 years, and during this time, Egypt would often capture territory along the Mediterranean coast, only to lose it again the very next year. Before long, both sides grew weary of this grinding conflict. The war was finally brought to an end with what has gone down in history as the first written peace treaty, the text of which has survived.
Behold, Hattusili, the ruler of the Hittites, binds himself by treaty to Ramesses, chosen one of Ra, the great ruler of Egypt, beginning today, so that perfect peace and brotherhood may be created between us forever. He being in brotherhood and peace with me, and I being in brotherhood and peace with him forever.
The treaty was written on silver tablets, with both the Hittites and the Egyptians being given a copy. Its text was written in both hieroglyphics and Hittite cuneiform, but the two translations do have slightly different wording. In a diplomatic stroke of genius, the Egyptian version claims that the Hittites had come begging Egypt for peace, which the Egyptians graciously accepted, while in the Hittite version, it is the Egyptians who asked to end the war. With both sides thus able to save face, the destructive conflict was allowed to come to an end, and nearly a century of relative peace ensued. Despite the pride Ramses took in his battle, today it is this peace treaty that we most remember, and a replica of it hangs on the walls of the United Nations headquarters in New York. After what seemed like a lucky escape at Kadesh, Ramses would turn his attention away from war and towards construction. He spent the next decades of his rule building temples and monuments up and down Egypt, and today his name is the one that appears on the most surviving monuments of any pharaoh. This is partly due to his prolific building campaign, but also due to the fact that he ensured his name was inscribed more deeply in the stone than any other pharaoh, so deep that it could never be erased. Ramesses II would rule for a total of 66 years, and would be remembered as perhaps Egypt's greatest pharaoh. His full Egyptian name was Usamatre Sepetenre Ramses, which the Greeks would later render into a name they found easier to pronounce. They would call him Ozymandias. More than 1,000 years later, the Greek writer Diodorus of Sicily would visit Egypt and write an account of visiting one monument to Ramses II.
At its entrance there is a pylon, constructed of variegated stone, 2 plethora in breadth and 45 cubits high. The inscription upon it runs, "King of kings am I, Ozymandias. If anyone would know how great I am and where I lie, let him surpass one of my works."
Ramesses would also build a new capital for his empire, and with his military ambitions lying in the north, he decided to place it in the northeast of the Nile Delta, and in characteristic fashion, he named it after himself, calling it Per Ramses, or the House of Ramesses. One Egyptian poem would celebrate the beauty of this new city.
The residence is pleasant in life. Its field is full of everything good. It is full of supplies and food every day. Its ponds with fish and its lakes with birds. Its meadows are verdant with grass. Its banks bear dates. Its melons are abundant on the sand. Its granaries are so full of barley and emmer wheat that they come near to the sky. Red wedge fish swim in the canal of the resident city, which live on lotus flowers.
This city of Per Ramses has long been associated with the city of Ramses, referred to in the Hebrew book of Exodus, the second book of the Hebrew Bible. Exodus describes a population of enslaved Hebrews forced to work on the construction of the city. The reality of the Exodus story has long been debated, and most historians now consider it to be a piece of ancient literature. There is no evidence for a large population of Hebrew slaves ever living in Egypt, or that the city of Per Ramses was built by slaves at all. More likely, it was built using the Egyptians' usual combination of skilled artisans and seasonal peasant laborers. But with the proximity of the Nile Delta to the Levantine coast, it's certainly not impossible that some of these laborers were Hebrew people who had traveled across the Sinai to sell their labor in Egypt. If that were the case, then for one reason or another, they left no impression in the archaeological record, but perhaps printed an indelible mark on our collective imaginations. When Ramses finally died in 1213 BC, he was probably nearly 90 years old. His reign had been one of Egypt's golden ages, but his long rule had once again created that old king problem. All of his heirs were now also old men. By the time of his death, 12 of his oldest sons had already died, and now his 13th son took the throne at the age of about 70. He was the pharaoh Mer-Nefer. But only a few years into this man's reign, Egypt was attacked by a devastating new enemy. These were the Libyan people to the west of the Nile Delta. The king of Libya, a man named Merire, had seemingly planned his attack for some time. All of a sudden, a large Libyan army flooded through Egypt's northwestern border, and they were reinforced with groups of people from all over the Mediterranean, perhaps from Greece, Sardinia, Sicily, and elsewhere across the sea. These were a diverse group of peoples that had suddenly begun to appear in increasing numbers across the eastern Mediterranean. They would later become known as the Sea Peoples. The pharaoh Mer-Nefer remembers this event on one carved stele.
The wretched fallen chief of Libya, Maria, son of Death, has fallen upon the country of Tunu with his bowmen, Shed, Shekelesh, Ekwesh, Luka, Teresh, taking the best of every warrior and every man of war of his country. He has brought his wife and his children. leaders of the camp, and he has reached the western boundary in the fields of Perea.
The pharaoh Mer-Neptah defeated this invasion, and as a warning to any others who would try such a surprise attack, he had many of the invading soldiers impaled along the road into Memphis.
The princes are prostrate, saying, "Mercy!" Not one raises his head among the 9 bows. Desolation is put to him. Hassi is pacified, plundered is the Canaan with every evil. Harai has become a widow. All lands together they are pacified.
But these lands would not stay pacified for long. After the death of the pharaoh Mer-Neptah around 1204 BC, Egypt entered a period of civil strife, with the descendants of Ramses fighting over who would take the crown. Against this backdrop, the entire region also once again began to experience a series of record droughts. What caused this climate shift is uncertain. As we saw in our second episode on the Bronze Age collapse, the cause may have been volcanic, with a large eruption taking place in the Icelandic volcano of Hekla around this time. Others have proposed that an eruption in Sicily around 1300 BC may have been to blame, or that the supervolcano Thera in Santorini may have resumed some activity, some 500 years after its last enormous eruption. The cause may not have been volcanic at all, and could have been due to variations in the sun's activity, or weather systems in the Atlantic, depriving the Mediterranean of moisture. The reality was not as it is today. The planet's climate system is fragile, interconnected, and chaotic, and even relatively small changes in its equilibrium can have devastating effects. During this time, formerly green land became dry and arid, and more plants suited to desert landscapes flourished. Analysis of sediment cores and oxygen isotopes in cave mineral deposits have all shown that the 13th and 12th centuries BC saw much less rain than the preceding centuries. Alongside this scientific evidence, we can see marks of severe drought in the region's written records too. Egypt's great rivals, the Hittites, in their stony mountains, were hit particularly hard by the drought. One Hittite text has come down to us that seems to capture the spirit of this age, and this is known as the myth of Telepinu. It comes from a poetic convention known as the Vanishing God myth, which describes how a certain deity is so offended by the misdeeds of humanity that he flies into a fit of sorrow and abandons his duties. Telepinu was a god of farming, fertility, and the weather. The beginning of the text has been lost, so we don't know what it was humanity did to provoke his rage, but the poem describes its deadly consequences.
Thereupon soot beset the windows, smoke beset the house, the ashes lay crammed on the hearth. Off stalked Telepinu, grain and abundance he took away from field and meadow. Off to the copses stalked Telepinu, and in a copse he buried himself. Forthwith the seed ceased to yield produce. Oxen, sheep, and men ceased to breed, while even those that had conceived did not bear. Hillsides were bare, trees were bare, and put forth no new branches. Pastures were bare, springs ran dry. A famine arose in the land. Men and gods alike were about to perish of hunger.
While the Egyptians may have celebrated this weakening of their great rival, in Egypt the situation was hardly any better. One text, dated to around the year 1200 BC, is called the Lament to Amun, and it stands as a wail of sorrow in a darkening age.
Come to me, Father Amun, protect me in this bitter year of confrontation. God shines in the sun, yet he will not shine. Winter crowds hard upon summer. Months happen backwards, dishevelled hours lurch drunken by. Those cut down in high places cry out for you, Amun. These words came on the poisoned air, spoken by herdsmen in fields and marshes, by those who beat clothes on the banks of the river, by district police deserting their precincts, by horned beasts on our burning deserts.
From this period of unrest and the chaos in Egypt's royal court, which lasted for about a century, a military strongman named Setnafte would eventually rise to power. He would rule for only 3 years, before dying and passing the throne on to his young son. This boy was the empire's last hope to turn around its floundering fortunes. And if such a hope was to be sustained, there was only one name he could possibly rule under. His parents would name him after his great predecessor, who had ruled nearly a century before and fought at the Battle of Kadesh. And so this boy would rule as Ramesses III. This new boy king, Ramses, was a determined and tenacious ruler, and it's clear that he openly admired and sought to emulate the legendary pharaoh of old. He even went so far as to name all his own sons after the sons of Ramses II, and also gave them all the same positions in his court. It was clear he wanted to do everything he could to recreate the glory days that had slipped out of Egypt's grasp, as he writes in one of his inscriptions.
Rejoice ye, O Egypt, to the height of heaven, for I am ruler of the south and north upon the throne of Africa. The gods have appointed me to be king over Egypt, to be victor, to expel them for her from the country. They decreed to me the kingdom while I was a child, and my reign is full of plenty.
Under other circumstances, Ramses might have been one of Egypt's great rulers, but the entire region was soon to be convulsed in a series of bitter wars. One of the great drivers of these conflicts was the loose collection of peoples that had first appeared in the reign of the pharaoh Merneptah, and who are known as the Sea Peoples. These invaders were now descending on the entire region in ever greater numbers, apparently spurred by widespread crop failures in northern and western Europe. Already powerful trading cities like the port town of Ugarit had been attacked by sea, seemingly by complete surprise, and they were destroyed so thoroughly that they were never reoccupied. The Egyptians' great rivals, the Hittites, were now on the brink of collapse, as trade networks around the region went into freefall. Ramses remembers this time of strife as these northern invaders descended on the coast.
The northerners in their isles were disturbed, swept away in battle. Not one stood before their lands. From Ketra, Kalkemish, Argos, Alaska, they were wasted. They set up a camp in one place in Amor. They desolated his people and his land like that which is not.
When news of the Sea People's attacks came to Ramses, he would have been pharaoh for about 8 years. He had already repelled 2 further invasions from Libya and must have been rising in confidence. But the news troubled him, and soon he got word that the fleet of the Sea Peoples was on the move and were heading to Egypt, as he recounts in the inscription on his mortuary temple at Medina Tabu.
They came with fire prepared before them, forward to Egypt. Their main support was Peleg, Beker, Shekelek, Denyen, and Weshish. Their lands were united, and they laid their hands upon the land as far as the circle of the earth. Their hearts were confident, full of their plans.
Ramses knew that these attackers would have to be stopped, and he decided that he would make his stand at the mouth of the Nile, the lush, fertile delta. He would have to play to what strengths the Egyptian army still had in this challenging terrain. He decided to lay an ambush and give the sea people a surprise attack of their own.
Now, it happened through this God, the Lord of gods, that I was prepared and armed to trap them like wild fowl. I equipped my frontier at Zaid, prepared before them. The chiefs, the captains of infantry, the nobles, I caused to equip the harbour mouth like a strong wall, with warships, galleys, and barges. They were manned completely from bow to stern with valiant warriors bearing their arms, soldiers of all the choicest of Egypt, being like lions roaring upon the mountain tops. Their horses were quivering in their every limb, ready to crush the countries under their feet.
As the enemy's ships amassed, Ramses gathered archers on the banks, supported by spearmen and cavalry in their thousands, all concealed in the reeds. The tension must have been tremendous. All the soldiers of the Egyptian army holding their breath and waiting for that first sign of an enemy ship. Then, at last, a sail was sighted. After that came another and another, until the whole fleet of the sea peoples was in sight. The Egyptians must have been able to hear the creak of 10,000 oars, the beating of the drums, the shouts of the helmsmen and soldiers. Then, once the sea people's ships were within range, Ramses struck. Arrows flew out of the reeds and rained down on the ships. Panicked, the invaders attempted to land on the bank, but as they did, the Egyptian spearmen appeared out of the tree line and met them with a shield wall. While the enemy was held at bay, the Egyptian navy sailed in down the river.
Those who reached my boundary, their heart and their soul forever and ever. As for those who had assembled before them on the sea, the full flame was in their front, before the harbour mouth, and a wall of metal upon the shore surrounded them. They were dragged, overturned, and laid low upon the beach, slain, and made heaps from stern to bow of their galleys, while all their things were cast upon the water. Thus I turned back the waters to remember Egypt, and when they even mention my name in their land, may it consume them with fear.
The pharaoh's plan had worked. The Egyptians were the first people to turn back these seagoing invaders and stop their campaign of destruction. Ramses' inscription at Medina Tabu ends on the following triumphant note.
Rejoice ye, O Egypt. I have expelled your mourning, which was in your heart, and I have made you dwell in peace. Those whom I have overthrown shall not return.
But despite their victory, the land of the pharaohs now stood alone in a devastated region. Virtually every other society around them had been gutted and reduced to ash. Numerous long-established civilizations, the Mycenaean Greeks, the Hittites, Bulgaria, and Babylon, had collapsed, and civil order had given way to chaos. the precarious trade routes on which they had all relied to supply them with bronze and other commodities were now broken, and Egypt's economy went into a steep and unstoppable decline. By the end of this period, which has become known as the Late Bronze Age collapse, Egypt was a shadow of its former self. As other enemies encroached on its borders, Egypt was able to fight them off, as its treasury became so depleted that it never fully recovered its imperial power. The first workers' strike in recorded history happened during the 29th year of Ramses III's reign, when Egypt could no longer provide food rations for its elite artisans, who were constructing the king's tomb in the village of Deir el-Medina. The lack of rations went on so long that the workers eventually marched through the town, shouting the following chant.
We're hungry. There's no more clothing, no more oil, no more fish, no more vegetables. Send word to the Pharaoh.
If food was not reaching these crucial workers, we can only imagine the dire situation in the wider kingdom. The dispute dragged on for weeks, with one leader of protest even threatening to damage the royal monuments if they were not paid. It was a threat they would never dare to make unless the authority of the Pharaoh was beginning to be seriously undermined. Ramses III ruled for another 2 decades after his battle with the sea people, for a total reign of 31 years. But by the year 1156 BC, some members of his family were beginning to get impatient. In the Egyptian court, all of the women, the king's wives and mother, and other consorts, all lived together in a large palace complex with its own land. This was convenient for the king, but it could also encourage courtly intrigue. There was a strict hierarchy to the pharaoh's queens, and everyone knew that the children of his main wife were to be his heirs before any others. Some of the women who were lower down on this ladder could at times resort to plotting to improve their stations, and perhaps get their own sons on the throne instead. One of these women was a queen named Tiye. Tiye was a secondary wife of Ramses, and her son Pentawer was not in line for the throne. In order to remedy this situation, she began a plot that would go down in history as the Harem Conspiracy. Soon, she brought in other members of the king's household, and even high-ranking members of the government, as one later papyrus records.
They are the abomination of the land. The great criminal, who was then chief of the chamber, was in collusion with Taye and the women of the harem. He had made common cause with them. He had begun to bring out their words to their mothers and their brothers who were there, saying, "Stir up the people, incite rebellion against their lord."
Alarmingly, one of the palace women had written to her brother named Khayyam Waset, a commander of Nubian troops in the south, and gained his support for their plot. Others had even turned to supernatural methods, making wax effigies of the king's bodyguards and laying curses on them to help their scheme. Their plan was clear: to kill Ramesses and install Queen Tiye's son Pentawer as pharaoh. The date they chose to strike was during the annual ceremony known as the Beautiful Festival of the Valley, which was held in Thebes every year at the new moon of the second month of the harvesting season of Shemu. During this festival, which was one of the biggest of the year, the pharaoh would go down to the river in a grand and colourful procession, carrying the statues of the 3 gods of Thebes, Amun, Mut, and Khonsu. He would then board his royal barge, and sailed the statues down to the Theban necropolis to visit his grand temple, as one inscription by a Theban priest describes.
We go, giving praise to Amun, kissing the ground before the lords of the gods on his festivals, the first day of Shenu shining, on the day of voyaging to the valley.
Here the citizens would give offerings of food and drink and flowers, as the boats sailed on the river with the 3 statues. As the riotous days-long festival progressed, the plotters took advantage of the disruption to make a strike at the king. It was day 15 of Shemu, when the pharaoh was relaxing in the royal harem in the western tower of Medinet Habu, perhaps thinking ahead to his role in the coming festivities, when a group of assassins crept up on him with knives. Their attack was swift and brutal. Modern scanning of Ramses III's mummy reveals that his throat was cut right to the bone with a sharp weapon, severing the trachea, esophagus, and major blood vessels. Death would have followed within seconds. Ramses has no defensive wounds, suggesting that he was caught completely unawares. But curiously, his big toe was severed at the time of the attack. This seems like an unlikely injury to sustain during a struggle, and studies of his mummy have shown that the embalmers fashioned him a prosthetic toe to take with him into the afterlife. This suggests that the original toe was never recovered, perhaps indicating that someone took it as proof that he was dead, or as a grisly trophy. Ramses III had saved Egypt from the sea peoples, but now he lay dying in a pool of his own blood, betrayed by his own family. But the conspirators' plot would not go as planned. In the aftermath of the bloody assassination, the son of Ramses III was able to crush the coup and seize the throne. The plotters were all put on trial, as well as any who had heard about the conspiracy but failed to report it. In all, 28 people were executed, and as a final punishment, they were even cruelly renamed after their deaths. The brother of one of the plotters, who had commanded his Nubian troops in the south, was originally named Khayyam Wasef, a name which meant he came from Thebes. But after his execution, he was renamed Binem Wasef, or Evil in Thebes. Another's name, Meri Ra, meant beloved of Ra, but he was given the somewhat spiteful new name, Masetsu Ra, or Ra hates him. Although order had been restored to the royal succession, Egypt was in a much reduced state. The death of Ramses was followed by years of bickering among his heirs. 3 of his sons would become king at different times, each feeling the need to memorialize him and shore up their own legitimacy by reigning as Ramses IV, VI, and VIII. In fact, the next 8 pharaohs in a row would all be named Ramses after the slain king. But many of these rulers were ineffectual and reigned for only a few years each. Meanwhile, Egypt was increasingly beset by continuing droughts, lack of seasonal floodwaters, famines, civil unrest, and official corruption. Against this backdrop, by the rule of Ramses XI, a new power had begun to fill the vacuum left by royal authority. These were the high priests of Amun in Thebes. This priesthood had become not only very powerful, but exceedingly wealthy. Through a centuries-long game of acquisition, the Amun priests now controlled 2/3 of all the temple lands in Egypt and 90% of all Egypt's ships. along with mountains of gold. On top of that, they were the chief prophets and interpreters of the god Amun-Ra's will, wielding a great deal of influence over the kings and their decisions. Over the last centuries, they had changed the rules of the priesthood so that they could pass their positions on to their sons, essentially becoming a kind of feudal royalty in the baking hot lands of Upper Egypt. One inscription on the tomb of a high priest named Nebwen-Enep describes the power of this new hereditary role.
You are now High Priest of Amun. His treasury and his granary are under your seal. You are chief executive of his temple, and every foundation of his is under your authority. The house of Hathor, Lady of Dendera, shall now be under the authority of your son, as heir to the offices of your forefathers, the position which you have occupied hitherto.
Soon the high priests in Thebes became the de facto rulers of Upper Egypt, even having themselves buried in grand tombs and commanding their own armies. In many ways, the pharaoh had become something of an irrelevance. And perhaps for that reason, there would not be a Ramses XII. With the death of Ramses XI, the Egyptian New Kingdom finally fractured. Less than 80 years after the victorious battle with the Sea Peoples, Egypt would never regain its former power. For the next 4 centuries, Egypt's influence would undergo a steady but unstoppable decline. One text written around this time is called The Tale of Wenamun. It describes an Egyptian diplomat who travels to the north to collect some cedar wood as tribute from the Phoenician city of Byblos. But while there, he finds that the name of the pharaoh no longer holds the kind of sway it used to. Wenamun is robbed on his journey and appeals to the ruler of Byblos for help.
That morning when I had risen, I went to where the prince was and said to him, I've been robbed in your father. Now you are the prince of this land. You are the one who controls it. Search for my money. Indeed, the money belongs to Amun-Ra, king of gods, lord of the lands. He said to me, are you serious? Are you joking? Indeed, I do not understand the demand you make to me.
To make matters worse, the king of Byblos refuses to pay tribute to cedar wood that the pharaoh demands. Whether this story relates a true event or is simply a piece of literature, historians aren't sure. But either way, it points to the much reduced state of Egypt's standing in the world, something that has clearly become common knowledge. The 21st dynasty that ruled from the northern Nile Delta through much of the 8th century BC were even descended from Libyan invaders, peoples from along the North African coast to the west. While the earliest of these Libyan pharaohs adopted classical Egyptian names, by the 22nd and 23rd dynasties, they reverted to giving their children more ethnically Libyan names, and even wearing Libyan feathered headdresses to underline their identity. Still, these Libyan kings were an unruly bunch, who held close to their old tribal loyalties, and were frequently distracted by warring amongst themselves and their own lords and generals. Meanwhile, the high priests of Amun continued to rule southern Egypt from Thebes. But even further to the south, in the lands of Nubia, another power was rising. This was the Nubian kingdom of Kush. As one of the two main African kingdoms to the south of Egypt, Kush was located at the fourth cataract of the Nile, around the region of Sudan today. For centuries now, this Nubian kingdom had been crushed beneath the boots of Egypt. Repeated expeditions up the Nile had seen Egyptian armies stamp out any sign of a powerful rival appearing in East Africa. But now, with the new kingdom of Egypt fractured, and the Libyan kings ruling it in the north, fighting amongst themselves, the Kushites were free to build their own power base. During Egypt's many attempts to invade and hold on to the land in Nubia, Egypt had left a number of powerful fortresses to the Kushites. One of these had even become the capital of Kush, the city of Napata. But the Egyptians had also left behind something else, that is, their religion. The upper classes in Kush had long adopted Egyptian gods and forms of worship. Kushite rulers even referred to themselves as the son of Amun. When Herodotus travelled down the Nile in the following centuries, he described this region, which he knew as Ethiopia.
Above Elephant Island, the country now begins to be inhabited by Ethiopians, and half the people of the island are Ethiopians and half Egyptians. Near to the island is a great lake, on the shores of which dwell nomad Ethiopians. The people of the place worship no other gods but Amun and Osiris. These they greatly honor, for they have a place of divination sacred to Amun.
While Egypt had stopped building pyramids more than 1,000 years earlier, Kushite kings had taken up the building of pyramids of their own, in classic Egyptian style. In some ways, Kush had become more Egyptian than the Egyptians. The kingdom was becoming wealthy too, its economy boosted by the Nubian gold mine it controlled and trade with sub-Saharan Africa. This wealth soon led to a powerful army. One king of Kush named Kashta would seize upon the opportunities the situation afforded. While the Libyan kings of Egypt squabbled and fought among themselves, Kashta worked to gain influence over the high priests of Thebes. Eventually, he had his own daughter appointed to the powerful title of God's wife of Amun in the great temple of Thebes. Once she was in that position, she moved to consolidate her power and claimed Thebes and all Upper Egypt for her father's kingdom of Kush. The Libyan kings in the Nile Delta, distracted by their civil wars, did nothing to stop them. Upper Egypt was now ruled by Nubians. When the Kushite king Kashta died, his son Kie inherited what was now the Kushite Empire. Sometime around the 720s BC, King Kie marched his Nubian armies down the Nile and conquered the fractious states of Lower Egypt. Kie was clearly pragmatic in his approach and allowed any local governors to stay in their positions, so long as they swore allegiance to him. A victory stele that he carved records his victory, which he dedicates to the old Egyptian gods.
Hear what I have done in exceeding the ancestors. I am the king, the representation of God, who issued from the womb marked as ruler, who is feared by those greater than he, whose father knew, and whose mother perceived even in the egg that he would be ruler. Beloved of the gods, the son of Ra, beloved of Amun.
His son, Bikku, solidified these conquests and united Egypt once more. For the next century, Egypt would be ruled by the 25th dynasty, the Nubian pharaohs. Over the decades that followed, these Nubian rulers showed an enthusiastic adoption of Egyptian culture. They used the Egyptian language, gave each other Egyptian names, and worshipped the Egyptian gods with apparent devotion. They even embarked on an enthusiastic program of pyramid building in Nubia, the first that the region had seen in centuries, if nothing quite like on the grand scale of the Old Kingdom. But this flourishing of Egyptian culture would not last long. That's because to the north, a power had finally risen that would eclipse the Egyptian empire for good. That was the empire of Assyria. As we saw in our 13th episode, Assyria had arisen in the valley of the Tigris and Euphrates rivers in Mesopotamia, and by the 7th century BC was perhaps the most powerful empire on earth. They routinely amassed armies of more than 100,000 soldiers, and under the reign of the paranoid king Esarhaddon, they were now pressing their power far along the Mediterranean coast, and soon they dreamed of bringing it to the banks of the Nile itself. The Nubian pharaoh who would face them was a man named Taharqa. Taharqa was the 5th king of the Nubian 25th dynasty, and he was clearly proud of his heritage and his skin color. He made sure that the statues he commissioned were carved from hard black granite, polished smooth. He had come to Egypt as a young prince and had been chosen to rule after the death of the previous pharaoh, as he writes in one inscription.
I was brought from Nubia among the royal brothers of His Majesty abroad. As I was with him, he liked me more than all his brothers and his children, so that he distinguished me. I won the heart of all the nobles and was loved by all. It was only after the royal hawk had flown to heaven that I received the crown in Memphis.
Curiously, Taharqa was also a believer in the benefits of long-distance running, and insisted that all his soldiers engaged in nighttime marathon practices.
The king himself was on horseback to see his army running when he exercised with them on the desert behind Memphis in the 9th hour of the night. They reached the Great Lake at the hour of sunrise, and they returned to the residence in the 3rd hour of the day.
This extreme stamina would serve them well, and he would engage in successful assaults on Libyan positions across the desert and capture territory in Palestine. Throughout his reign, Taharqa was lucky. A series of exceptional Nile floods led to a period of abundant crops. Funds were clearly so forthcoming that he donated large amounts of gold to the temple of Amun and restored several religious centers, as one of his inscriptions boasts.
As His Majesty is the one who loves the god, he spends the day and lies by night seeking what is useful to the gods, building their temples fallen into decay, giving birth to their structures as in the primeval times, building their storehouses, endowing altars, presenting them with offerings of fine gold, silver, copper. Now, the heart of His Majesty is satisfied with doing what is beneficent to them every day. This land is inundated in this time, as it was in the time of the Lord of all. Every man sleeping until dawn, and never saying, "Oh, I wish I had."
Egypt was now of a size and stability that it hadn't seen since the collapse of the New Kingdom almost 400 years earlier. It must have looked like the dawn of a new era of prosperity, but this luck was not to last. In the year 674 BC, in Taharqa's 17th year on the throne, news came of a terrifying army approaching from the north. This horde belonged to King Esarhaddon of Assyria. Few foes had ever beaten the Assyrians on the battlefield, and the Nile. But somehow, against the odds, Taharqa was able to return this cause. The later Greek historian Herodotus records a fantastical story in which the invading Assyrian army was attacked by a horde of nighttime pests.
When the road comes into Egypt, their enemies came, and during the night were overrun by a horde of field mice that gnawed quivers and bows and the handles of shields, with the result that many were killed, fleeing unarmed the next day. For this reason, to this day, a statue to the Egyptian king stands in a temple with a mouse in his hand.
What exactly this account records is difficult to tell. Perhaps it was an outbreak of plague among the Assyrian army that forced them to return home. Perhaps it was even a daring nighttime ambush by Taharqa's men, conditioned as they were to run long distances in the middle of the night, strike, and then disappear into the darkness. With their camp smashed and their army in disarray, the Assyrian army would have been pursued by Egyptian chariots right back to their borders. But we may never know. Perhaps unsurprisingly, the Assyrian sources make no mention of what must have been a humiliating defeat. The sting of this embarrassment was clearly sufficient that 3 years later, King Esarhaddon amassed an even larger Assyrian army and marched back to Egypt. This time, there was no standing in his way. The Assyrians flooded into the Nile Delta, and Taharqa fled from Memphis and into the south. The Assyrian advance was so speedy that the pharaoh was not able to evacuate his family when he left the city. Esarhaddon's troops took Memphis, and the Assyrian king wrote the following gloating inscription about his victory.
I slew multitudes of his men and I smote him 5 times with the point of my javelin, with wounds from which there were no rest. Memphis is royal city in half a day. Mines, tunnels, assaults, I besieged, I captured, I destroyed, I devastated, I burned with fire. His queen, his harem, his heir, and the rest of his sons and daughters, his property and his goods, his horses, his cattle, his sheep, in countless numbers, I carried off. The roofs of Cush I tore upon Egypt, and not one therein escaped the signature. Over all of Egypt I appointed new kings, viceroys, governors, commandants, overseers, and scribes. My royal tribute and tax, yearly without ceasing, I imposed upon them.
As if Esarhaddon had hoped to easily absorb Egypt into his empire, he was mistaken. Just a year later, the Nubian king Taharqa reappeared in the south, reinforced with troops from the kingdom of Cush. Numerous governors that Esarhaddon had installed immediately reverted their loyalties, and the whole Assyrian conquest looked like it might be undone. Enraged, King Esarhaddon marched back to Egypt to crush this rebel king. But his health failed on the journey, and he died in the city of Haran without reaching Egypt. Esarhaddon's son who took the throne was the Assyrian king Ashurbanipal. Virtually his first act as king was to gather an army and march to the rebellious province of Egypt to finish what his father had started. Ashurbanipal easily overwhelmed the now weakened Egyptian forces, recaptured Memphis, and in 663 BC returned again to crush another round of rebellions. This time he marched south up the Nile River and bore down on the ancient capital of Thebes. By that time, the Nubian king Taharqa had died, and his nephew Tantamani sat on the precarious throne of Egypt. Tantamani met the Assyrians in battle, but he was defeated, and with him the last of Egypt's hope would die. The Assyrian army now rounded on the defenseless city of Thebes. Ashurbanipal records what happened next on one carved cylinder.
This city, the whole of it, I conquered it with the help of Ashur and Ishtar. Silver, gold, precious stones, all the wealth of the palace, rich cloth, precious linen, great horses, supervising men and women, 2 obelisks of splendid electrum weighing 2,500 talents. The doors of the temples I tore from their bases and carried them off to Assyria. With this weighty booty, I left Thebes. Against Egypt and Kush, I have lifted my spear and shown my power.
The Assyrian sack of Thebes was the symbolic end of Egyptian power. Though Assyria would not hold Egypt for long, and would itself collapse within only about 50 years, Egyptian esteem would never truly recover. A century later, Egypt was conquered by the Persian Achaemenid Empire, and in 343 BC, it was conquered again by the Macedonian forces of Alexander the Great. When Alexander's empire collapsed, Egypt would be left in the hands of one of his ex-generals, Ptolemy Soter. For the next 3 centuries, Egypt would be ruled by his Greek Ptolemaic dynasty, who spoke Greek and mostly refused to learn the native Egyptian language. These Ptolemies were still in power when the tide of Roman expansion swept across North Africa and finally over Egypt. The last independent ruler of Ptolemaic Egypt had a name that in Greek meant glory of her father, from Kleos meaning glory and Patra meaning father. Her name was Cleopatra. It's unclear if Cleopatra had any Egyptian ancestry, as her mother is unknown, but she did at least make an effort to learn Egyptian, as Plutarch remembers.
It was a pleasure merely to hear the sound of her voice, with which, like an instrument of many strings, she could pass from one language to another, so that there were few of the barbarian nations that she answered by an interpreter. To most of them she spoke herself, as to the Ethiopians, Hebrews, Arabians, Syrians, Parthians, and many others, whose language she had learned, which was all the more surprising because most of the kings, her predecessors, scarcely gave themselves the trouble to acquire the Egyptian tongue.
When Rome finally invaded and occupied Egypt, Cleopatra apparently committed suicide, most likely by drinking poison or scratching herself with a needle dipped in toxin. The more florid and famous rendition of her using a venomous snake to kill herself was suggested by some ancient writers, and whether true or not, has proved irresistible to generations of poets, including, most famously, William Shakespeare. With her death in August of the year 30 BC, the final vestige of independent Egyptian power died too. On the day of her death, Cleopatra stood at the height of more than 3,000 years of Egyptian history. To her, the Great Pyramid of Giza was now more than 2,500 years old, meaning that Cleopatra lived closer to our time than she did to the building of the Great Pyramid, by more than 500 years. As Egypt came under ever more foreign influence, its ancient culture gradually underwent a transformation. Over the following centuries, as the Greek alphabet became more prominent, the knowledge of how to read hieroglyphics was slowly lost, as one medieval Arab visitor records.
I asked why the inscriptions which cover the pyramids of the temples were indecipherable. He answered, the
since the learned men and those who used this writing have disappeared, and Egypt has been occupied by a succession of foreign peoples, the Greek alphabet and writing have prevailed, and thus they lost the understanding of the writing of their ancestors.
The last known hieroglyphic inscription was written in the year 394 AD at the temple of Philae, built on an island near the cataract of the Nile at Aswan. By then, the now Christianized Roman Empire had banned the worship of pagan gods in Egypt's temples. But this religious site was just outside of Rome's borders, and so worship of the ancient gods continued here, in the last of Egypt's great temples. Here the names of Ra and Ptah, Anubis and Hathor, Amun and Bastet, Seth and Horus would still be spoken and sung. The incense still burned, the cats still fed, the offerings still given. But this island temple was increasingly isolated, surrounded by the crashing waters of a fast-changing world. The last hieroglyphic inscription records the mournful wish of one scribe, named Nesmet Akem, wishing that his inscription would endure forever, just like the carvings of his long-dead ancestors.
Before Mandulis, son of Horus, by the hand of Nesmeterakem, son of Nesmita, the second priest of Isis, for all time and eternity. Words spoken by Mandulis, lord of the Abaton, great god.
As the last ever inscription of its kind, in some ways he got his wish. But it's likely by the time he chipped this message into the temple wall, few people alive would know how to read it. As far as we know, the art of the hieroglyph died with him. The temple was finally closed at some point in the 530s by the Byzantine Emperor Justinian, and it was converted into a Christian church to St. Stephen. The age of ancient Egypt had well and truly come to an end. Some 1400 years later, in the year 1818, the Romantic poet Percy Bysshe Shelley would enter into a friendly competition with his friend, the poet Horace Smith. They had both read in a London newspaper about the coming arrival in the British Museum of a remarkable fragment of a statue brought by ship from the Ramesseum mortuary temple in Thebes in Upper Egypt. It was the head and torso of a statue of Egypt's greatest pharaoh, the hero of the Battle of Kadesh, Ramesses II. The statue was one of a pair that had stood at the doorway of his temple. European colonial powers had long been hungering after that fragment of statue. Napoleon Bonaparte had even tried to remove it during his time in Egypt in 1798, but he found its bulk of black diorite too heavy to shift. Now, with wooden rollers and hundreds of workmen pulling ropes, the British team hauled the statue to the banks of the Nile, where it was transported down the river and on to London. After reading about this statue, Smith and Shelley agreed to a wager. They would each write a poem inspired by it, and they would base their work on an extract from the writings of the Greek historian Diodorus of Sicily, who had once visited Ramses II's temple in Thebes. Unfortunately for Horace Smith, history has decisively concluded their competition, as his poem is little remembered. But Shelley's poem has become a classic, one of the greatest and most well-known sonnets in the English language. Titled Ozymandias, it is a poem that has come to stand as an emblem of the vainglorious pride of rulers, the inevitable downfall of tyrants, the awe-inspiring power of time and the transience of all things.
I met a traveller from an antique land who said, two vast and trunkless legs of stone stand in the desert. Near them, on the sand, half sunk, a shattered visage lies, whose frown and wrinkled lip and sneer of cold command tell that its sculptor well red, which yet survives, stamped on those lifeless things, the hand that mocked them and the heart that fed. And on the pedestal these words appear: my name is Ozymandias, King of Kings. Look on my works, ye mighty, and despair. Nothing beside remains. Round the decay of that colossal wreck, boundless and bare, the lone and level sands stretch far away.
On the tomb wall of Pharaoh Imhotep of the Middle Kingdom is a piece of literature known as the Harper's Song, written in Egyptian hieroglyphics. It was a song designed to be sung at funerals and is more than 4,200 years old. At the time of writing his poem Ozymandias, Percy Bysshe Shelley could not have known about this piece of ancient literature, since hieroglyphics would not be conclusively deciphered for several more years. But across the gulf of 4 millennia, he and the unknown author of this song both describe a human emotion that is all too familiar, the deep sense of awe and melancholy we feel when we look at ruined places, at the crumbling palaces of long-fallen empires, at the tombs of kings whose age has passed into dust. As you listen, imagine the vast gulf of time that separates our world from theirs. Imagine the sadness of watching your language forgotten and your cities crumble. Imagine the tombs of ancient kings lying open and raw, the fallen pillars of empty temples, half buried in sand, which shift and roll over the stones, as the great disk of the sun sets red and blazing for a final time on the empire of Egypt.
في أنباح فاحص أنبن واجفو سريفا نفر شاو نفر حجي.
One generation passes, another stays behind. Such has it been since the men of ancient times. The gods of long ago rest in their pyramids, and yet the great and blessed likewise lie buried in their tombs. Yet those who built great mansions, their places are no more. What has become of them all? I have heard their words retold time and again. But where are their dwellings now? Their walls are in ruins, and their places are no more, like something that has never been. There is no return to them, to explain their present state of being, to say how it is with them, to gentle our hearts, until we make our journey to the place where they have gone. So follow your heart and your happiness. Conduct your affairs on earth as your heart dictates. For that day of mourning will surely come for you. So spend your days joyfully, and do not grow weary of living. No man takes his things with him, and none who go can ever come back again.
إرأس مه إيب حرس.
Thank you once again for listening to the Fall of Civilizations podcast. I'd like to thank my voice actors for this episode: Alexandra Fulton, Lachlan Lucas, Michael Hadjiantonis, Tom Marshall Lee, Nick Denton, Peter Walters, Reed Brignall, and Paul Cassell. Readings in Arabic were performed by Nassim El Boutuki.
Readings in ancient Egyptian were performed by second Admiral Mohammed Habib. I'd also like to thank my historical advisor for this episode, the Egyptologist Dr. Chris Norton. A full list of sources can be found in the description below and are publicly available on the show's Patreon page. As some of you may be aware, Fall of Civilizations will soon be available in book form around the world. The book is called Fall of Civilizations, Stories of Greatness and Decline by me, Paul Cooper. It offers the definitive version of the show, updated, expanded, and with maps and images attached. The book is coming in April of 2024 for UK readers and later in the year for listeners in the United States. Please head to fallofcivilizations.com to find out more information and for pre-order links. Every pre-order helps boost the book's ranking and supports the show. I love to hear your thoughts and responses on Twitter, so please come and tell me what you thought. You can follow me at PaulMMCooper. And if you'd like updates about the podcast, announcements about new episodes, as well as images, maps, and reading suggestions, you can follow the podcast at PaulOfCivPod with underscores separating the words. This podcast can only keep going with the support of our generous subscribers on Patreon. You keep me running, you help me cover my costs, and you help keep the podcast ad-free. You also let me dedicate more time to researching, writing, recording, and editing to get the episodes out to you faster and bring as much life and detail to them as possible. I want to thank all my subscribers for making this happen. If you enjoyed this episode, please consider heading to patreon.com/Fall of Civilizations _podcast, or just Google Fall of Civilizations Patreon. That's PATREON to contribute something and help keep the podcast running. For now, all the best, and thanks for listening.
Key exciting opportunity. Over here, it's most likely some kind of a combination of different elements, potentially forming minerals containing super heavy elements. And so whatever the answer is in this case, it's definitely super exciting. But it also means that we have to do one thing first. Someone has to once again measure the mass of this asteroid, or what more accurately, determining if the density is really that high. There's still a very high chance that all this is based on a miscalculation, with a lot of other explanations involving the compact ultra-dense object, possibly having much more rudimentary explanations. Nevertheless, this whole concept of CUDO, or compact ultra-dense object, does have quite a lot of support from a lot of other scientists, and you can actually find some of the more intriguing papers in the description below. For example, papers describing their properties, an entire series of papers describing other potential objects, and even objects outside of the solar system, and even explanations that basically go through some of the unusual craters right here on planet Earth that some scientists believe might have been created by something much denser than a typical asteroid. And that even includes craters on Mars and Mercury. And so, yeah, all this means is that maybe, just maybe, someone should take a look at this asteroid once again, just to see what's up here. If we do actually discover heaviest elements in the solar system hiding right inside this unusual rock, everyone is going to want to have a piece of it. And for all we know, maybe this is going to finally begin that space exploration era. Maybe we'll discover some incredible super heavy elements that everybody wants to have. Space gold rush. Space CUDO rush. Space super heavy element rush. I don't have a good name for it yet, but that'll be cool, right? Let's start with the hypothetical question. Let's just say there is some kind of a rogue star that passes through the solar system. What's going to happen to everything in the solar system, and is Earth going to survive? And more importantly, how likely is it to happen anytime soon, and has it happened before? And during some of the previous videos, you can find in the description, we did actually discuss certain stars that approach the solar system so much close. And here we're still talking about the large distances, something like quarter to half a light year or so. What would happen if something passed much closer, approximately 100 AU, or the location where we find some of the farthest probes we've ever launched from planet Earth? And so what would happen if a star passed that close, and how frequent can we expect such events to occur? Well, first of all, we don't really have any physical evidence of any nudges ever happening to the solar system, so we can use statistics and a lot of different computer simulations to try to estimate how frequent these events are based on our location in the galaxy and based on the overall speed of various stars, and of course the density of the stars in the volume of space, while also taking a look at various observations of runaway stars, or essentially stars that kind of crisscross the galaxy all over the place, and the stars that usually have the highest chance of eventually interacting with something. And that's precisely what the scientists in the recent paper did. In essence, they focused on computer simulations and statistical analysis from telescopes like Gaia that allow us to make relatively accurate predictions and, of course, even predict the motions of various stars for millions and millions of years. And so let's start with a chance. How likely is it? Well, when it comes to the hypervelocity stars or runaway stars, hundreds of which have been discovered in the last few years, the chance is practically impossible. None of them are headed our way, and the closest one is 4,000 light years away from us. These stars are usually produced because of some kind of a gravitational interaction or potentially supernova that suddenly gives them a kick, and though they will interact with some stars out there, it's not going to be the solar system at all. They're really going to be flying in every direction except for this way. And so just because of their relatively low number, this is something that we should not worry about at all. These types of fast-moving rogue stars, despite their unpredictability, are extremely unlikely to cross anything. But what about stars near us? Stars that are already relatively close to the solar system and could one day maybe intersect. And here we have to remember that space is very big. Despite the nearest star being 4 light years away from us, the overall volume of space around us does not actually have a lot of stars in it. If you were to draw an imaginary sphere around planet Earth that's approximately 100 light years across, a sphere with a radius of 100 light years, we would probably find at least 15,000 stars in the region, possibly as many as 60,000. It's actually hard to know exactly how many because some of them are very, very dim and difficult to see. But that is a huge amount of volume of space and a relatively small number of stars. And so statistically speaking, it will take roughly around 100 billion years for at least one of them to come close enough. And so for planet Earth, that's going to be able to support life for maybe around 1 billion years, this statistic means absolutely nothing. It essentially means that in the next billion years, there's maybe like a 1% chance that a star might come close enough. Might. Not necessarily will, but might. So let's assume that it does. What would happen to the planets in the solar system? And here the researchers essentially ran a simulation focusing on the number of true-living planets and focusing on the eventual state of other planets. Naturally, there were a lot of different results, but some results were a little bit more likely. And well, it turns out that of all planets in the solar system, it seems to be Mercury that's potentially in most trouble. By being the least massive and the closest to the Sun, it has the highest chance of being affected by something, with some of the simulations resulting in Mercury basically colliding with the Sun or even colliding with another planet. But even though Mercury was most likely affected by all of this, in terms of the total number of simulations and the total number of results, surprisingly, in 95% of all simulations, nothing actually happens. As in, if the star passes through the solar system, even if it's relatively close, within the solar system, it seems to not affect much at all. It seems to not affect planets enough for them to be destroyed or for them to be disrupted dramatically. Their orbits might change a little bit, but in some cases, not by much. And so the chance for all planets to survive and to possibly still remain here unaffected is actually extremely high. But out of those 12,000 simulations, some did have somewhat intriguing results. For example, Venus, being a little bit less massive than Earth as well, sometimes seems to collide with other planets, including planet Earth. And so a collision between Venus and Earth is a potential possibility if there's ever a gravitational disruption in the solar system. Also, both Uranus and Neptune seem to have a tendency to leave the solar system if a massive star passes relatively close. But not Jupiter, not Saturn. Actually, Jupiter seems to have survived most of the simulation, sometimes even remaining the only planet in the entire system. Most interestingly, for planet Earth, another potential resolution is the collision with the Moon, or even the collision with the Sun. Both happen to approximately 0.24% of all of the simulations, or basically roughly around 20 to 30 times out of 12,000 simulations. But the most likely resolution was basically Earth increasing its orbit a little bit and moving somewhere farther away from the Sun, possibly even to the outskirts, where it's still a little bit colder. And this was maybe a little bit exciting because, in some sense, one of the reasons Earth is going to become inhabitable in a billion years from now is really because the Sun is just going to become too hot, very likely shutting down the geological activity on the planet and evaporating all of the water. You can actually find out more about this in one of the videos in the description. But if the planet is slightly farther away, it has a chance to remain habitable a little bit longer, which means that there's maybe a slight chance that a star passing through the solar system hypothetically might save planet Earth, extending its life by at least a few billion years. Over here, you would have to get super lucky, because in all of their simulations, what basically happened to planet Earth is not really as pretty. It got kicked out to the Oort cloud, where everything kind of froze, with another resolution being the capture of the planet by the star. Here, if a star that's a little bit less massive than the Sun approaches the solar system closely, there is a chance it might capture planet Earth, while also disturbing other planets as well. The actual chance is once again very low, but it is there. But in the end, when we look at the statistics, this is not a scenario we should worry about at all, and it's super unlikely to ever happen. There's only 1% chance that within a billion years from now, there might be a star coming close enough, and inside that chance, there's only a 1% chance, or even less than that it's going to affect the planet, or will dramatically shift the solar system, affecting something in the process. Although there's definitely one thing that is going to affect for sure. It might send a lot more asteroids toward the planet, which might cause some kind of an extinction event. But in the end, what the study helps us to visualize is just the fact how ridiculously big space is, how everything is super far away, and even when, for example, Andromeda and the Milky Way start colliding with one another billions of years in the future, even if there are billions and trillions of stars moving toward us, there's still an extremely low chance for any of them to collide with anything in the solar system, or to even pass relatively close. And this is something that's been worked out statistically many times, suggesting that we don't really have much to worry about, at least when it comes to stars disrupting the solar system. And everything else, maybe, this, not so much. One of the more intriguing questions and one of the more intriguing mysteries in regards to the solar system is of course a question in regards to how normal is this? Is this a typical star system with many similar systems in existence around the galaxy, or is the solar system entirely unusual and somewhat weird? And although for many decades a lot of different scientists, including the famous Carl Sagan, sort of implied that we do live in a somewhat typical, very common star system with nothing special around it, a lot of more recent studies, and especially the study we're going to be discussing today, suggest otherwise. They do suggest that the solar system is really unusual, very unusual, and potentially extremely unique. Hello, wonderful person, this is Anton, and so today we're going to be discussing the question of how ordinary is the solar system. With all of this based on a study you can find in the description with the title Framework for the Architecture of Exoplanetary Systems. The mathematical framework that sort of works out what are the most common architectures for various star systems and where exactly does the solar system fit in there. But the question here is, why exactly did scientists previously believe that the solar system was not unique and not unusual? Well, the answer here is really simple. They didn't actually have a lot of examples to work with, and were mostly basing this on the idea of what we think is happening in other star systems based on the observations of various stars. But the reality is that in the last couple of decades, the technology has advanced so much that we're now able to see a lot of different star systems out there, and even detect various planetary systems where we can then analyze what sort of planets are formed there and what sort of a star this is as well. And so because of the new advanced telescopes, we're now able to understand star systems much better than before. And it's really in the last decade, specifically following the initial discoveries from the Kepler telescope, which as you can see right here, exploded right after 2014, when the scientists finally realized that a lot of these planets we're discovering are very different from anything in the solar system, And even those star systems seem to be very, very different. And so what exactly are those differences? Well, the biggest difference is that the majority of stars out there are usually binary. And some stars are even trinary or have higher multiplicities. But binary stars are the most common. And so the fact that the sun is alone is kind of already unusual. Nevertheless, a few years back, NASA talked about this particular star system that about 3 years ago, they believed to be the most similar in terms of structure to the solar system so far. So basically, out of thousands of star systems discovered, this one seems to resemble solar system the most. This system is known as 55 Cancri. But even here, as you can see, it's not really that similar at all. Okay, it does have some kind of a gas giant, potentially somewhat similar to Jupiter, around the same distance, but the inner planets are very different. So here's what the inner structure of the star system kind of looks like. But I guess more importantly, one of these inner planets is also a gas giant. One of the closer planets known as 55 Cancri b. And so here you have a mixture of gas giants and terrestrial planets, but also spaced out very differently to what we have in the solar system. And even though the star itself is kind of similar, although this is technically an orange dwarf, also known as the pt4 star, this is once again a binary system. And so if this is the most solar-like system discovered so far, you can imagine that everything else is even more unique and even more different. And as of today, approximately 900 various multiplanetary systems have been discovered so far, and not a single one has a similar structure to the solar system, or even similar planets. So, for example, the closest star system with a lot of different planets around it is the system we discussed previously known as Tau Ceti. 6 different planets in orbit around this very intriguing star, but all of them are potentially terrestrial or maybe super-Earths, and the system does not seem to contain gas giants, at least none confirmed so far. And naturally, there are also no ice giants like Neptune or Uranus. Likewise, another similar star system, known as L9859, was also discovered to contain several terrestrial planets, but once again very different from anything in the solar system. And this is despite the star being very similar to our Sun. With one of the most sun-like stars, the star with a relatively challenging name, CYC 8998-760-1, containing 2 giant planets that are clearly visible, but also not really possessing any other planets that will be similar to planet Earth, even Neptune and Uranus. With the farthest multiplanetary system discovered, the one you see right here, this is at a distance of over 13,000 light years away from us, also containing predominantly gas giants, but in different locations and with different mass compared to the solar system. And more importantly, when it comes to the properties of various stars, such as mass and metallicity, there's really only a handful that's been discovered so far out of millions examined that seem to be sun-like in terms of properties and in terms of age. So far, none have been discovered to contain similar planets. But that's of course based on previous observations, from previous studies, and from previous data releases. Now we have another study, mostly mathematical, that takes it even further. And here the main focus was architecture. What sort of star systems can form out there, and which ones would be the most common? And this is of course an important feature because we know that, for example, in a solar system, Jupiter's location and Jupiter's mass is very likely responsible for shaping everything else in the solar system, including potentially increasing or decreasing number of collisions everywhere else. And with 4 different gas giants on the outskirts, it's quite possible that the inner solar system is actually protected quite well. More importantly, things like water on planet Earth might have been the result of various collisions which could have been influenced by these gas giants. And so the architecture here plays a pretty important role. And here, this was a mathematical model that tried to basically create various star systems and find out which ones would be the most likely and most common. Something that would be actually a very challenging task for the modern telescope, but something that computers can do pretty easily. And even though the initial assumption years ago was that the solar system structure was not unusual, this study suggests otherwise. So first of all, the most common seems to be the one that you see right there. This is actually what TRAPPIST-1 system is like as well, and this is what the scientists have so far found in a lot of different star systems as well. Planets of similar size, usually not too far away from one another, and very often relatively close to the star. And it doesn't just apply to red dwarfs, it seems to apply to larger stars as well. Although for larger stars, these would not be terrestrial planets, but instead would be gas giants. They also discovered that quite a lot of star systems were either mixed or even anti-orbiters. In other words, mixture of gas giants and terrestrial planets, like the ones I showed you previously, or even star systems where gas giants are the closest and terrestrial planets are somewhere on the outskirts. But obviously, the biggest surprise was that the ordered star system, the one similar to the solar system, was the least common, with something like 1% of all star systems appearing ordered out of all of the ones they've created, which of course implies that the architecture we have in the solar system is super rare. So the question is, of course, why? Well, the simple answer here is that it's pure luck. But in order to find the more complex answer, we have to briefly take a look at how stars form. It all obviously starts with a relatively large gas cloud that has to reach certain density in order to start forming stars. For example, in case of a nearby supernova, the pressure from the wake here is going to create just the right density in the gas cloud to then suddenly start forming various stars along the shockwave. This is pretty much what the scientists usually observe in famous nebula such as the Orion Nebula you see right here. And so inside of this cloud, various clumps start to collapse, creating various stars. But at first, a lot of these stars form what's known as trapezia, named after the famous trapezium cluster in the Orion Nebula. But this is not a true cluster because these are stars orbiting around one another. And so technically this is a multi-star system, but the orbits here are not super stable. And so eventually some of these stars are going to get kicked out. Some of these stars will assume more permanent orbits in, for example, binary systems, and some of these stars might have some other fate. What happens to these stars, though, is obviously pure luck. So they all have a slightly different initial start. And that's, of course, on top of a lot of other activities, such as turbulent gas or a lot of whirling material that essentially interact with all of the material nearby, growing larger, forming planets, but also gravitationally pulling on one another and sometimes losing some planets because of gravity. But more importantly, they all essentially end up with very different initial conditions, and depending on the mass and metallicity, will also produce different planets with a different arrangement overall, which is precisely what the scientists already can observe inside the trapezium cluster. And so because of this interaction, or technically even conflict between stars, when all of this is over and when they actually assume permanent stable orbits, or go on their near way, they're going to end up with so much different results. And on average, most of them will have similar planets, some of them will have mixed planets, quite a few of them will have planets in opposite order, and a very small fraction is going to have ordered planets like the solar system. And so it's the cloud that's kind of decides everything. The molecular cloud and the interaction inside is going to produce very different star systems in the end. And so essentially all of this is just pure probability. But for some reason, the probability of having solar-like structure and of course solar-like planets is really exceptionally low. In their study, they actually list a few more reasons you can explore by yourself by looking at the link in the description. But in the end, it's really all about the formation process and how unusually star systems like the solar system just do not form very often. So a pretty cool discovery and definitely something to think about. But the question, of course, does that actually answer the question of life in the solar system? Well, that's not something we can connect just yet, especially because we haven't really found any signs of life around other planets or around other star systems, or really even right here in the solar system. So it's not something we can answer, and the speculation in this case, that's just not my thing anymore.
Alright.
Hello, person, this is Anton, and today we're going to discuss some of the new updates from the outskirts of the solar system. Some in regards to the New Horizons mission, and some in regards to what the scientists discovered here not long ago, potentially redefining our understanding of what the solar system is. So I guess first, a bit of a good news. NASA officially confirmed that the New Horizons mission is going to extend its operations, specifically focusing on planetary studies, all the way to 2029. And this is of course great because a few months ago, at first it wasn't clear if this mission might actually be over, or might potentially be changed into a solar-based mission, essentially studying the sun. But looks like NASA got convinced to continue this as a planetary mission, exploring the rest of the Kuiper Belt. It of course made no sense to finish this mission early, especially because this is the only mission we have so far away from the sun, with a very powerful camera, able to capture a lot of different images of different objects from angles that would be otherwise unavailable to us. And so for as long as the New Horizons mission is still inside the Kuiper Belt, it's going to remain active. But by 2029, It's expected to leave this area, reaching the mysterious Oort cloud. But interestingly, because there's still some fuel left on the craft, it's still able to change its course or potentially intersect with something else. And so in the last few months, various teams of scientists have been actually trying to discover another potential transneptunian object similar to Aracos that was explored back in 2019. And so by tracing the trajectory and by essentially looking ahead where it's headed in the next few years, teams of scientists using powerful telescopes on the planet have been trying to find other large objects that can serve as another flyby. But many of these objects are barely visible. Most of them are expected to be a few kilometers across, but are barely producing any light at all. And so in order to see if there's anything here, scientists have been using a lot of more advanced techniques, such as one known as shift stacking. Basically stacking several images all at once in order to magnify any kind of light that could be somewhere in the image. But one of the recent studies also used machine learning techniques to try to discover anything at a distance of 60 to 80 AU from the center of the solar system. And intriguingly, they seem to have discovered 12 different objects. That was preliminary. 12 potentially massive objects, anywhere from 60 to 80 AU away from the sun, that, if confirmed, could potentially be explored by the New Horizons. Although if these objects are confirmed, this is a much bigger deal for a lot of other reasons. It basically suggests that there are a lot of different objects on the outskirts of the solar system, and the entire solar system could be actually much more massive than we originally thought. Ironically, this would also solve one of the mysteries of New Horizons. When the mission was collecting data, it was actually a bit surprising that it seemed to be bombarded by a large amount of dust coming from somewhere. And this dust should not be here, mostly because the probe is arranged really far away from everything. However, a presence of another asteroid belt farther away from the sun could be one of the potential explanations for what's actually happening here. Basically, right now, what this implies is the presence of, I guess, a second Kuiper belt or another asteroid belt, potentially containing even more asteroids we never knew existed. But more intriguingly, based on preliminary observations, there's also a suggestion that something massive is going on them and changing their orbits. And though naturally this could be the mysterious 189, right now the suggestion is that it's the presence of some kind of a large asteroid belt. More large objects on the outskirts, possibly forming some kind of an anomaly on the outskirts. And if true, it would also explain the anomalous glow or extra light that was detected by the New Horizons and even the Hubble Space Telescope that was impossible to explain before. In this case, this would be the reflection from all of the dust and much more particles formed by the belt. And it cannot be the Oort cloud because that one is much farther away. But we also have to be really careful because so far this is all preliminary. As a matter of fact, similar studies from back in June of 2023 potentially only discovered one object, not 12. And so we don't really know what's going on here just yet, and will really likely take a few months more to either confirm this or to explain it in some other way. But if confirmed, at least one of the objects could become the next destination for the New Horizons probe. And speaking of its previous destination, so there are some other discoveries from the object you see right here, Arafat. And specifically, it's based on the analysis of its surface, including looking at various features such as various mounts and comparing the shape, the size, and the color of both the smaller piece and the larger piece. And while interestingly enough, turns out that both pieces are extremely similar. As a matter of fact, all of the mounts or all of the skills on both of the objects surprisingly seem to have very similar properties. And not just similar color or size, but even similar proportions and overall shape. With 12 different mounts discovered, it basically suggests that this entire rock must have been created through a very slow process of accumulation over time or extremely slow gravitational collapse. And based on the location of this object, basically the outskirts of the solar system, it's probably extremely common for a lot of similar objects. Basically, they all just kind of slowly coalesce over time and create a much larger structure.
Stop.
And this one is really big. 35
Come on.
kilometers in length, 34 in width. And so based on the size, it is a little bit unusual that many features here seem to be practically the same. It suggests some kind of a universal formation technique that seems to apply to many of these transneptunian objects. Today it's assumed that many of these objects potentially serve as a formation of larger planets, and many of them are basically planetary remnants, or I guess failed planets. But a much more intriguing comparison is going to come from the Lucy mission that very soon is going to be exploring other asteroids that are much closer to home. It's actually going to be looking at the Jupiter's Trojans, many of which might have similar origins. But exactly what it's going to find here, only time will tell. At the moment, the data from Aerocloth presents a bit of a challenge when it comes to the formation model for the entire solar system. Mostly because it's not clear why so many parts of this object seem to have exactly the same features. Same color, same size, same shape. I mean, obviously it suggests a universal formation of some sort, but exactly how all this is currently unknown. But if this is how various pieces of various planets were made, we definitely have to try to understand it better. I'm sure we'll find out more in some of the future studies. Okay, I was about to finish the video, but editing that on here. Turned out that as I was about to press the button, even more discoveries have been made from the outskirts of the solar system that I basically have to cover too, because they're sort of all related. And one of them is from very unknown dwarf planets that was previously discussed many times. Sedna, Longmong, and Coldwater. All three observed with the James Webb Space Telescope that use infrared observations to make some of the discoveries about what's on their surface. And so first of all, these are massive dark objects, so they're actually really far away from the sun, but they also have generally different orbits. Also, they're really large. All of them are approximately 1,000 kilometers across, and so just a little bit smaller than Pluto, but way larger than most asteroids out there. And since here, by using infrared light, it became possible to see certain hydrocarbons and complex organic molecules right on the surface. And these molecules are generally just a result of methane that's already here, interacting with the sun and potentially a lot of other radiation, and forming other volatiles, such as, for example, acetylene and ethylene. And so quite a lot of these objects, so for example, objects like Pluto, they usually contain a lot of these volatiles on their surface. But what makes these three objects kind of unique is the physics. Sedna, along with Longmong, have extremely elliptical orbits, approaching the sun relatively close, and then moving away from the sun relatively far. So both of these objects spend most of the time far, far away from the sun. Clover, though, is a little bit different. Its orbit is more circular, and so its surface gets irradiated a little bit different from everything else. And so based on these orbital differences, with Sedna being the most elliptical and Clover being the least elliptical or most circular, it became possible to analyze the amount of various organic compounds on the surface of these objects, comparing them to the amount of sunlight before we receive. And so Sedna contains a huge amount of ethane, and also has a lot of acetylene and ethylene, whereas Longmong has a little bit less, and Clover has even less. And that's because a lot of these molecules result from irradiation from the sun, but also things like ethane would usually be converted into more complex molecules if there was more sunlight compared to if there was less sunlight. With Sedna also generally being a lot more reflective than Longmong and Clover, but also generally containing a lot of other stuff that seems to be absent on the two other objects. But because there are so many of these molecules on the surface, and because they generally come from methane originally, something must also resupply methane to the surface. But also because these objects seem to look a little bit different from a lot of other similar objects, including Pluto and including a lot of other dwarf planets, there is also suggestion that they might have a very different type of a history. Maybe they came from somewhere else, or maybe they were formed in an entirely different way. So definitely exciting observations, just maybe not a lot of answers yet. And last but not least, we have another announcement from the object referred to as 2002 MS4. And here, by observing this asteroid through the process of occultation of various stars, basically when the stars pass in front of the asteroid, which is being done several times from several locations, the team discovered that this asteroid seems to have an extremely large depression, potentially from some kind of an impact, 45 kilometers deep, and also about 320 kilometers across. Now, this asteroid is also probably a dwarf planet. It's about 800 kilometers in width, so it is a very large object. The thing for making this an example of one of the largest, or technically the largest craters on the outskirts of the solar system discovered so far, and the first example of a deep crater is on the order of Neptune. Here, the rim of the crater itself seems to be about 25 kilometers in height, and would technically make it the biggest mountain in the solar system, even bigger than the Olympus Mons. But what makes this unusual is, of course, the fact that these collisions were never expected to happen that far away from the sun. We don't expect these powerful collisions so extremely far away, mostly because objects here move very slowly. And so either this object came from somewhere else entirely, or once again, maybe there's something going on here. I think it's probably the last answer. Hello, wonderful person, this is Anton, and today we're going to be discussing some of the new updates about the object you see right here. The object that sort of resembles a comet, and even acts as a comet once in a while, and the object located right here in the solar system, but also the object that's not technically a comet at all. Instead, it's a massive volcano. One of the biggest volcanoes in the solar system, erupting several times every single year. But not the same as the volcanoes right here on planet Earth. Not a volcano that's going to be emitting a lot of very heated lava that's then going to turn into some kind of crust. Instead, this is an example of what's known as a cryovolcano, a volcano that ejects not hot magma or the ash from the planet's mantle, but instead very cold gases and a lot of ice from inside the much colder interior. Something that the scientists have been able to detect around a lot of different objects out there, including the iconic Enceladus, one of the moons of Saturn. And so in this video, we're going to be discussing a little bit more about this phenomenon, about this particular object known as 29P, and what the scientists were able to achieve relatively recently. But I guess first, so what exactly is this object, and where exactly is it located? Originally, this object was discovered back in 1927, and it was actually only discovered because it suddenly became extremely bright. Its magnitude back then was about 13, and it was one of the brighter objects visible in this particular part of the night skies. They then decreased in luminosity by about 3 magnitudes and already created a bit of a mystery. What exactly happened here? And so back then this was established to be some kind of a comet. But it turned out to be a comet that increases in brightness by as much as 1,000 times, pretty much at least 5 to 6 times per year. In other words, it's basically some kind of a cyclical comet, or a comet that increases in brightness with relatively regular periods. But in order for this to be possible, this comet will have to orbit around the sun really, really fast, at least 7.3 times per year. That's sort of impossible. It would be way too close to the sun, with the scientists eventually realizing that something else was happening here. It wasn't just becoming a comet, some other phenomenon was happening on the surface, especially because the brightness seemed to disappear within just 2 weeks, as if this object suddenly became super bright and then dimmed in just a few days. And by then, nothing like this had ever been seen before. And so eventually the scientists realized that first of all, this had to be some kind of a asteroid or cometary object relatively far away from the sun. But second of all, the emissions that seem to be happening every 57 days were probably the result of the actual spin of the object, not so much of its orbit. In other words, as it spins around, once in a while it exposes a different side to the sun. And because of this seems to be although usually it's not actually certain what exactly happens here. And further analysis discovered that this is what's known as a